An arrogant ruler meets the one who will change his destiny. The girl timidly greets the emperor, not knowing what awaits her. He invites her to rest, but a different interest can be seen in his eyes. As a child, a lonely young man wandered around the palace, knowing no peace. One day, he encountered a witch who wanted to take him for herself. The witch invited the handsome boy to go with her, but was refused. The angry witch attacks the young man, not forgiving his insolence. The prince kills the witch, but her curse overtakes him. From that day on, the emperor's eyes never knew sleep again. He executed everyone who could not help, drowning in despair. The criminal begs for mercy on his knees, but the ruler is merciless. The father begs the emperor, offering the only salvation. Despair turned to hope when he heard about the girl's gift. Duke Maximilian reports that his daughter can put others to sleep. He assures that Leilan will be able to rid the ruler of his insomnia. The heroine becomes the savior of someone who is no longer afraid of the night. The girl is embarrassed by her sudden closeness with the powerful emperor. Unfortunately, Leilan's heart had already been given to another. Her father reminded her of family honor and duty to her lover. On her wedding day, the heroine runs away, choosing love over fate. The father cold-bloodedly eliminates his daughter's lover, clearing the way to power. Leilan's world collapses overnight when she finds her lover dead. Unable to live without him, the girl decides to follow him into the arms of death. With the destruction of his medicine, the emperor's tormenting insomnia returns with renewed vigor. The ruler's wrath finds a new target, the family that cruelly failed him. The duchy is doomed to destruction, and now a new heroine knows she must prevent it. A shocking realization dawns on the girl. She is destined to become the emperor's new medicine. The father discusses the use of her gift, seeing her as only a tool to achieve a goal. He mercilessly places the entire burden of honor and the future of their family on her shoulders. Once in this world, she realizes that she cannot repeat the mistakes of the original story. The heroine comes to terms with the fact that she is not able to change her father's dangerous ambitions on her own, just as he cannot stop his sister from an all-consuming love that leads to death. Trapped in the body of the novel's heroine, she embraces her new role as the daughter of the House of Maximilian. Her mission is clear: to survive at any cost and save her family from a tragic end. The girl informs the servant that plans have changed and her risky intervention has begun. To avoid a terrible ending, she decides to go to the palace instead of her sister. Having met the sleepless emperor, she immediately proceeds to her dangerous task. Inwardly cursing her fate, she maintains a confident and calm appearance before the ruler. She calmly gives instructions to the powerful emperor, taking control of the situation. Her touch is gentle, but the command is absolute, demanding his complete trust and submission. Her lips carry not passion, but long-awaited oblivion for the exhausted ruler. The shocked emperor does not understand what is happening, but already feels her power. The girl explains that this kiss is the only salvation from his eternal damnation. Magic envelops his body, plunging him into the first real sleep in many years. The servants interrupt the moment, but the hero has already fallen into a sweet slumber. Disbelief and shock froze on the faces of the courtiers who witnessed the miracle. He is indeed sleeping, and this sight strikes everyone to the depths of their souls. The servants cannot believe their eyes, doubting the reality of what is happening. Everyone was sure that nothing could bring peace to their ruler. The heroine looks at him with anxiety, fearing that her spell will wear off too soon. This power is an ancient blessing bestowed upon her family many years ago. The kiss of love and compassion can put anyone they wish to sleep. The gift is passed down through the female line and will live as long as the heirs are alive. The courtiers hopefully ask whether the emperor will now be able to sleep every night. The girl confidently promises that his sleep will last at least 6 hours. The servants bow before her, acknowledging her new role and power in this palace. She smiles with relief, because her first step toward salvation was successful. At this time, her sister Lillian anxiously searches for her in the empty corridors of the castle. Concern for her sister makes her forget about everything and go looking for her. The sudden meeting of the sisters gives rise to a storm of emotions, shock, joy, and thousands of questions. Lillian is furious at her sister's reckless actions, not understanding her true motives. Her worries turn into anger, because she fears for the life of the one who went to the tyrant. Her heart is breaking with fear and uncertainty. She can no longer bear this silence. Lillian overhears the servants speaking disrespectfully about her sister. An arrogant lady puts in her place a simple servant who dared to insult her family. The frightened maid mumbles apologies when faced with her mistress's fury. Lillian coldly threatens the maid, promising to personally deal with her misdeed. The exhausted heroine collapses without strength. This day was the most intense in her new life. She realizes that her fictional sister from the book turned out to be completely different from what she thought. Lillian reveals the brutal truth. This room is a cage for an illegitimate child. Suddenly, the heroine becomes filled with sympathy for the woman who so desperately protects her. Lillian ruthlessly fires anyone who shows disrespect, leaving them no chance. She sees her sister not as a villain, but as a kind and caring, albeit complex person. The sister hugs her, unable to let her go to the tyrant who could destroy her. The heroine firmly states that her decision is a way to protect her sister's happiness. She took this step not only for the sake of her family, but also for the sake of this woman's future. When the emperor woke up, he found only a letter. His mysterious savior had disappeared. At this time, the young man exhausts himself with training, to the point of complete exhaustion. His faithful servant watches him with concern, bringing water to his master. A tense conversation hangs in the air, and the young man demands that the servant speak directly. A faithful servant tries to appeal to his master's justice, not knowing that he has already decided everything. The news that Leilan has fired more than 20 workers takes the young man by surprise. The servant, in despair, recalls his many years of service, hoping for compassion. He naively believes that the young master will be able to convince his sister to change her mind. Instead of help, the servant receives a cold reprimand and an order to leave immediately. On his knees, he realizes that the young master has been a silent witness to everything. The young man admits that he deliberately allowed his sister to deal with the unwanted people. He reproaches the servant for shamelessly taking advantage of Lillian's kindness. The guy, with a threatening voice, advises to get out the good way before things get worse. The maid is anxiously preparing the dress. The atmosphere in the house is tense to the limit. After yesterday's storm, the servants changed their attitude. Fear gave rise to respect. Now that they had seen Lillian's anger, the heroine was finally treated with respect. She recalls that it was her father who chose her as a victim from the very beginning. In public, he is a noble duke, but behind closed doors, he is a cruel tyrant. For his children, he is the only and precious father who knows no pity. Her dress is ready, which means it's time for the next step in her dangerous game. The girl with icy calm orders the outfit to be brought, preparing to go out. The duke eats his steak with gusto, mentally going over the plan with the emperor. The expression on his face is different from what is described in the novel. The story began to change. The father finally asks the question that has been bothering him all this time, beginning the interrogation. She firmly states that she could not stand by and watch her family fall apart. The girl challenges her father, questioning his contempt for her sister's lover. In a rage, he shouts that this man is not a match for their family, and his greed is unacceptable. She accuses him of not thinking about the consequences that could destroy them. Her father looks at her with disbelief, doubting that she can handle this suicidal mission. She reminds him of the risk if the emperor learns of her true, low origins. Suddenly, the emperor himself appears, his imperious appearance interrupting the tense conversation. The girl meets his gaze boldly, explaining that her origins have no bearing on her gift. He asks doubtfully whether the daughter of a simple maid can possess such power. But for him, only her belonging to the Maximilian family is important. The rest is empty formalities. The duke is stunned, his carefully laid plans crumbling before his eyes. She confirms with a slight smile that his visit was more opportune than ever. He looks at her with hope, and she obediently agrees to fulfill his wish. Having confirmed her consent, the ruler decides to immediately take her with him to the palace. His hand finds hers, and she submits without complaint, her fate now in his power. In a panic, she tries to stop him, not prepared for such a hasty departure from home. Entering his chambers, she freezes in shock, seeing him half naked. He calmly explains that he just wanted to change, leaving her confused and at a loss. He invites her to stay, but she, feeling awkward, decides to wait outside the door. She recalls that in the novel, there were countless such scenes, but the reality turned out to be much more dangerous. Reality turned out to be much more awkward than the book's fantasies. He invades her personal space, erasing all boundaries of what is permissible. Now, stripped of his armor, he is ready to surrender himself to her intoxicating power. Gathering all her will into a fist, she takes a step towards her terrifying mission. He traps her, giving her no chance to escape. His suspicions hurt her, because she never betrayed him in the past. With a sly smile, he reminds her of the escape, not wanting to be deceived again. Seeing no other way out, she uses her only weapon to subdue the tyrant. The sudden intrusion of the servants forces her to act quickly and decisively. An unbearable burden falls on her shoulders, and now her life is inextricably linked with his peace. A caring maid offers her a well-deserved rest after a difficult ordeal. The luxurious chambers become her golden cage in this strange and dangerous palace. She is trying to adapt to her new role, but does not yet feel like she is in control. The servant's excessive zeal only emphasizes her strange and precarious position in the palace. She feels like her every move is being closely watched, and this feeling is driving her crazy. There is hope in their words, because her presence is the key to the peace of the entire empire. The girl tries to understand why she is being kept here, in the very heart of power and intrigue. Her appearance brought light into the ruler's soul. For the first time in many years, he smiled at the new day. The emperor's unheard-of mercy proves how much she changed his cruel heart. Behind everyone's gratitude lies her little secret. It was she who pulled the strings. The courtiers see her as their savior, begging her to stay and protect them from the tyrant's wrath. She renounces the past with a slight smile, assuring that nothing ties her to her home anymore. For the first time, she finds genuine warmth, which is so different from the cold of her home. Rested and at peace, the emperor returns to the throne, ready to rule his empire. The minister's boring reports lull him to sleep, but he no longer takes out his anger on them. He interrupts the report. He is interested in only one thing: the uprising that threatens his power. The knight reports with a heavy heart that there are insufficient forces to suppress the rebellion. Prepared for punishment, he accepts full blame for the failed mission. The ruler's unexpected mercy shocks him. He receives not anger, but a second chance. His gaze accidentally finds her, and a ray of light appears in the world of intrigue and war. A rare flower from the palace garden becomes a symbol of her new, fragile life. He realizes that she has stayed, and for the first time, he notices how his own world has changed. Their light conversation erases boundaries, because returning home for her is a death sentence. She asks for refuge, and he does not hesitate to offer her his palace as a home. His direct question takes her by surprise. Now their nights will belong only to them. With a gentle smile, she agrees, accepting her role in his new, calm life. A familiar voice from the past breaks the idyll. Her brother Bastian has found her. She freezes in shock, not believing her eyes. Her two worlds are about to collide. The memory takes her back to the day her sister first spoke of her secret love. The brother bitterly admits that he was deceived, but the sister only lowers her eyes guiltily. He understands her silence, because the true reason for her fear is their cruel father. In despair, she admits that she is confused and does not know how to live on. She is tormented by guilt for how much trouble she caused her sister with her actions. The father is broken by the consequences, and the heroine is still locked in the tyrant's palace. Her brother promises to bring her back, but she begs him not to let her sister become a victim. He notices that she is still here, and his words sound like an open threat. He hands her a flower, but immediately steps back, watching her reaction. A cunning plan is born in his head, to use her desires to bind her to himself forever. Her innocent question and bold touch take him by surprise. The maid understands that now a good attitude towards this lady is the key to survival. A faithful servant reprimands the emperor for his rude and inappropriate manners. She insists that his main task now is to win the heart of this girl. He suddenly changes his mind, and this little confession surprises everyone. Her laughter melts the ice, and he looks for new ways to please her. He's looking for a way to keep her close, and his request sounds almost like a plea. The sudden appearance of their brother upsets the fragile balance of their budding relationship. He declares that he has come to take his sister home, directly challenging the emperor. The emperor's gaze grows cold. He sees in his brother only a capricious child trying to take his toy. Bastian reminds her of her status, subtly hinting that her place is not in the palace. His cunning gaze leaves no doubt that he will not allow his sister to remain here without the bonds of marriage. He doesn't let her go, reminding her of the promise that now binds them. His words sound ambiguous, and she does not understand why he is misleading her. The brother maliciously distorts the truth, presenting their nightly meetings in a scandalous light. He tells her about his father's illness, but his true motives remain hidden behind a cold gaze. Unwilling to let her go, he receives a promise to return, which becomes his only hope. A faithful maid is waiting for her to return home, but the heroine is already doubting her decision. Despite the changed plot, she understands that her father's tragic end is inevitable. Her brother and sister try to console her, but their words ring hollow against the backdrop of the family tragedy. Her sacrifice changed their destinies, giving them freedom and happiness that she would never have. Finally, the three of them are ready to have a serious conversation that will determine their future. Her brother puts pressure on her, declaring that continuing to meet with the emperor will inevitably lead to marriage. Her sister advises her not to rush, because the palace is a dangerous place full of intrigue. She remains calm, assuring them that she has everything under control and is prepared for any outcome. At this moment, she feels not like a savior, but simply like a younger sister surrounded by love. He makes her promise that the doors of their home will always be open if the tyrant hurts her. He waits for her return, torn between desire and fear for her ruined reputation. A decision is maturing in his head. He must leave her in the palace forever, no matter what the cost. He proposes to her, seeing marriage as the only way to protect her and keep her close. With a smile, she rejects his simple offer, making it clear that it is not enough for her. She leaves him at a loss, taking full control of their strange and dangerous relationship for the first time. He proposes to her, but the reason for this is not love, but their common dangerous destiny. She accepts this fantasy, realizing that her real dream of love is just an illusion. The heroine sets him a tough condition. Their marriage will last only 1 year. The girl coldly hints that their feelings are temporary, and they can find love with others. He is angered by the suggestion that he might be the one to break their fragile alliance. She keeps a secret. He will soon fall in love with the real heroine of this story. Her words hurt him, sowing the first seeds of doubt and mistrust between them. The heroine's plan is simple: hold out for a year until the one destined for him appears. To ensure her freedom, she insists on a prenuptial agreement to seal their deal. He accepts her strange terms, asking only for a signature to make it official. Their signatures bind them to a temporary marriage, a vow of fidelity for just 1 year. Now, bound by contract, they are protected from the rumors and gossip of the entire palace. With a sly smile, she reminds him of her duties for the coming night. He agrees to her terms, trusting her completely in this strange agreement. Rereading the contract, he is struck by the absence of any selfish demands on her part. The realization hits him that everything she does makes it clear that she has no intention of being his wife. He remembers his past, a boring proposal that was doomed to failure. His thoughts are interrupted by a sudden visit that could change the balance of power. The faithful knight returns victorious, having successfully suppressed the rebellion in the name of his ruler. Thanks to the emperor's support, the mission was successful, strengthening his absolute power. The emperor acknowledges that victory is the merit of the commander, not just the soldiers. He promises generous rewards for faithful service, strengthening his reputation as a just ruler. The touched knight swears eternal devotion, unable to hold back tears of gratitude. Sir Richard plucks up his courage and asks about the proposal the emperor made before the wedding. For the first time, the ruler begins to think about how exactly he should ask the woman he loves for her hand in marriage. He jokingly attacks the confused knight, demanding details of his own proposal. The knight sheepishly admits that, like Lillian, his wife also loves flowers. He recalls how, in front of the entire city, he got down on one knee for his beloved. With a huge bouquet of roses, he uttered the cherished words that changed his whole life. The emperor understands that simplicity and honesty turned out to be much more important than status and power. He bitterly realizes how worthless and empty his own proposal was. The knight's words about the inevitable refusal deal a crushing blow to his pride. The ruler is crushed by the realization of his mistake, not knowing how to fix everything now. The heroine returns to the estate to recuperate after her father faints again. Since their marriage has not yet been announced, she moves freely between the palace and the house. In her free time, she exhausts herself with training with the knights, not giving herself a moment of rest. Her body has an innate talent for swordsmanship, and she challenges anyone who dares. The sudden appearance of a mysterious silhouette interrupts her training, causing her to freeze in anticipation. The emperor arrived to prove the seriousness of his intentions and to correct his past mistake. He drops to one knee with a bouquet of blue roses, asking for her hand in marriage with all sincerity. In a panic, she begs him to stop, tired of this endless performance. The faithful servant is horrified to find her ruler broken and defeated by his refusal. He accepts her rudeness with understanding, seeing behind it only fear and confusion. Hannah is desperate and doesn't understand why her master chose the most ridiculous way to ruin everything. A wise woman decides not to dwell on the past, because a new challenge awaits them. The maid is interested in the lady's reaction, knowing that their probationary period depends on it. He bitterly admits that the response to his proposal was 100% negative. The experienced maid has a premonition that this crisis is far from the last one on their path. She gives him hope by reminding him that the lady did come to him last night. Hina insists on a sincere apology, as this is the only way to correct his grave mistake. She is confident in her advice, knowing that her master must understand and accept her wisdom. Her brother is furious and does not understand why she is linking her fate with such a man. The heroine calmly explains that all this haste is only the fault of the impatient emperor. Bastian angrily sends the messenger away, not wanting his sister to be disturbed again. She tries to calm him down, but her brother is sure that the emperor does not really care about her. He decides to go with her to protect her, afraid to let her go alone into the tyrant's lair. The ruler humbly asks for forgiveness, acknowledging that resentment may arise over time. She is surprised to hear Hana's name and does not understand who this mysterious advisor is. Suddenly, it dawns on her that Hena is that same old maid, wise and insightful. She accepts his apology with a smile, understanding his true, albeit clumsy intentions. The pragmatic heroine discards romance, only interested in the date of the wedding ceremony. Her cold calculation shocks her brother, who does not understand her true motives. The emperor coldly announces the marriage plans, shattering all of her brother's illusions. She calmly accepts her fate, reminding him that this marriage was inevitable. He is in despair, not ready to hand his sister over to the tyrant so quickly. The brother asks for a final conversation, but the emperor's cold gaze does not bode well. He begs her to change her mind, sensing that this dangerous union will only bring her pain. Behind the wall, the emperor hears their cries, and dark suspicions arise in his soul. Her unexpected protection makes his heart flutter, feeling her trust for the first time. Her hatred of the emperor infuriates her brother, who does not understand what really drives her. With a mischievous smile, she admits that she is only attracted to his good looks. His sudden concern for his appearance surprises the maid, who is unaware of his new incentive. He wants to look good for someone, and this desire changes his usual world. The faithful maid watches his transformation with humor, rejoicing at his little whims. Her honesty makes him try even harder to live up to her expectations. Everything is ready, and he awaits in anticipation the arrival of the one who will give him the long-awaited peace. She is ready to do her duty, but he stops her, wanting something more. He waits hopefully for her reaction, wanting her to notice his efforts. Her cold indifference hurts him because she doesn't notice any visible changes. He persistently searches her eyes for an answer, but she only repeats that she sees nothing. The girl anxiously tries to understand what is gnawing at the mysterious young man. Her determined gaze betrays a desire to get to the very bottom of things. Lillian, tired of the silence, leaves him alone with his thoughts. The creaking of carriage wheels announces arrival at a mysterious place. A mysterious stranger leads the heroine to an enchanted garden. The girl looks around in surprise, not understanding her companion's plan. She hesitantly rejects his proposal, sensing a hidden catch. The guy dispels her fears with a smile, but his true motives remain a mystery. Lillian hides the true, dangerous reason for her connection with the emperor. The young man hints at her superficial choice by comparing the emperor to a beautiful apple. He begs her to change her mind, sensing that this marriage will only bring pain. The heroine coldly rejects his pleas, unwilling to deviate from her plan. The return to the palace is marred by a shrewd and unpleasant remark. She is tormented by doubts because of his strange behavior and evasive answers. The emperor pronounces her name like a spell, seeing in her only a beautiful acquisition. His rage flares up at the slightest hint of doubt in his words. Her ambiguous words about freshness and youth horrify the young man. Behind their carefree laughter lies the secret of breaking an ancient taboo. She challenges the emperor in a bold way by telling him about her walk. Memories of a simple, happy day contrast with the stressful life of the palace. The girl, with a cold smile, gives him a chance to atone for his guilt. His heart skips a beat at her unexpected offer to spend time together. Lillian sets tough conditions. Her mistrust is felt in every word. The emperor, offended by her conditions, threatens to break the contract. Behind his imperious demands lies childish jealousy and fear of rejection. The emperor's vulgar thoughts about the upcoming meeting betray his true intentions. The naive maid offers him innocent entertainment, unaware of his plans. The idea of sweets seems like the perfect cover for his less than pure intentions. A flash of anger betrays his frustration. He craves more than just a snack. He is obsessed with an absurd thought, projecting his insecurities even onto cookies. Her sincere affection for a simple cookie disarms and confuses him. He cruelly breaks what she liked, venting his inner pain. The girl sees despair in his eyes and begins to understand his true feelings. In the silence of the room, he is tormented by doubts about his own ability to keep her. The fear of her leaving after the end of the contract becomes unbearable torture for him. The maid's attempts to instill hope in him seem like empty words. He clings to the illusion that spending time together will melt her heart. The realization of how little time he has to spend with her cuts him to the heart. He is tormented by the thought that any attachment can disappear in an instant. He makes a timid attempt to get closer, and her simple consent gives him a faint hope. His hopes for a date are dashed by her categorical refusal. He tries to pierce her armor with a desperate plea, closing the distance to the limit. Behind her, cheerful and carefree refusal, lies a cold calculation. The appearance of a faithful knight interrupts the tense moment between the heroes. The Emperor interrogates his subordinate with icy calm, suspecting him of a secret relationship. The rumors about his transformation due to love are just part of his cunning plan. The devoted knight vows to serve this fictitious love, not knowing the truth. A sumptuous dinner in the palace becomes the stage for an absurd performance. The advisor tries to teach the Emperor the language of love, but he is incapable of sincerity. The young man clumsily tries to follow the advice, but his words sound false. The bustle of the servants only emphasizes the oppressive atmosphere at the table. He continues his act, whispering rehearsed compliments that leave her unmoved. The Emperor's sweet speeches only caused shock and bewilderment among everyone present. His eerie desire to carve his name into her heart betrays his possessive nature. The girl leaves, leaving him alone with his failed performance. Lillian sees his fear of loneliness hidden behind the mask of a tyrant. She lifts the veil of secrecy, explaining her motives and past wounds. Her distrust hurts him, but her promise to stay close gives him a glimmer of hope. The news of her meeting with another man awakens irrational jealousy in him. Her calm answer leaves him with a chance that he desperately clings to. The upcoming meeting with a mysterious stranger makes the heroine's heart beat faster. Enter the dazzling Celestian Ellen, whose beauty is matched only by her dangerous reputation. Their meeting begins with an exchange of polite pleasantries, but there is tension in the air. Behind Celestian's charming facade lies her true and terrifying role in this story. Two strong women standing on a balcony prepare for an inevitable and decisive clash. Lillian understands with a slight smile that her new acquaintance is not interested in superficial values. The heroine sees in the villain a tragic reflection of her past, full of pain and suffering. Celestian's dark past, filled with humiliation and betrayal, finally comes to light. She bitterly accepted the role of a villain, because the cruel world left her no other choice. Celestian strikes the first blow, subtly chiding Lillian for her lack of real power and influence. Lillian uses her knowledge of the future to turn a sworn enemy into an unexpected ally. Celestian is intrigued by the girl's courage, seeing in her something more than just another rival. A casual conversation over tea becomes a field for a subtle and intense psychological game. Celestian watches her every gesture closely, trying to unravel the true motives of his guest. The sudden appearance of Count Ellen, who should be dead, ruins all of Lillian's plans. Hiding her shock, the girl tries to act naturally so as not to reveal her main secret. His miraculous rescue and Celestian's boundless devotion add a new twist to the story. Rumors of Lillian's incredible love power spread throughout the palace, creating her reputation as a miracle worker. Lillian's genuine smile and openness wins Celestian over, causing her to doubt her conclusions. Lillian becomes the only one who is not afraid and remains, breaking through the ice wall of Celestian. A direct question about her future as Empress takes the girl by surprise. Celestian tries to unravel Lillian's true motives, not believing in the sincerity of her feelings. The awkwardness of asking a question that is too personal hangs in the air, creating tension. A sudden attack shatters the fragile truce, leaving everyone in a state of shock. A desperate cry for help interrupts the idyll, and the peaceful garden turns into a place of struggle. The terrible truth is revealed. The attacker turns out to be a long-time and obsessive stalker. Lillian calmly neutralizes the stalker, demonstrating her unexpected and frightening power. Her decisive actions and steely gaze evoke a mixture of fear and admiration in Celestian. Celestian can't hide her embarrassment, taken by surprise by the boldness of her new acquaintance. Rumors of Lillian's incredible abilities reach the Emperor, causing him concern. His words are laced with poisonous jealousy. He cannot come to terms with the thought of another man. He tries to hide his vulnerability behind a mask of fatigue, but his eyes reveal his true feelings. A gentle kiss on the forehead gives him a fleeting moment of peace amidst a storm of emotions. The faithful knight tries in vain to reach the Emperor, who has locked himself in his solitude. The Emperor is furious. His imagination conjures up the darkest scenarios for meeting Lillian. He bitterly admits his complete failure, his pride crushed by her cold response. The knight is perplexed, because he was confident in the impeccability of his seduction advice. The Emperor repeats his ridiculous attempts to be romantic word for word. His macabre desire to carve his name into her heart sounds even more terrifying the second time. The failure is caused by absurd advice, and the knight cannot contain his hysterical laughter. The emperor listens to the request for a detailed report with icy calm. The knight's intense gaze leaves him no choice but to tell everything. Every word of the emperor kindles in the knight's soul an uncontrollable desire to hit him. The knight, with tears in his eyes, vows to turn his master into a real man. Behind the mask of a formidable tyrant lies a confused young man who does not know the language of love. The advisor's words about the power of actions ignite a spark of faint hope in the emperor's eyes. A faithful knight leads his master to a place where he can set things right. Her surprise at the sight of the emperor waiting for her at the table reveals a hidden curiosity. A clumsy but sincere gesture of homemade baked goods becomes his first timid attempt. She resolutely tries his treat, completely ignoring his embarrassed protests. Her thoughtful look after the first bite makes his heart skip a beat in anticipation. Her sincere praise for her culinary talents comes as a complete surprise to him. A quiet night walk under the stars gives them both rare and precious moments of intimacy. Her sincere smile and words of gratitude lift the heavy burden of doubts from his soul. Recognizing this day as the best fills his heart with triumph and hope for the future. Their shared laughter under the moon creates a new, fragile bond based on sincerity. His childish need for approval shows her a completely different, vulnerable side. The stormy and almost childish joy from her praise takes the girl by surprise. The emergence of a new, insightful hero threatens to destroy the fragile idyll. His playful advances and her confused reaction hint at the beginning of a love triangle. Celestian's unexpected visit with a basket of treats takes Lillian by surprise. Her cold question about the reason for the visit is broken by a warm smile and the aroma of freshly baked goods. The new acquaintance's impudence, who tries the treat without asking, irritates Lillian. Celestian watches their squabble with a slight grin, anticipating an interesting conversation. The living room has a relaxed atmosphere, but behind it lies a tense curiosity. Celestian's admission that she baked everything herself adds an unexpected depth to her character. A funny dialogue about fencing reveals the unusual talents and hidden sides of the heroines. Celestian sees in Lillian a kindred spirit who is not afraid to break the norm. Her secret dream of becoming a knight, buried under the weight of prejudice, suddenly comes to life. Painful memories of her father's prohibition reveal the reason for her melancholy and insecurity. The young man's mockery of outdated views touches Celestian to the quick. His subsequent words about female weakness hurt her, returning her to the painful past. Lillian's unexpected offer to become her fencing mentor stuns Celestian. This gesture of goodwill, disguised as a return favor, becomes a real gift for her. Her eyes fill with tears of happiness, because her cherished dream is about to come true. Their beaming smiles create a moment of pure joy, full of hope for a new friendship. Meanwhile, the Emperor is determinedly trying to master the basics of confectionery art. His culinary failure looks monstrous, but the servants are full of flattering compliments. Two maids enthusiastically pack his horrific cupcakes, preparing them for shipment. He is looking forward to the evening, unaware of the surprise he has prepared for his beloved. Their budding friendship grows stronger with each passing day, filled with shared training sessions and treats. Over cozy tea parties and conversations, they find comfort and support in each other. An unexpected knock on the door disturbs their privacy, heralding the arrival of an uninvited guest. The sudden appearance of the Emperor, domineering and jealous, instantly escalates the situation. He looks at the sweets with suspicion, seeing them not just as a treat, but as a challenge. Lillian demonstratively chooses her friend's cupcake, showing the Emperor his place in her heart. The failed baking becomes a metaphor for their complex and tangled relationship. His desperate attempt to show concern is dashed by her cold and detached calm. The oppressive silence at the table speaks louder than any words, revealing the general tension. Her words of gratitude for his efforts give him hope, making him forget about jealousy. A silent battle rages between Celestian and the Emperor for the right to stay with Lillian. Tired of his ambiguity, Lillian herself asks her friend to leave, thereby misleading her. A hint of a secret ability known only to the two of them strengthens their feminine union. Celestian leaves, taking with him not only the secret, but also his growing respect for Lillian. The idea of a slumber party becomes a symbol of simple and sincere friendship for Lillian. Her innocent joy is closely watched by the Emperor, whose eyes burn with a dark fire. The advisor awaits a progress report, unaware that he has witnessed a new round of madness. The Emperor's icy order to destroy an entire mansion leaves the knight in a state of shock. The real reason for his cruelty is petty jealousy and a desire to ruin the bachelorette party. The knight realizes with horror that his master is ready to do anything for his selfish desire. The realization of the true reason for the Emperor's wrath plunges the loyal knight into a state of shock. Celestian reflects on his new friendship with warm sadness, regretting the lost time. The upcoming pajama party leaves her feeling unexpectedly excited and a little unsure. While the knight seeks the strength to right his wrong, the emperor suggests a cowardly escape. The loyal advisor fears that Lillian's insight will easily uncover their clumsy plot. The knight subtly hints that a clumsy intervention could destroy a fragile female friendship. He reminds his master that his connection with Lillian is more than a passing infatuation. The wise advice achieves its goal, and a rare expression of understanding appears on the emperor's face. The knight realizes with slight sadness that his advice is no longer needed by this mature youth. Lillian talks about her bachelorette party with delight. Her happiness seems almost tangible. The emperor awkwardly tries to talk about the wedding. His true motives are visible to the naked eye. The experienced maid tactfully changes the conversation to choosing a dress, saving the awkward situation. While the emperor pretends to be asleep, the maid offers Lillian a look at her future chambers. His feigned sleepiness in asking about separate rooms betrays his true desire to be closer. Her logical desire for personal space clashes with his almost childish directness. He is shocked by her persistence, but she is delighted with her small but important victory. He cannot understand her caution, because their main goal is to maintain the appearance of marriage. The main question that torments him is why she so stubbornly keeps her heart under lock and key. He repeats her name in his mind, as if trying to solve the main mystery of his life. Celestian's rebuke catches Lillian off guard, reminding her of the promise she made. Celestian's piercing gaze breaks Lillian out of her troubled thoughts. A friend bitterly notes that the marriage of convenience does not bring Lillian a drop of joy. She admits that this alliance is just a cold deal to save lives. Every action she takes to survive paradoxically saves her enemies. Lillian shares her fear of the Emperor's unpredictable jealousy and wrath. Her naive confidence in her own rightness collided with his irrational thirst for intimacy. The tragic events of the original story continue to haunt her, reminding her of the stakes. Fear of the unknown future and the consequences of her intervention torments the girl's soul. A friend's unexpected offer to run away together gives her a glimmer of hope for freedom. The thought of a new, quiet life, far from intrigue and danger, seems incredibly tempting to her. She finds the strength to continue, because her main goal, to save everyone, is almost achieved. Lillian credits her friend for her support, which has helped her get through this last year. His direct question about a kiss makes her heart skip a beat, erasing the boundaries of their agreement. He desperately tries to understand if there is room in her heart for something more than duty. His rude reminder of her marital duties brings her back to harsh reality. Behind his question about the future of their relationship lies an almost childish plea for warmth. She gives him a promise with a beaming smile that both reassures and keeps him at bay. Realizing the true reason for his obsession, anxiety, makes her look at him differently. Despite all her efforts, she feels like the situation is getting out of control. His desperate grip and pained question break through her armor, revealing his suffering. Broken and humiliated, he tries to gather the remains of his dignity in a cold corner of the palace. Her promise, given with a beaming smile, now became the source of his excruciating pain. He despairingly realizes that their fragile connection, based on ritual, is doomed to fade. The ghost of her departure a year later haunts him, picturing her escape to freedom. It breaks his heart to realize that her kindness is just a wall he cannot penetrate. The thought of Lillian's casual friendship with another woman poisons his soul with burning jealousy and misunderstanding. His inner storm spills out, turning the throne room into a scene of tyrannical wrath. He hides his pain behind the icy mask of a ruler, demanding an account of matters he is indifferent to. Ruthlessly rejecting the pleas of his subordinates, he takes out his impotence and despair on them. The intervention of a wise advisor interrupts his tyranny, returning him to an even more painful topic. Discussing the wedding becomes torture for him, as every aspect reminds him of her detachment. The political intrigue surrounding their marriage only increases his feelings of hopelessness and loneliness. He brushes aside state affairs, unable to bear the falsehood of this planned union. The entire court stood frozen in anticipation, unaware that their emperor was on the verge of total collapse. Trying on a wedding dress turns her into a fairy tale princess, distant and unattainable. The fuss over the details of the outfit only highlights how little he knows about the woman who will become his wife. The general admiration for her beauty only reinforces the feeling of her inaccessibility. Questions about the wedding date sound like a countdown to the day his pretense ends. Her friend's whisper, full of doubts, becomes for Lillian a bitter confirmation of her own fears. Behind Celestian's cheerful smile and congratulations lies concern for her friend's future. The sister's farewell is filled with bitter tenderness and a premonition of a long separation. Behind her bold promise to save her sister lies a desperate plea for her happiness. Lillian's tears, which she tried so hard to hold back, reveal the full weight of her sacrifice. The last embrace becomes a silent vow and a farewell to a past life. The haughty visit of the imperial family's envoy breaks the silence of the empty house. The lavish wedding gifts seem to the brother not to be a sign of love, but a price for his sister's soul. Rumors of the emperor's deep love only increase his despair, because he knows the truth. He realizes with horror that his sister is forever lost to him in a golden cage. The naive servants in the palace are excitedly discussing their master's upcoming wedding. They see Lillian as a sorceress who managed to melt the icy heart of their formidable emperor. Behind their backs, someone is watching, who sees only falsehood and weakness in this love story. His cold gaze assesses Lillian, seeing her not as a savior, but just another pawn. He is making his own dark plans, in which she is given a completely different role. Sword training becomes Lillian's only escape from a world of intrigue. The sudden appearance of a mysterious figure in the forest makes her heart stop with fear. The silhouette of the stranger awakens a terrible suspicion in her, but something seems wrong. The appearance of Prince Sulan Kaldor, shrouded in mystery, brings a new threat into her life. His politeness and manners contrast sharply with the icy hatred in his eyes. The tragic story of his past explains his fierce hatred for the imperial family. His words that she has nothing to fear sound like the most sophisticated and dangerous lie. She resolutely rejects the dangerous ally, knowing the disaster this path will lead to. Her cold refusal to go is just a polite cover for deep dislike and fatigue. His pride is wounded by her icy silence, and this only fuels his obsession. The thought that she preferred another drives him to frenzy and blind rage. The naive idea of a gift turns into a dismal failure, emphasizing its clumsiness. All his cunning plans are shattered by her unpredictability, driving him into a rage. He realizes with horror that this woman is not someone he can easily bend to his will. Tired of failures, he decides to take matters into his own hands, and his look does not bode well. Meeting her friend becomes a breath of fresh air for her in the stifling atmosphere of intrigue. She feels someone's gaze on her, and her heart squeezes with a bad feeling. Her request for a walk in the garden is not just politeness, but a desperate attempt to prolong the moment of peace. A playful proposal for a duel erases the boundaries of their status, turning them into real friends. She sheepishly admits her inexperience, but her eyes glow with determination to become stronger. Celestian's flirtatious hint catches Lillian off guard, adding a touch of spice to their friendship. The fighting spirit and determination in their eyes indicate that this training will be intense. The scraping of steel breaks the silence of the garden, their dance of swords full of grace and hidden danger. A sudden burst of magic and the disappearance of the observer prove that their enemy is very close. The realization that the old threat is still in the air makes them prepare for the worst. She takes on the role of protector, realizing that now it is not only her life that is at risk. Another failure plunges him into the abyss of rage. His powerlessness is humiliating and unbearable. The failure of his cunning plan with the flowers leaves Sulan in an indescribable rage. He acknowledges her intelligence and cunning with hatred, seeing her not just as a victim, but as an equal opponent. He is tormented by the suspicion that the Emperor has already become a puppet in her capable hands. The meeting between two longtime rivals is filled with icy politeness, behind which lies a fierce hatred. Sulan notices changes in him, but does not believe in the sincerity of this new soft mask. The Emperor's clumsy attempt at hospitality only strengthens Sulan's suspicions of his insincerity. The old cookies become for him irrefutable proof of the falseness of this feigned hospitality. Behind his words about trying to be a good husband, Sulan sees only a desperate desire to keep her. His caustic grin is just a cover for the bitterness and disappointment of her choice. The thought that she had so easily changed his sworn enemy cuts him to the heart. The past does not let him go, and the pain of losing his beloved once again ignites a thirst for revenge. Her appearance at the party of the most greedy marquis becomes a real sensation. The elderly marquis couple, hiding their greed, are trying to gain the trust of the future empress. Under pressure from curious guests, she begins to weave her own fictional love story. Her romantic tale of the stars captivates everyone except one man in the shadows. Her privacy is disturbed by the host of the evening, whose true intentions are far from small talk. She curses herself inwardly for her carelessness, realizing that she has fallen into a trap. His vile proposal, covered with false politeness, is met with her immediate and cold rebuff. He throws off his mask, revealing his true ugly face, full of lust and contempt. Behind his threats, she sees not only danger, but also an opportunity to learn something important. Her icy threat interrupts his mad tirade, saving him from certain death. The appearance of a mysterious stranger adds a note of icy danger to the already tense scene. She demands immediate justice, seeing in him not a savior, but an instrument of her revenge. Sulan begins to guess the true reason for the Emperor's obsession, and this guess frightens him. His cruel offer of forgiveness sounds like the most sophisticated and humiliating punishment. He throws the Marquis off the balcony, demonstrating his boundless power and contempt for human life. His sadistic pleasure in the suffering of others reveals his true, monstrous nature. The arrival of Sait, a character from her past life, brings a note of unexpected warmth to the pre-wedding bustle. She realizes with horror that a character who should not exist has become reality. The mere mention of his name by his sister becomes a sign of destiny and hope for him. She invites him to the wedding with a polite smile, hiding her true feelings and fears. His naive joy at the invitation is shattered by the harsh reality and his sister's cold gaze. Her icy gaze becomes a silent warning to anyone who dares to offend Lillian. She gives Lillian a gift from Sait, trying to ease the awkwardness and tension. An elegant scarf, embroidered by his hands, becomes a symbol of tenderness and care for her. His modest invitation to the store sounds like the most sincere and touching confession. Their farewell is filled with unspoken sadness and gratitude for the hope given. Wedding preparations are in full swing, but her heart remains cold and empty. Behind her angelic beauty and radiance lies a heart full of cold and despair. His confused and adoring look suggests that, for him, this marriage is more than just a deal. This crown is not a symbol of love, but a heavy burden of power and cold calculation. She is just a beautiful symbol presented to the people. Her true feelings do not concern anyone. Their ideal union is just a carefully staged performance for the whole world. The desperate cry of a brother is a cry about a lost sister who has left her home forever. The priest's solemn question sounds like a sentence depriving her of freedom. Her lifeless answer and empty vow seal this union based on lies. His confident agreement is full of unspoken hope that she cannot share. She tries to convince herself that her only job is to be his sleeping pill. The cold metal of the ring on her finger becomes a symbol of their unbreakable but empty union. His gentle kiss on the hand is the first touch, full of unspoken feelings and hopes. The fear of falling asleep from his kiss is mixed with anxiety before the inevitable closeness. His quiet whisper and gentle embrace are a fragile bridge over the abyss of her fear. Their first kiss is a collision of two worlds, full of hope and desperate emptiness. The memory of the sweetness of her lips haunts him, igniting a forbidden desire. His sudden concern and worry about her fatigue takes her by surprise. He realizes with horror and relief that the curse did not work, and his hope is alive. Her innocent request for help sounds to him like the most daring and exciting invitation. She reminds him of their wedding night with cold calm, but her eyes are full of anxiety. Her order to lie down next to her is not an invitation to intimacy, but merely the fulfillment of a cold duty. Her determined look suggests that she is willing to do anything to fulfill her part of the deal. His shocked question is a cry of wounded pride, not concern. Her business proposal finally destroys his naive hopes for a romantic night. Her touch on his neck is not a gesture of tenderness, but simply checking his pulse before putting him to sleep. His confused look reveals that until the very end, he did not believe in the seriousness of her intentions. A gentle kiss on the forehead is the last thing he remembers before falling asleep. The new empress accepts her new status and responsibilities with cold dignity. The servants' ingratiating smiles only emphasize her loneliness in this golden palace. She thanks them with a polite smile, but there is weariness and detachment in her eyes. The luxurious chambers seem to her not like a home, but rather like a beautiful prison from which there is no escape. Her feigned delight conceals the terrible thought that her deception is known only to one person. Inspecting the chambers becomes torture for her, because every detail reminds her of her fictitious marriage. Choosing a personal maid becomes not a privilege for her, but another tiresome duty. She decides to break the system and choose someone who will not see her as just a stepping stone to power. Her choice falls on the most inconspicuous and modest girl from the entire list. The news of the Empress's choice plunges the humble servant into a state of shock and disbelief. She is tormented by doubts about her own abilities. She is afraid of not living up to the trust placed in her. The headmaid encourages her, but there are notes of envy and discontent in her voice. The first meeting with the Empress becomes a real test of strength for the young servant. She is surprised to discover that behind the Empress's cold facade lies kindness. A warm cup of tea and the calm voice of the hostess help her overcome her fear and anxiety. The young maid's embarrassment is mixed with delight at the great honor bestowed upon her. Lillian explains with a slight smile that simplicity and sincerity are more important to her than high birth. Inspired by her words, the girl with shining eyes swears eternal fidelity. While the emperor is lost in his thoughts, the entire palace freezes in anticipation of his decision. He resolutely heads to her chambers, because only next to her does he find peace. Lillian's presence transformed the cold palace of his childhood into a place filled with warmth. Even after becoming emperor, he cannot rid himself of the icy ghost of his cruel mother. Her tired but gentle smile becomes his salvation from dark memories. He lets the maid go, wanting to be alone with the one who has become the center of his universe. Her sudden weakness awakens a panic fear in him, revealing the depth of his feelings. He thinks about physical intimacy, while she is tormented by the surreality of what is happening. Her unexpected offer of a massage becomes a timid step towards each other. Under her gentle touch, for the first time in many years, he feels true peace. He watches her peaceful sleep with trepidation, not daring to disturb this fragile peace. Sitting by her bed, he is surprised to realize that his heart no longer obeys him. The cursed night he had always hated gave him, for the first time, not torment, but healing. In the silence of the bedroom, he silently admits that she is the only one who could change him. He thanks her for melting the ice not only in the palace, but also in his soul. Waking up in his arms leaves her in a state of shock and panic. The realization that he didn't sleep all night becomes her worst nightmare. His tender care is a fragile sprout of sincere feeling in the garden of their fictitious marriage. She tries to take the blame, but he sees only fear and fatigue in her eyes. Her promise to return becomes a lifeline for him in a sea of loneliness. His happy smile is a silent acknowledgement of how much she means to him. He refuses to rest, because the thought of meeting her is stronger than any fatigue. The maid reveals to him the secret of her gift, and he realizes with horror the full complexity of the situation. He understands that even a light touch to her could cause her to fall into a painful sleep. She reveals to him new details of her gift, and he admires her strength and composure. His timid request to stay with her is a cry from the soul, longing for warmth and closeness. Her touch to his lips is not a kiss, but only a test before she leaves. Instead of a romance novel, she chooses a boring treatise, emphasizing the businesslike nature of their relationship. Her disappointment at the inaccuracy of the information only increases her anxiety about the upcoming events. The absence of the emperor becomes an unpleasant surprise for her, ruining her plans. She finds his robe, and a daring and risky plan is born in her head. The maids enthusiastically support her idea, seeing it as an expression of true love. She decides to take a bold step to remind him of herself and her conditions. Her sudden appearance at the council comes as a complete surprise to everyone. She interrupts their conversation with a polite smile, unaware that they are deceiving her. The clumsy attempt to hide the true reason for the meeting only increases her suspicions. She exposes their lies with icy calm, showing that she is not so easily deceived. The slammed door becomes a symbol of their forced solitude and unspoken tension. Her visit is not only a gesture of gratitude, but also an attempt to regain control of the situation. She leaves, leaving him alone with his thoughts and unspoken feelings. His gentle touch is a silent plea to stay and share his loneliness. His request for warmth is a cry from the soul, thirsting not for physical closeness, but for peace of mind. In his arms, she feels no passion, but only weariness and the weight of his burden. She sees him not as a tyrant, but only as a tired man carrying the weight of an empire on his shoulders. Her heart is torn between sympathy for him and a desperate desire to survive. Compassion for his pain makes her forget about her own safety and take risks. She decides to take matters into her own hands and find a way to alleviate his melancholy. While searching for a love story, she finds an ancient book that could change everything. The sudden appearance of her brother disturbs her solitude, but his presence brings her comfort. His carefree answer to her question about the reason for his visit conceals deep concern for her. His ominous joy at finding the book gives her an unpleasant premonition. She watches the strange preparations with alarm, not understanding her brother's plan. The appearance of a huge number of books comes as a complete surprise to her and arouses suspicion. She realizes with horror that all these affairs are just part of his cunning and dangerous plan. His promise to get her anything she wants sounds like the sweetest and most dangerous temptation. He offers her an escape route, but there is hope in his eyes that she will stay. The news that her brother brought her handsome men plunges the emperor into a state of shock and rage. The maid's words become for him an unexpected key to the heart of the unapproachable empress. The thought that she loves to read fills his soul with tenderness and childish joy. He is surprised to learn that her joy in books exceeded all his wildest expectations. Memories of a past full of intrigue and mistrust force him to search for hidden meaning. His sudden appearance in her chambers is not just a visit, but a desperate attempt to get closer. He jealously hands her the book, seeing it not just as a gift, but as a rival. His heart sinks at the thought that this day is just a fragile moment before her departure. Reading the description of the hero, he is surprised to recognize in him the features of his main rival. Her genuine delight in reading becomes a sweet poison and a source of inspiration for him. He decides to use her love for novels to become the main character in her life. Her confession of love for the handsome men makes his heart skip a beat. He is embarrassed, but at the same time proud that his appearance matches her ideals. The realization that he is her ideal plunges him into a state of euphoria and shock. He tries to hide his embarrassment, but his red cheeks and confused look give him away. He decides to transform himself to fully match the image of her ideal hero. His clumsy attempts to look attractive leave the servants puzzled. With childish naivety, he asks her opinion, expecting to hear words of admiration. The maids can hardly contain their laughter, seeing their formidable emperor in such a ridiculous form. She sadly recalls her former freedom, which now seems like an impossible dream to her. The new role of empress brings down upon her an avalanche of responsibilities and social intrigues. Tired of endless invitations, she makes her choice, deciding to take the initiative into her own hands. The maid is in a panic because her mistress has chosen an event that everyone else has refused. She takes on the role of organizer with cold confidence, ensuring that everything goes according to her rules. Meanwhile, another girl becomes a pawn in the hands of her ambitious mother. She is pushed into high society with the sole purpose of gaining the trust of the new empress. The young girl's doubts and fears are shattered by the icy confidence of her domineering mother. She goes out into the world armed only with her kindness, not knowing what awaits her. At the reception, they are greeted by a radiant empress, whose warmth disarms at first glance. The clumsy flattery of one of the guests only causes her mild irritation and bewilderment. Lillian gracefully introduces her new chef, turning a social gathering into a tasting. Her naturalness and lack of arrogance completely destroy all stereotypes about her. Her happy smile from the praise of the baked goods is a rare moment of genuine and simple joy. She moves into poetry with ease, and her confidence and control over the situation are admirable. She thanks the guests, but her thoughts are already occupied with upcoming, more important matters. An impudent guest tries to take advantage of her kindness to present an inappropriate and expensive gift. The luxurious decoration becomes a symbol of his selfish motives and an attempt at bribery. She rejects his gift with icy calm, reminding him of the cultural purpose of their meeting. Her penetrating gaze sees behind his false smile only a thirst for power and profit. She delivers a crushing blow by mentioning his brother's career ambitions. Her departure is a silent warning, a reminder of who really rules here. Her poetry evening is a triumph, leaving behind a feeling of lightness and satisfaction. She addresses the quietest and most inconspicuous girl, giving her a chance to be heard. The young lady's naive question about how to make friends with her leaves everyone slightly puzzled. An unexpected invitation to the palace becomes a real gift of fate for the girl. She can hardly believe her luck, because her cherished dream is about to come true. Those who see this sincerity as nothing more than a convenient tool for their own plans remain in the shadows. The envious glances and fake smiles of other guests cannot hide their disappointment. She accepts their flattery with a slight smile, preparing for a new week full of intrigue. The maid tenderly helps her take off her dress, her concern for her mistress almost palpable. The servant's admiration for her talent as an organizer comes as an unexpected and pleasant surprise to her. Their praise of her courage and determination makes her forget her fears for a moment. Discussing outfits for the next reception brings her back to the reality of social life. She asks with slight weariness to bring her jewelry, preparing for her new role. Fatigue and sleepless nights are reflected on the face of her faithful servant, causing her anxiety. His confused and adoring look gives away his feelings completely. He jealously asks about her plans, afraid that she will slip away from him again. She rejects his compliments with slight irony, but a warm smile can be seen in her eyes. His possessive instinct takes over, and he decides to accompany her to the reception. He tries to convince her of the need for them to appear together, but his true motives are obvious. Despite his logical arguments, her intuition tells her that this evening will not be easy. Her promise to wait for him at 3 o'clock becomes a lifeline for him in a sea of loneliness. His embarrassed cough and confused look reveal the depth of his feelings. Meanwhile, young Marion is inundated with letters from admirers eager for her attention. A letter from Count Calson's son comes as an unexpected and exciting event to her. The maid enthusiastically discusses the handsome aristocrat, not knowing his true motives. His flattery and brave ladylike manner only arouse suspicion and distrust in her. She bitterly realizes that she has become just a bargaining chip in the hands of ambitious aristocrats. The anticipation of meeting the Empress makes her heart beat faster, full of hopes and fears. The first glance at the Empress in the garden amazes her with its unearthly beauty and grandeur. An awkward compliment from one of the guests only evokes contempt and disgust in her. She realizes with horror that her idol, the Empress, could be interested in such a non-entity. She is filled with jealousy and resentment because she considers herself unworthy of even the Empress's glance. She rejects his flattery with icy calm, reminding him of her status as a married woman. His brazen mention of her name sends the Emperor into a state of icy rage. All present freeze in horror as they see their master draw his sword. He was ready to forgive her a lot, but the attack on his wife was the last straw. His icy command to die sounds like a sentence, leaving no chance for salvation. She is horrified to realize that her carefully planned reception could end in bloodshed. The thought that the guest's death will tarnish her reputation drives her to action. She comes to his defense, but the Emperor rejects her plea for mercy with cold fury. The appearance of a new guest interrupts their conversation, but his words are full of hidden threat. His jealous question is not just curiosity, but an attempt to understand her true feelings. With a touch of irony, she uses his own weapon, flattery, to disarm and calm him. Her compliment on his beauty comes as an unexpected and pleasant surprise to him. Her remark about his character becomes a cold shower for him, bringing him back to reality. The memory of her death by the sword makes her view violence with disgust. Her sinister smile and words about his appearance are silent revenge for his cruelty. The distribution of leaflets about her secret rival comes as a complete surprise to him. He realizes with horror that he underestimated her intelligence and cunning, falling into her own trap. His clumsy attempts to justify himself only increase her suspicions and strengthen her power. With icy calm, he drives the Marquise into a corner, using his own words against him. Under his merciless gaze, the Marquis feels his world crumbling before his eyes. Her appearance with a tray of food is not just a thoughtful gesture, but a subtle move in their complex game. She watches his confusion with a slight smile, enjoying her small victory. He is in a panic because her appearance ruins all his plans and puts him in an awkward position. Her presence softens his anger, turning the formidable tyrant into a confused youth. She watches the humiliated Marquise with curiosity, trying to understand his true motives. Realizing that this is his chance, the Marquise decides to leave immediately so as not to aggravate the situation. A few hours before, his wife, with tears in her eyes, begged the Empress for help. Her insolence and disrespect for the Empress became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The father is horrified by what his wayward son has done. The tension in the room is growing due to the upcoming meeting with the Marquise. The girl thinks with anxiety about the injustice of the upcoming punishment. The Marquise Klein, who hates lies, becomes an unexpected ally. The heroine cunningly enlists the support of an influential woman. The girl with blue hair is thinking about her next move in this intrigue. Amidst the chaos, the maids find something that can change everything. Daring and desperate ideas are born in the girls' heads. The young man arrives in an empty hall, feeling an ominous silence. He and she sit on the throne, but the harmony is deceptive. Lillian panics at the thought of the upcoming meeting. The young man tries to calm his beloved, but his gaze betrays anxiety. The sudden appearance of the courtier only increases the oppressive atmosphere. The white-haired boy senses the deception hidden behind polite words. The courtier leaves, leaving the heroes alone with their dark thoughts. A conspiracy is brewing behind the palace walls, and tension hangs in the air. The hero realizes how obsessed he is with Lillian and everything connected with her. He is tormented by doubts as to whether he is as important to her as she is to him. He cooked a steak for her, trying to express his feelings through caring. The taste of food awakens a storm of emotions and unexpected insight in the girl. The young man shyly welcomes the praise, hoping that his culinary talents are the key to her heart. The girl's sincere smile conceals her growing anxiety over the Emperor's strange behavior. His obsessive care and constant presence begin to arouse her suspicions. Even the books brought from the library seem to her to be part of some cunning plan. She is struck by the wild thought that he could give up the throne for the role of a simple servant next to her. The young man mentally rejects her guesses, because power is above all else for him. He notices her confusion and tries to understand the reason for the sudden change in her mood. The guy proudly waits for praise for his dishes, not noticing the girl's true feelings. Lillian begins to suspect that his strange behavior is somehow connected to her brother. She understands that behind his apparent kindness, there may be a cruel and calculating manipulator. The girl makes a provocative offer, testing how far he is willing to go. She goes over all the possible motives in her mind, from money to something more intimate. The heroine asks a direct and shocking question to throw him off track. The young man is stunned and confused by her frank directness. She pins him against the wall, demanding that he stop this game and reveal his true intentions. The girl wearily admits that his constant attention is exhausting her. He sheepishly tries to justify himself, but she is already ready to go on the offensive. She shows him a strange seal, adding another mystery to their tense conversation. The boy explains the meaning of the seal, unwittingly revealing part of his plan. The heroine confidently asks for the paper, feeling that she is now in control of the situation. He proudly displays the seal, seeing it as a well-deserved reward. But there is a hint of mischief in his eyes. His words about his own worthlessness reveal a deep childhood trauma. Admitting that the cruelest words he heard came from his mother reveals the true source of his mental scars. A dark flashback shows a powerful woman whose outsized ambitions broke her son's will. His mother's humiliating reproaches about shame were forever imprinted on his mind. For the first time, he confides his pain to her, admitting that echoes of the past still haunt him. His mistrust of the world, born in childhood, poisoned even the most sincere feelings for her. His harsh upbringing left him unable to trust not only others, but himself. He bitterly realizes what he has become, and this self-hatred is mixed with pity. In his arms, she realizes that behind the mask of a tyrant lies a wounded soul. An ancient secret about her family, which possesses a power that is more like a curse, is revealed. She believes that somewhere there is a man who is capable of loving him for who he really is, and not for his imperial title. His playful smile and contradictory words create a moment of unexpected closeness between them. A tender kiss makes her think about her true and confused feelings for him. The time for reports arrives, and personal dramas give way to dry palace politics. The courtier proudly wears the emperor's seal of approval on his forehead, considering it the highest award. This special seal proves to be a coveted mark of distinction for all who serve at court. Envy and admiration mingle in conversations, as the seal comes with a generous reward. A spirit of competition reigns in the palace corridors, where the ruler's good mood is a chance for advancement. The heroine reflects with irony on the emperor's talent for humiliating people with the help of the honorary seal. Rumors spread throughout the palace that the funny seal was invented by the empress herself. The idea of receiving the same seal evokes wild delight and envy among the ladies of the court. One of the maids of honor hands over a medallion with an unexpected and very personal request. The mention of the portrait takes the girl by surprise. Her playful question about whose portrait will decorate the medallion makes the maid of honor blush. The heroine, with a sly smile, refuses to put the seal if the portrait is her own. It turns out that the medallion will contain a portrait of the emperor, who is watching the scene with a cold look. The girl laughs at the idea of why the young man gives ministers these humiliating cliches. The guy calmly explains that the more noticeable the praise, the stronger its effect. It turns out that the initiator of this strange tradition was an enterprising count. The hero touches his forehead, but is surprised to find that the seal is already in his hand. He entrusts her with the right to put the seal, but on one condition, only to him. The young man lies down, ready for the reward, but she firmly stops him. With a sly smile, the girl hints that she has another, special seal. She kisses him tenderly, leaving her own unique mark of approval. He looks at the sleeping Lillian, realizing that her touch has changed his world. Now he sees her power not as a curse, but as a true blessing meant only for him. Every action of hers feels like a precious gift, healing his old wounds. He proudly announces to the council that the empress has honored him with her personal seal. The cheerful laughter of the courtiers turns to icy silence when the emperor hears the careless desire of one of them. The emperor's wrath falls upon the courtier, whose careless words have ignited his possessive anger. A quiet tea party is filled with care, where even the size of the cookies reflects the maid's devotion. The meticulous attention to detail reveals a deep understanding of the empress's habits and little irritants. The heroine's sincere smile brings a wave of relief, becoming a small victory in the quiet palace life. The light-hearted joke about the tiny cookie hides a deep appreciation for the effort that went into it. The sudden appearance of the emperor disrupts the calm atmosphere, instantly changing the mood in the room. She challenges him directly, her sharp words cutting through the pleasantries to touch on palace gossip. The memory of the frightened courtier hovers in the room, a reminder of the emperor's dangerous jealousy. The maid quietly withdraws, leaving the emperor and empress in a cloud of tense intimacy. Left alone, the maid's devotion turns into furious indignation at someone else's insolence. In the silence of her art studio, the girl reveals her secret passion. The sketch on the canvas reveals her muse and secret admiration, a portrait of the empress, executed with love. Her friend encourages her, unaware of the dangerous secret hidden in the drawing. She pours her sleepless nights into canvas, finding forbidden joy in immortalizing the image of her mistress. The sudden appearance of her muse takes the artist by surprise, and behind the playful smile lies potential danger. Panic grips a young artist as the ghost of her unfinished painting looms over her, her secret revealed. The empress's gaze falls on the forbidden portrait, and in that silent moment, the servant's fate hangs in the balance. An hour earlier, the restless empress finds an opportunity in her husband's unusually early sleep. A simple desire to eat a cookie sets her on a path that will lead to an unexpected discovery. A streak of light from the doorway reveals a secret, drawing the empress into the hidden world of her servant. Standing among her secret drawings, the maid freezes in horror before the suddenly appearing empress. The girl's fear turns to despair as she mumbles apologies, fearing punishment for her insolence. In the delicate sketches, the empress sees not just drawings, but deep, sincere admiration. The heroine's gaze falls on the tiny figures, and an unexpected request sounds in her voice. Inspired by the maid's talent, Lillian is inspired by the idea of creating a figurine of someone dear to her. Pure delight lights up the girl's face when the fear of punishment gives way to the joy of shared creativity. The weight of state affairs weighs on the emperor, plunging him into gloomy despondency. He finds Lillian asleep from exhaustion, and a touch of tenderness flashes in his gaze. In his hands appears a tiny figure, glowing with the warmth of her hidden feelings. He realizes that this figurine is a miniature copy of himself, and his heart fills with quiet joy. Waking up, the girl sees him with the craft in his hands and freezes with embarrassment. He takes the unfinished figurine as if it were a precious treasure, despite her protests. His warm smile and quiet word of approval dispel all her fears. The young man proudly displays a miniature version of himself to stunned ministers. The courtiers see this not just as a gift, but as a sign of the empress's special favor and talent. One cunning minister turns a personal gift into a guarantee of prosperity for the entire empire. Behind the backs of the flattering courtiers appears a stern figure whose gaze is more penetrating than all of them put together. The wise maid subtly hints to the emperor that such a gift requires a reciprocal gesture. Lillian looks in bewilderment at the tiny rabbit figurine, clearly made by an unskilled hand. An experienced servant encourages the ruler to reciprocate the gift with his own handicraft. The young man's gaze, full of horror, falls on the ugly figures, his creation. He despairs at the thought of Lillian filing for divorce after seeing this horrible gift. It suddenly dawns on him why the advisor had been so insistent on baking simple cookies. Food, even if it's ugly, can be tasty, and most importantly, it won't remain an eternal reproach. But he wanted to create something eternal and meaningful, like the figurine she made for him. His gaze falls on a precious stone, a symbol of eternity that will not fade. The advisor suggests creating something similar to Lillian's own gift, playing on his feelings. The thoughtful talk about the empress's golden hands only increases his uncertainty. The advisor's gentle prodding to give a return gift becomes a real challenge for him. The emperor is overcome with despair at the thought of his own clumsiness, which has become a new problem. The assistant offers a solution, but warns that you will have to moderate your expectations. The sudden appearance of a red-haired girl interrupts Lillian's thoughts about the past. An old friend takes her for a walk, promising to dispel her gloomy thoughts under a clear sky. An empty gym becomes the perfect place for conversation and old habits. There is a challenge in the air, the promise of a full-on sparring session that both have been waiting for so long. The heroine's heightened senses detect someone's hidden presence in the shadows of the trees. The rustling in the bushes seems deceptively innocent, but the feeling of being watched does not leave her. A dark silhouette in the foliage confirms her worst fears. They are indeed being watched. The question about strengthening the guard sounds innocent, but her friend's sinister smile reveals her true thoughts. A new guardian, with a menacing appearance and scars, turns out to be unexpectedly gentle with a tiny puppy. The simple question sounds like a rare and timid invitation into his world. Her surprise reveals how distant they have become, forgetting about simple joys. His confused desire to take a walk is the cry of a soul tired of loneliness in the palace. A hope lights up in her eyes that they can bring back the ease of the old days. Under the cover of night, they find rare moments of carefree happiness that belong only to them. Their quiet solitude in the garden is filled with a tenderness that is so lacking in their lives. He remembers the past with a smile, realizing how much she changed him by teaching him to care. The emperor bends his knee, and this gesture means more than all the treasures of the empire. Her world is turned upside down, because in the book she knew, he never bowed his head. The delicate bracelet on her ankle becomes a symbol of their new, fragile connection. His admission that he wanted to reciprocate her kindness reveals his vulnerability. She asks with bated breath if he made the gift himself, hoping for a miracle. The admission that he had at least done the engraving made the gift priceless in her eyes. She gently touches his bandaged hand, not understanding why he went through this pain. His clumsy attempt to hide the cause of the wound only emphasizes the depth of his feelings. Her kiss on his wounded hand becomes a silent vow and a promise of healing. The search was successful, but the vial found seems too small for great deeds. Behind the gleam of the headmaid's glasses lies an iron will that guarantees results. An antique bottle from the collection of a former emperor holds the secret to healing any wound. The last hope for healing his hand now lies in this rare and expensive medicine. He drinks the medicine, but true healing for him is more than just a healed wound. His hand is healed, but for him, it will forever remain marked by her precious kiss. Healing her hand is just an excuse for him to touch her again and give her even more. His thoughts are already occupied with the upcoming ball, which promises to become an arena for new intrigues. The return of Prince Sular to the capital is the shadow of a new threat looming over the fragile world of the heroes. The faithful maid's eyes are filled with determination. She is ready to do anything to find out the Empress's choice. She believes that even a small trick can become the key to their rapprochement, because the Empress will not be able to refuse. In her dreams, they are already dancing, and this dance is a symbol of their future, which she is so desperately trying to speed up. Having fallen from helplessness, she still vows to appreciate any outcome. Her devotion knows no bounds. The memory of the mysterious pursuer forms a disturbing picture, confirming her worst suspicions. For the prince, summer is not a time of warmth, but a season of revenge, fueled by memories of lost love. The missed chance to harm Celestian was a fatal mistake for him, for which he will now have to pay. She understands that the calm is deceptive, and that behind the walls of the enemy fortress, a storm is brewing, ready to fall at any moment. There is a sense of confidence in his appearance. He did not come just like that, but with a specific purpose. His words are skillful flattery. He talks about beautiful things, but his gaze is directed only at her. She interrupts his empty compliments, her voice serious, because she has a real request. His willingness to help is dashed by her firm no, leaving him completely bewildered. She asks him for protection for Madeline, but her real concern is with Celestian, who is being followed. His reaction to the threat to civilians is a mask of a noble knight. Hiding a predatory grin, she clarifies the details, realizing that surveillance is not a threat, but a quiet, sinister game with unknown rules. He confidently hands the matter over to his brother, leaving her in the center of events. Unexpectedly, he returns, bringing with him not just words, but living proof. His light-hearted jokes clash with her icy irritation, creating tension. In a room without servants, a brutal interrogation begins, where the stakes are very high. She offers him the illusion of hope, but his fate is already sealed by her cold calculation. Behind his persecution lies a pathetic story of rejected love that turned into obsession. His face is distorted with contempt for the cowardice of a man who turned refusal into persecution. Her words about the bloody knife pierce the silence, turning him from a pursuer into a victim. Her fury explodes in one precise blow, breaking through his pathetic lies. He understands that his crime is not just an obsession, but a violation of forbidden boundaries. His desperate excuses only strengthen her suspicions that someone is behind him. An ominous picture forms in her head, pointing to the shadow of Prince Sular. He looks at her, awaiting the verdict, admitting that what he did was a crime. His admiration for his sister turns to determination when guards enter the room. His cries of injustice are drowned out by the silence, for he dared to challenge the emperor's wife. She coldly retorts his lie, because an attempt on the life of a member of the imperial family is a grave crime. He is horrified to see how easily aristocrats can destroy a man without a single piece of evidence. The memory of the glitter of the precious stone and the insidious warning reveals to him the truth about the betrayal. The stone that falls to the floor becomes irrefutable evidence, and the shadow of power envelops it with a sinister smile. With her slight smile, his fate is sealed, and news of his shameful crime spreads throughout the country. Behind Lillian's apparent calm, her friend senses echoes of the horror she experienced. Her bold request to hold his hand is a test of strength and a sign of deep affection. The girl's embarrassment reveals her vulnerability, which she so carefully hides from everyone. In her strong hand, Lillian feels not feminine tenderness, but the reliability of a seasoned warrior. A light compliment about the beauty of her hands conceals deep admiration for her strength of spirit. A playful offer of a kiss becomes a subtle game, full of hints and hidden desires. Behind their playful squabbles about sleep lies a deep understanding and care for each other. The sudden appearance of the emperor, whose face is distorted by jealousy, destroys the fragile idol. The two women meet his angry gaze with icy calm, ready for another battle. His questions are full of venom, but she parries them with a slight smile, not giving him power over her. He tries to regain control by reminding her of the upcoming ball, but the tension only mounts. His words about the ball plan are a veiled attempt to separate them, to bring her back into his orbit. The invitation to the office sounds like an order, and in his hand she sees not a request, but a demand. The red-haired warrior realizes with irony that she has found herself in the epicenter of a royal love triangle. Lillian's gaze falls on the tiny figurines on his desk, a silent sign of his deep affection. His desk, now decorated with her gift, became a reflection of his changed inner world. The perfect order on the table, where chaos once reigned, screams of his desire to change for her sake. Even the usual place of his favorite pen had changed, like all his old dark habits. The open curtains let light into his office, dispelling the darkness in which he had lived for so long. He, who hated the sun and suffered from insomnia, now reaches out to the light himself, healed by her love. Her inner world is collapsing from fear, because every deviation from the plot is a step into the unknown. She takes the tea from his hands, and this simple gesture is filled with awkwardness and hidden tension. He thinks he can see right through her, but behind her silence lies something other than what he thinks. The girl pretends to be inexperienced in business, trying to hide her true knowledge. There is hope in his eyes. He is waiting for her to notice his inner changes. She feigns naivety, hiding her sharp mind and fear behind childish spontaneity. His disappointment is a quiet storm hidden behind a mask of indifference to the signed papers. He stops her at the threshold, not ready to let her go until he gets answers to his questions. His jealousy of the Marquise Elam bursts out, poisoning the air with suspicion. He clings to the innocent gesture, seeing it as a betrayal and confirmation of his worst fears. He mistakes her embarrassment for resentment, not understanding the true motives behind her actions. He secretly watches them, and the delicate flower in her hands becomes for him a symbol of their dangerous closeness. He regrets his feigned resentment, realizing that this game only pushed her further away. Two women admire the flower, and their gaze reflects a beauty that is inaccessible to his jealous heart. A rare flower, growing only in the palace, becomes a silent witness to their forbidden friendship. He is tormented by the pain of her misunderstanding, because behind the wall of his jealousy lies desperate love. She finds him even in the shadows. Her penetrating gaze sees right through him, no matter how he hides. Her compliment about his radiance is a sharp jab, a mockery of his futile attempts to remain unnoticed. She challenges him, declaring that she will not become a victim of his jealousy. Her life belongs only to her. His icy order to stay away from the Empress is not just a threat, but a declaration of war. Her confession of feelings for the Empress is a bold challenge thrown straight into the Emperor's face. His voice is laced with venom as he asks her point blank if she dares to love his wife. Behind her evasive answer about sympathy lies cold calculation and confidence in her own rightness. He turns their feud into a game by offering a bet on the upcoming ball, where everything is at stake. She easily accepts the challenge, betting on the first dance with the Empress. His possessiveness clashes with her ridicule, which questions his authority. She mercilessly attacks his pride, ridiculing his fear of losing his wife to another woman. Desperation drives him to demand proof, even the slightest sign of Lillian's feelings for her. He needs even a speck of proof to soothe his jealousy-wounded soul. The Marquise proceeds with icy calm to the terms of the bet, discussing her reward. Her reward is not treasure, but the freedom to speak with Lillian without fear of his wrath. He is stunned by her simple request, not realizing that for her, this is more important than any wealth. They make a deal where the loser risks losing more than just a dance. She delivers the final blow, promising her support if she wins, knowing it will hurt him even more. He accepts her challenge, and the air between them sparkles with hatred and anticipation of battle. Celestian's appearance on the balcony interrupts her triumph, his gaze full of concern. He fears for her family, but she only mocks his fear of the Emperor's wrath. His admission of powerlessness to protect her only strengthens her resolve, for she has always accepted his weakness. She finally reveals to him the true reason for this dangerous bet she has made. It was all for him, because she was ready to risk everything to win his heart and not give in to pain. She reflects on the bet, realizing that His Majesty got everything too easily and without a fight. An easy start to a relationship does not guarantee faith, which Elan believes must be earned through suffering. Lillian believes that to win someone's heart, you have to go through despair and misfortune. Reinhard figures out her cunning plan. She plans to lose the bet in order to win the main game. Elan, with a devilish smile, confirms that her goal is to lose, but to do it as spectacularly as possible. His concern for her is shattered by her firm desire to share his burden with him, because she is his wife. She believes that by sharing his burden, they will both finally be able to breathe more freely. A hint of guesswork flashes through his eyes, and he realizes that her desperate actions are connected to her recent humiliation. A memory of how the Emperor mercilessly thwarted their plans by calling him at any time. Their long-awaited date was ruined, leaving Celestian alone with her unfulfilled hopes. Even the seductive lingerie proved useless, as the Emperor stood between them again. She senses his anticipation, realizing that that ruined night left a deep mark on his soul. Her gentle touch and promise of a date after the battle is their small vow against the backdrop of a big war. His warm smile shows that this hope for the future gives him strength. The Emperor shows off his new outfit, trying to impress, but his efforts are in vain. Lillian thinks longingly about her duties, where even the choice of clothes turns into a matter of state. Her indifferent responses to his attempts to impress her create an icy wall between them. He bitterly realizes that she sees only beautiful clothes, and not his desperate desire to please her. The news of Ms. Elan's arrival sends a wave of irritation through Lillian, disrupting their fragile truce. His unexpected offer to take a break comes as a breath of fresh air and a sign of hope for her. Elan appears in all her glory, her words a venomous compliment and a daring challenge. His direct question about his love for the Empress makes Elan only smile mysteriously. Her evasive answer about sympathy is not a lie, but a cold confidence in her own rightness. The Emperor turns their feud into a game, offering a bet at the upcoming ball, where everything is at stake. Elan easily accepts the challenge, betting on the first dance with Empress Lillian. His possessiveness clashes with her ridicule, which questions his authority. She mercilessly attacks his pride, ridiculing his fear of losing his wife to another woman. Desperation forces the Emperor to demand proof, even the slightest sign of Lillian's feelings for her. He needs even a speck of proof to soothe his jealousy-wounded soul. Elan moves on to the terms of the bet with icy calm, discussing his reward. Her reward is not treasure, but the freedom to speak with Lillian without fear of his wrath. He is stunned by her simple request, not realizing that for her, this is more important than any wealth. They make a deal where the loser risks losing more than just a dance. She delivers the final blow, promising her support if she wins, knowing it will hurt him even more. The Emperor accepts her challenge, and the air between them sparkles with hatred and anticipation of battle. Celestian's appearance on the balcony interrupts her triumph, his gaze full of concern. He fears for her family, but she only mocks his fear of the Emperor's wrath. His admission of powerlessness to protect her only strengthens her resolve, for she has always accepted his weakness. She finally reveals to him the true reason for this dangerous bet she has made. It was all for him, because she was ready to risk everything to win his heart and not give in to pain. Behind her beaming smile lies cold calculation and confidence in her victory. Her dignity is not a fragile thing, but a weapon that Lillian skillfully uses. Knights are afraid even of a training fight with her, because her power is not just rumors. She stands alone against a squad of knights, her movements light and deadly. Behind Kyle's mundane question about her day lies a desperate attempt to understand her world. The maid's report is empty, because Lillian's true thoughts and feelings are a secret behind 7 seals. The Emperor tries to unravel her through her tastes, not realizing that her heart is a much more complex riddle. The wise maid avoids a direct answer, hinting that human passions are fickle. Kyle's thoughts about food are a metaphor for his fear that one day she will get tired of him too. With bitterness, he realizes that all his attempts to understand her were in vain, because he was looking in the wrong place. He understands that even if Lillian falls in love with something, It does not guarantee eternal affection. Kyle is the most talked about figure in the Empire, but no one knows what goes on inside his soul. The jealousy that had been blinding him finally recedes, and for the first time, he sees the whole picture clearly. For the first time in his life, Kyle is ready to admit defeat, realizing that this battle is pointless. Accepting defeat turns out to be not so difficult, and in this, he finds new strength. He gathers his courage to speak frankly with Lillian, putting aside his pride and jealousy. 3 simple words weigh more than his entire imperial crown. He confesses to her a humiliating bet, putting her first dance on the line. She is puzzled by his words, not understanding what pathetic conditions he could accept in his desperation. He lays all his cards on the table, and a bet for her dance turns into the most romantic confession. Kyle explains that he was trying to understand her tastes in order to win her heart for the first dance. He bitterly admits that knowing her preferences was not the key to her soul. Lillian rejects his offer to spend the night alone, her face flushed with embarrassment. She is angered by his tactlessness because he dared to make her, his wife, a stake in the dispute. She fears that his insomnia will only worsen, awakening the darkness within him. Lillian realizes that the stronger the tyrant Kyle, the more powerful the dark Suler becomes. She stops him, arguing that her constancy is her right, and his is his duty. The girl declares that her essence as an empress will not change, even if her tastes change. She admires his honesty because he chose to lose the bet, but not his honor. In his decision to refuse the position, she sees not weakness, but the strength of a true emperor. She believes that the tyrant Kyle is changing thanks to her, and this gives her hope for the future. Their kiss is not just passion, but a promise born from the hope of healing. The painful memory of the hot summer and the dead woman awakens an old pain in Sular. He still feels the cold that pierced him on the day of her death, under the scorching sun. Sular never wanted to experience that chilling feeling of loneliness and loss again. Kyle's complaint about the heat becomes a trigger for Sular, taking him back to that terrible day. For Sular, the approaching birthday is not a holiday, but another anniversary of his tragedy. Kyle's simple question about a gift sounds like a mockery of someone who has had everything taken from him. Since birth, Sular only desired simple human warmth, which he was deprived of. Kyle realizes the gap between them. He got everything, and Sular didn't even have a roof over his head. Sular rejects his brother's generous offer with a lazy grin, hiding his true ambitions behind his indifference. Behind the peaceful facade of the estate lies a history of refusals, each a step towards Sulard's secret war. Kyle retreats, not seeing that Sular's apparent satisfaction is just a mask hiding the seething hatred. Sular revels in his brother's helplessness, as in the shadow of his ignorance an army grows, ready to strike. His gratitude for the ball is a poisonous courtesy, a cover for the real purpose of his visit. The cute figurines on Kyle's desk cause Sular a fleeting surprise, but do not soften his cold heart. Sular bitterly acknowledges Lillian's strength in changing the indomitable emperor. He doubts that Kyle is worthy of such a woman, and this thought only fuels his envy. Solard goes into the darkness of the night, where he has much more important things to do than prepare for the ball. Under cover of night, he gives an order, and the shadow of espionage falls on the unsuspecting palace. The memory of Lillian awakens in him a forgotten feeling, when her power first forced him to change his plan. His subordinate does not realize that behind the postponed wedding lies indecision, but a complex calculation. Rumors of Lillian's magic that pacified Kyle only confirm her value in the eyes of her enemies. Sular sees Lillian not as a woman, but as a powerful weapon, an ideal ally in his coming war. He goes over the treasures in his mind, but realizes that the real treasure is his enemy's weakness. His abrupt order to do nothing shocks his subordinate, revealing a new, more insidious plan. Kyle's refusal of the sapphires becomes a key for Sular, who seeks not what his brother wants, but what he fears losing. The stranger's request to become a knight seems simple, but behind it lies a desperate desire to change his destiny. Rain's experienced eye notices in the stranger not a simple petitioner, but a battle-hardened mercenary. Sular, sitting on the throne, accepts everyone into his army, because for him, the sins of the past are not important, but only loyalty in the future. The mercenary's past casts a shadow of suspicion on Bolton, calling his honor into question. His name, Bolton Battalion, sounds familiar, bringing back vague memories for Bastion. Behind Bastion's apparent concern for housing for the newcomer lies a complete indifference to his fate. Bolton's sincerity elicits only condescending praise from Bastion, highlighting the gulf between them. Leyland's unexpected offer of shelter becomes a ray of hope for Bolton in an alien world. The appearance of the warrior Leilan disrupts the usual order, attracting everyone's attention. Bastion introduces the newcomer, leaving an unspoken question about his true purpose. For Leilan, his small-town origins explain everything, but they don't make her wary. Bastion's false friendliness is just a way to shift responsibility for the newcomer onto Leilan's shoulders. The grueling training pushes the knights to their limits, blurring the line between strength and pain. Bolton understands that he is in the midst of a fierce rivalry, where every day is a battle. Falling from exhaustion, he vows to survive, because his journey has only just begun, and he cannot die so easily. After a tiring day, he finds peace, and a simple bed seems like a real blessing to him. Despite the hospitality, he feels sidelong glances, full of mistrust and suspicion. He knows that everyone is waiting for him to betray him, and this only strengthens him in his secret mission. Under cover of night, he gathers information about Lillian, every step bringing him closer to his goal. Bastion's sudden appearance takes the spy by surprise, his mask about to be torn off. Bolton realizes with horror that behind Bastion's frivolous smile lies a deadly danger. Having lost his guard, he babbles excuses, but his panic is the best admission of guilt. Bastion's piercing gaze penetrates the very soul, and his question about his sister sounds like a sentence. Bastion feigns compassion, turning his mistake into a display of nobility. Bolton's declaration of love at first sight becomes an unexpected trump card in this dangerous game. Bastion, with a cruel grin, dashes his hopes, reminding him of his beautiful sister's lover. Bolton's gaze flashes with defiance. He will not let another's cruelty define his worth. Bastion presents his poisonous words as wise advice, reveling in his power over him. His promise of help is a trap disguised as a noble gesture, one that Bolton is willing to fall into. Bolton is blinded by his words, seeing in him not a manipulator, but an almost divine mentor. Bastion's order to become more beautiful sounds like a sentence, absurd and undeniable. His philosophy about money and beauty is a twisted logic to which he subordinates the world around him. Behind his call for trust lies a demand for total submission, turning Bolton into a puppet. The crowd's enthusiastic cries of beauty become a hymn to the new cult he creates. Bolton runs, not understanding what it means to be beautiful, but feeling the embarrassment burning inside him. Exhausted to the limit, he vows to himself never to complain again, because his humiliation has only just begun. He realizes the absurdity of what is happening, but his protest is drowned in pain and fatigue. The mocking joke about the newbie buying lunch was another put-down Bastion had concocted. He walks into a bakery for some beef jerky, his simple order seeming out of place in this sophisticated place. Their gazes meet in a tense duel where age and experience clash with youth and mystery. She takes him into the shadows, and behind a closed door, a meeting awaits him that will decide his fate. In a dark room, Sular awaits the report, his calm the calm before the storm. Sular's rage explodes when he realizes that his spy has returned empty-handed. Sular is furious that his goal seems flawless, because everyone must have their secrets. Bolton reports his failure and disgrace, his pathetic account drawing only contempt. Sular clenches his fists in helplessness, and his spy is ready to lie low in despair. Sular decides to wait, since Bastion, who has not yet inherited the title, is a vulnerable target. His cold order to continue surveillance suggests he has no intention of backing down. Under cover of night, the palace prepares for a grand ball in honor of Sulard's birthday. The palace is immersed in the scent of summer flowers, creating an atmosphere of dazzling luxury. Sular, the host of the celebration, takes center stage, throwing down a silent challenge to the emperor himself. The stream of guests with fake smiles and routine congratulations seems endless. He looks with disdain at the mountain of gifts. Their value is obvious and boring to him. Gifts are divided into luxurious ones from the rich and modest ones from the commoners, revealing a social gap. All these trinkets are just dust for him, because he is waiting for the main gift of the evening. The appearance of a radiant stranger only fuels his suspicions, as such beauty must hide secrets. Latecomer, Kyle looks anxiously through the crowd, his gaze full of worry. Sular points out the Empress's absence to Kyle with a venomous grin, enjoying his confusion. Kyle's unexpected apology takes Sular by surprise, as he expected anything but this. Sular cannot understand why this incredible woman chose such a cruel and merciless emperor. The appearance of Empress Lillian silences the hall. Her beauty dazzles and disarms. Her flawless dress, shimmering blue like a sea wave, emphasizes her unearthly beauty. Lillian congratulates him with grace, her confidence and grace making her the true queen of this ball. Surprised, Sular admits for the first time that he can't be around Lillian when she's so radiant. His words about him having to find what she likes are not an attempt to understand, but a step towards conquest. The impossibility of harming the Empress only increases his despair, because he cannot retreat. Kyle, having lost all hope, admits that his only option is to accept defeat. His past, when he was just a mercenary, now seems distant and insignificant. Bastian, not wanting to interfere, gives in. But there is a cold calculation in his eyes. When Kyle had to decide where to turn, he chose Bastian, sensing his impending doom. Bastian's words about finding a place to live only confirm his intention to become a knight. His humble small-town origins don't matter, because Leyland sees something more in him. Bastian, realizing that his past as a mercenary does not suit him as a knight, is forced to play by someone else's rules. Suler, watching their meeting, realizes that his brother, Bastian, was always one step ahead. Kyle has no choice but to admit defeat when he sees Lillian beaming next to him. Every day, their relationship grows stronger, and he increasingly understands that he cannot take her away from his brother. He watches her, her beauty and strength drive him crazy, but he knows he can't keep her. His eyes reflect the past, where he was a tyrant, but Lillian changed him by giving him mercy. He understands that Lillian's hope for his change was not in vain, and he is ready to become better for her. His desire to give something meaningful is a desperate attempt to get her back, to win her heart. But there is bitterness in his eyes. He understands that his attempts are futile, because she already belongs to someone else. At Solar's birthday ball, Kyle realizes that his brother, Bastian, is not his true enemy. He sees Lillian beaming, and his jealousy gives way to the bitter realization that she did not choose him. Lillian's longing for someone is interrupted by the sudden and alarming appearance of Soulard. The appearance of Mr. Soulard, radiant and confident, takes Lillian by surprise. His elaborate invitation to dance is not just politeness, but a carefully thought-out move. Lillian sees him as a cunning villain whom she will never help. He relishes the moment, believing that this dance with her will finally give him a sense of celebration. Lillian faces a painful choice: accept his hand and play his game, or refuse. The guests' eyes are glued to them. Everyone understands that her choice will have dangerous consequences. Their every gesture is under close scrutiny, because the meeting between the Empress and the hero of the evening is the main event of the ball. She happily accepts his hand, making her move in this dangerous game of chess. Suler is confident that only his status as the birthday boy gave him this one and only chance. She is oppressed by the general alienation, but a sudden touch breaks her loneliness. The music starts, and they whirl around in a dance that looks more like a duel. In the midst of the whirlwind of dance, he asks a venomous question, questioning her right to be near the Emperor. He mercilessly strikes at her most vulnerable spot, her simple origins. A memory flashes of Sayla, the heiress of a ruined family, forced to survive among the commoners. His false apology for his brother was only a prelude to the tragedy that brought Sayla back from oblivion. His memory takes him back to the moment of the assassination attempt, to the broken glass and the spilled poison. On that fateful evening, poison administered by the hand of a servant was supposed to end his life. All the blame was placed on Sayla's maid, hiding the truth about the real culprits from Sular's retinue. Lillian dreads the possibility that she will become the next victim in his bloody game of poison and subterfuge. His curiosity is not idle interest, but an attempt to find her weak spot. She avoids giving a direct answer, hiding her true criteria behind general phrases. The direct question of whether the Emperor is worthy of her takes Lillian by surprise, revealing her doubts. Sular changes tactics. Now his goal is not just to find out her opinion, but to understand her choice. She accuses him of criticizing the Emperor, trying to steer the conversation in a safe direction. Her confident smile and words about the Emperor having changed are her main trump card. Lillian admits that she was the trigger for his change, and there is pride in her voice. Her flower metaphor is a subtle hint that true beauty is not revealed to everyone. She explains that only the person himself decides what meaning to give to fleeting beauty. Lillian says with a smile that she only helped the Emperor find a way to change, but did not change him. Her belief that everyone is capable of change is an echo of the faith of someone who has lost everything. His eyes reflect sadness as he remembers the one who believed in change, but never saw it. The dance ends, and with it their tense conversation, full of omissions, ends. She leaves with icy politeness, leaving behind a trail of roses and broken hopes. The ball was over, and with it her plans had collapsed, because the assassination attempt on Soulard never happened. Tired but not broken, Lillian returns to her chambers, ready for a new day. She searches the reports for even the slightest hint of a conspiracy, But the evening has gone suspiciously smoothly. Her decision to let the maids go is not just a vacation, but part of a new, more subtle plan. The faithful servant remains close by, ready to help her mistress in her secret war. Lillian returns to the party alone, her order to arrest anyone suspicious a manhunt. Lillian's thoughts about her friend are interrupted by a sudden appearance behind her that makes her blood run cold. She turns around to see Monsieur Soulard, whose smile hides an icy threat. His elaborate invitation to dance is not just politeness, but a carefully thought-out move. Hatred boils in Lillian's soul. She vows not to succumb to the tricks of this cunning villain. He relishes the moment, believing that this dance with her will finally give him a sense of celebration. Lillian faces a painful choice: accept his hand and play his game, or refuse. The guests' eyes are glued to them. Everyone understands that her choice will have dangerous consequences. Their every gesture is under close scrutiny, because the meeting between the Empress and the hero of the evening is the main event of the ball. She happily accepts his hand, making her move in this dangerous game of chess. Suler is confident that only his status as the birthday boy gave him this one and only chance. She is oppressed by the general alienation, but a sudden touch breaks her loneliness. The music starts, and they whirl around in a dance that looks more like a duel. In the midst of the whirlwind of dance, he asks a venomous question, questioning her right to be near the Emperor. He mercilessly strikes at her most vulnerable spot, her simple origins. A memory flashes of Selah, the heiress of a ruined family, forced to survive among the commoners. His false apology for his brother was only a prelude to the tragedy that brought Selah back from oblivion. His memory takes him back to the moment of the assassination attempt, to the broken glass and the spilled poison. On that fateful evening, poison administered by the hand of a servant was supposed to end his life. All the blame was placed on Selah's maid, hiding the truth about the real culprits from Soular's retinue. Lillian dreads the possibility that she will become the next victim in his bloody game of poison and subterfuge. His words about honesty are not just a compliment, but a recognition of its uniqueness in a world of lies. He says he trusts her because he saw her for who she truly is and didn't play by someone else's rules. A memory emerges of a marriage proposal for a year, which she had initially considered a trap. Kyle's words about trust break through her wall of mistrust, making her heart beat faster. She tries to hide her true feelings behind a mask of indifference, but the warmth of his hand gives her away. His touch gives her a sense of security that she has been deprived of for so long. Their kiss is not just a moment of passion, but a promise of protection and warmth in a cold world. She asks him to hold her hand, needing him not as an emperor, but as Kyle. That night, for the first time in a long time, they sleep in each other's arms, finding peace and comfort. Bastian appears with good news about the books, but his true goal is to find out her plans. She asks about work with a smile, but her eyes show concern for his fate. Lillian admits that she still needs the Duke's support, as the game is far from over. Bastian is ready to accept the title, but to do so he must prove the current Duke's incapacity. The plan is cruel and simple: prove the father's incompetence and prepare a new heir. The shadow of the past hangs over their family, as Duke Makalayon has destroyed all distant relatives. He did this when he did not yet need an heir, leaving only his direct descendants. Bastian awaits news from the temple, which will be the final step in his plan. Lillian sends the maids away to speak with her brother alone, her face serious and determined. She asks if there is anything to worry about, but his confident answer only increases her anxiety. She is struck by the idea that someone is spreading rumors about their family, and she does not know whether it is a friend or an enemy. Bastian shares his suspicions about Sular, and Lillian bitterly agrees. Her admission that someone was assigned to her makes Bastian tense up. He doubts that Sular is behind this, but the situation itself seems suspicious to him. Sular's house is teeming with strangers, his army of shadows ready to strike at any moment. Lillian is horrified to realize that the enemy knows too much about her, and her life is in danger. Bastian vows to find whoever is behind this, because the instigator of this game is a very dangerous person. He warns that the enemy has strong support among the nobles, and that they need to be careful. Her brother's words about caution make Lillian anxiously go over everyone around her in her mind. She understands that the danger is closer than it seems, and now she will have to be on guard. Lillian gives up the idea of getting rid of the spy, because another, more dangerous one could take his place. The wise maid supports her decision, promising to be on the alert and ready for anything. Sular's unexpected appearance with false gratitude only increases her suspicions. She dismisses his stupid excuse with scorn, knowing there is more behind it. Lillian offers him her help in the family business, playing by his rules, but with her own plan. Her words about her brother's trouble take him by surprise. He didn't expect that she would figure out his game so quickly. Sular confirms with a grin that there was still no response from the temple. His trap had snapped shut. He admits that everything was planned, and the priests are already on his side. The temple tries to shift its problems onto the shoulders of the young duke, using him as a pawn. Lillian indignantly rejects this injustice, demanding that the priests solve their problems themselves. She offers him a deal, knowing it's futile, but her request for a free service is a challenge he can't ignore. Sular offers her friendship, but his words sound like a veiled threat that makes the blood run cold. His interest in the Empress is not just curiosity, but a desire to possess her as a rare trophy. Lillian reminds him of his own words about change, but he only mocks her naivety. She understands that not everyone speaks their mind, and there is something more behind his words. Her cold refusal only piques his interest. He is not used to being told no. He offers her a deal, the name of the spy, in exchange for her favor, but she sees it as a trap. Lillian scornfully rejects his offer, as a spy who so easily revealed himself is not worth her attention. He leaves with a promise to return, leaving her alone with anxiety and a premonition of trouble. The temple gives its answer by sending her to search for the witch in the dark forest, where death reigns. Her mission is to find the witch and take the god's flute from her. But there is a catch to this task. The dark forest is a cursed place where people disappear every year, and the air is filled with evil. Witches and their animals rule this forest, and anyone who enters it risks never returning. It was in this forest that the emperor was cursed, and now she must face his past. Kyle is furious at the priest's insane order that sends her to certain death. Lillian, with cold logic, rejects the idea of taking the flute, since there is no evidence that the witch has it. He sees her shock, but she just waves it off, trying to hide her fear behind a mask of indifference. She is an invincible warrior, easily defeating knights, but even her strength has its limits. Even Lillian couldn't stand up to Bastion. His strength and cunning proved beyond her abilities. He asks if she believed in his power, but she knows there is something more important. Trust in a family is true strength, and she is willing to do anything to protect her loved ones. Kyle pouts like a child, but Lillian puts him in his place with one stern word. Her playful threat to stop loving him if he continues in this manner works without fail. He wakes up from her touch, his irritation giving way to surprise. Her sly smile and question about whether he was asleep betray her true intentions. Kyle falls asleep again with a blissful smile, her presence calming him better than any potion. Lillian is alarmed to realize that more priests have defected to Solard's side than she thought. Leylan understands that the journey to the dark forest will be a difficult and dangerous test. Bastion worries about his sister, offering to take the knights with her, but she refuses. Leylan reassures her brother, reminding him of her strength, but a shadow of doubt flickers in her eyes. Bastion vows to protect her, because she is the only thing he has, and he is ready to do anything for her. He gives her a magic stone, which he hopes will protect her in difficult times. Bastion is getting ready to set out, his backpack filled with provisions for 10 days, but he doesn't know what awaits him. His gentle touch and promise of a quick return is their silent farewell. He leaves with a smile full of hope, unaware that this is their last meeting. The first day in the forest brings not prey, but a pack of hungry wolves thirsty for blood. The witches have set a trap, but hungry beasts attack Bastion before the spells can work. His sword cuts through the darkness, and the blood of his enemies stains the ground, proving his incredible strength. The witches watch the carnage in horror, realizing that he can handle their magic. Panic grips them as they realize that this mad beast is on the brink of death. On the fourth night, he finds the witch, and her pleas for mercy are drowned out by his icy gaze. A bloodied Bastion calls for the flute, his voice weak but his eyes ablaze with fire. His promise to leave as soon as he receives the flute is not a request, but a final warning. The witch, defeated and humiliated, sees in him not a man, but a monster born of darkness. The priests discuss what happened in the forest in horror, their faith in their own strength shaken. Sular's generous offer to give up the mine is the price for the temple's silence and loyalty. They understand that the Duke's plight is their chance to obtain the coveted stone. The sudden appearance of Bastion, unharmed and with a flute in his hands, leaves them in shock. His bloody appearance and cold gaze make the priests freeze in horror. One of them tries to play the flute, unaware that it is a trap set by Bastion. The flute bounces back, and its power falls upon the knights, proving Bastion right. He asks with a grin when they will visit the Duke's house, his words sounding like a death sentence. He gives them a week, and this period is not a reprieve, but time to prepare for the inevitable reckoning. They are horrified to realize that Bastion has tricked them and that they are now at his mercy. Suler is speechless. His plan has collapsed, and there is no news from the temple. Bastion bitterly realizes that his heroism does not please the temple because he has disrupted their plans. Kyle brings wine, but his true goal is not to celebrate his victory, but to find out the truth. Duke McKellion arrives, and his appearance is a sign that the game is moving to a new level. Bastion is embarrassed because he expected anything but to be considered a failure. Lillian says with a smile that the news of his success became the main news of the day. His confused question about who he is to her is a cry from the soul, thirsting for recognition and love. For Bastion, this is no longer child's play, as the alcohol Kyle brought is almost gone. Lillian looks at Bastion with admiration, dismissing all the bad rumors about him as empty chatter. Panic grips Bastion. He begs the Emperor not to go into the cursed forest, where certain death awaits him. Kyle's icy doubt couldn't hide the fact that one person had already returned from this hell, and that was Bastion. A drunken Bastion collapses, and Lillian and the Duke take care of him. In a rare moment of tenderness, Lillian tenderly wakes her drunken brother, reveling in his helplessness. Bastion's drunken babble about strength betrays his pride in belonging to the great McKellion family. He looks to his sister for confirmation that he is right as he is led away, clinging to her words. Lillian plays along, agreeing that strength is key, and a hint of sympathy flickers in her eyes. Lillian's words cut to the quick in Kyle, and he asks with concern if she really despises weakness. Behind his resentment lie not only the scars of the curse, but also deep emotional wounds. He replays her conversation with his brother in his head, and every word about strength echoes with pain in his heart. The story of the McKellion family, people standing at the pinnacle of nothingness, comes to his mind, and he understands her craving for power. He is tormented by the thought that he is not strong enough for her, and that she would be happier with someone else. The letter with the rose is a silent reminder that their union is only for a year, and time is running out. She waits for him in the bedroom, and her simple question sounds not only like a greeting, but also like a hidden anticipation. His male pride is hurt because she didn't even look at him, changing clothes right in front of him. He stands waiting, his question about sleep a timid hope that this night will belong to them. Her pensive face creates an invisible wall between them that he is unable to overcome. Her voice sounds normal, but the calm is deceptive, and he feels a chill of alienation. Kyle is tormented by the thought that Lillian doesn't see him as a man, and it kills him inside. He asks her to say at least something before bed, desperately searching for a hint of feelings in her words. His quiet absence is a cry from the soul, full of pain and disappointment, which he was never able to utter. Night turns to day, but for Kyle, nothing changes. His heart still belongs to her. His playful threat to not forgive her if she stays there overnight is a desperate attempt to keep her. The day of the ceremony arrives, and Bastion prepares to accept a new title that will change his life. The simplified ceremony highlights the precariousness of his position, with only his closest relatives in attendance. Lillian proudly says that this is her brother's ceremony, and she would not miss it for anything. Kyle decides to go with her, his words full of determination, but a shadow of jealousy flickers in his eyes. He's afraid that there will be someone stronger than him, someone who can win Lillian's heart. For her, being present at the ceremony is not just support, but an honor for their entire family. Lillian's appearance causes a storm of delight. Her beauty and grace dazzle everyone present. Sister Leylan happily hugs her. Their meeting is filled with warmth and sincere love. Bastion looks great in his new look, and even Lillian can't hide her admiration. Kyle congratulates Bastion in a reserved manner, but there is a hint of rivalry and envy in his voice. The ceremony begins, and all eyes are on Bastion, who is about to become Duke. Despite the simplified ritual, everything happens quickly and solemnly, observing only the most important traditions. Bastion swears an oath, promising to lead his family to prosperity, and there is steel in his voice. He officially becomes the Duke of McKellion, and this title is not just a title, but a heavy burden. The ceremony is over, and from this moment, a new chapter in their family history begins. Bastion officially becomes the head of the Maclean family, and a light of triumph lights up in his eyes. His reproach to his sister is not just words, but a desperate attempt to keep her close, at least for a moment. Lillian, hiding behind Kyle, uses him as a shield from her brother's annoying attention. Bastion and Leylan's tears are not just the bitterness of separation, but the realization that they are losing their sister again. Kyle's irritation from his morning breakfast turns to awkwardness as he tries to hide his true feelings. They sit at the table in awkward silence, and even the sumptuous food cannot ease the tension. Leylon and Bastion unanimously protest against their imminent departure, not wanting to let their sister go. Kyle gives in, his gentle touch and words about them staying breaking the ice. They hold hands, and in this simple gesture lies a promise of peace and fragile happiness. Kyle lovingly cuts the steak for her, and the gesture speaks louder than any words. Leylon interrupts their idyll, her words about the need to strengthen the atmosphere sounding like a challenge. With bottles in hand, she starts a party that promises to be long and wild. She passes the baton to Bastion, and now it's his turn to keep the fun going. Lillian refuses alcohol with a smile, her sobriety her weapon in this drunken chaos. Memories of their childhood together wash over her with a wave of nostalgia and sadness. Bastion remembers with a smile their childhood pranks, when the three of them were inseparable. They played hide and seek, angered their father, and hid in the stable, where they first smelled manure. The memory of them taking a bath together makes Bastion laugh, and Kyle shocked. Kyle is horrified by their childish spontaneity, but Bastion just waves it off, reminding them that they were children. His words about them being of different genders sound like an accusation, but Lillian only laughs in response. Bastion suggests returning to childish pranks, but his smile hides the bitterness of what was lost. Lillian's ban sounds harsh, but a shadow of sadness for carefree times flickers in her eyes. They sense the tension in the air, realizing that Kyle is jealous, and decide to play a prank on him. Kyle's embarrassment at their ambiguous bathroom references is sweet revenge for his suspicions. Bastion's idea to end the fun in the bathroom is a daring challenge that Kyle can't ignore. Kyle bitterly admits that he never played such games because he was always the emperor. The news of the prepared bath takes him by surprise, and he realizes that he has fallen into their trap. Lillian asks him with a sly smile if he was worried. Enjoying his embarrassment, his silence was an admission that he was genuinely afraid that they would take a bath together. He tries to leave, but Lillian stops him, her words sounding like a promise of something more. She waits for Kyle in the silence of the night, her anxiety growing with every minute of his absence. Bolton apologizes for the delay, but Lillian finds his night walk suspicious. She recognizes him as Soulard's spy, and her heart sinks with fear and a premonition of trouble. Bolton, Sayla's former lover, now serves her enemy, and Lillian realizes that this is no coincidence. Kyle's appearance interrupts their tense conversation, his gaze full of jealousy and suspicion. He looks at the new knight with distrust, not knowing that before him is the key to unraveling the past. Bolton tries to justify himself, but his comments about muscular men only increase the tension. Her simple yes is not just an answer, but a premonition of her own death at his hand. Kyle leads her away, but there is something unsaid in the air that could cost them their lives. He's still there, his silhouette in the night a silent reproach and a reminder that he hasn't given up. The thought of imminent death at the hands of a jealous emperor flashes through Bolton's mind. Kyle's order to write a detailed report on how to build muscle proves to be a lifesaver for Bolton. He desperately collects the scattered sheets, not believing that he escaped death, but was given such a humiliating task. Kyle returns, and his long absence raises suspicions in Lillian, which she tries to hide. In her beautiful image, he sees not only beauty, but also a threat, because many men will be drawn to her. The thought that among them there will be someone she will like does not give him peace. She senses his anxiety, but doesn't realize that behind his silence lies a storm of emotions. His desire to return home is not just fatigue, but an escape from his own fears. Her tender kiss and promise to wake up early tomorrow are his only consolation. She hands over a handkerchief for Bastion, her words full of regret that he couldn't come. Her indifference to whether he is a man or not hurts Kyle deeply, because he sees him as a rival. He thinks with bitterness that at first he was a strong man, and now he is a man who can embroider. His jealousy flares up with renewed vigor when he sees how many men surround her in this estate. He breaks down, his cry a desperate plea for her to finally see his feelings. Kyle admits that he never felt at peace for a day, afraid that she would leave. His fear of losing her, the fear that she will choose another, pours out in a stream of desperate words. He falls to his knees, his cry for help an admission of his own weakness and vulnerability. His tears are not just fear, but horror from the thought that she doesn't need him, that he is an empty space. He tries to hide his true feelings, but she already understood everything, and a shadow of sympathy flickers in her eyes. She suggests they go on a journey, and there is determination in her voice, because now she knows how to win his heart. The maids notice the emperor's strange behavior, but Lillian merely brushes off their concerns. They look at each other in bewilderment, not understanding what is happening between the imperial couple. Lillian thinks about Kyle with concern, trying to figure out the reason for his sudden coldness. In a fit of anger, she curses his obsession with muscles, not understanding the true cause of his suffering. She overhears him muttering about training, and her irritation only increases. Lillian decides to leave so as not to provoke him, but the next day she goes to him again. Her request for help with the budget meets his anger. He sees it as just an excuse. The maid tries to stop her, but Lillian is determined to get her way. She doesn't understand why her request seems funny to him, because there is a lot to do in the capital. Lillian walks into his office, her determination a challenge he can't ignore. His confusion and vague excuses only confirm her suspicions that he is hiding something. She realizes that all his strange antics took place in his office, and this gives her an idea. The maids confirm that he was screaming in her room, which only increases her suspicions. She sees the letters and understands that there will soon be a tea party that could change everything. His question about whether she answers all the letters sounds like an accusation full of jealousy. He reminds her that she is an empress, and her inattention to the nobles could be considered an insult. His words about their contract ending soon and her becoming one of them sound like a threat. The maids see his calm and decide that he is not angry, but Lillian knows the truth. She understands that his sadness is not just sadness, but deep disappointment and pain. For the maids, their joint appearance is a sign of harmony, but Lillian knows that this is only the calm before the storm. The fate of the entire empire depends on the fragile peace between the emperor and empress. Due to strange etiquette rules, Kyle cannot be with Lillian at events that he organizes himself. Kyle finds a shred of self-respect, a quiet victory over his deep-seated insecurities. The ghosts of his mother's cruel words still haunt Kyle, poisoning his every thought. Lillian is painfully aware that the situation has gone far beyond a simple marital quarrel. Faithful servant Daisy finds pure joy in being able to help her mistress even a little. Lillian approaches Kyle cautiously in his office, breaking the silence with a question full of unspoken meaning. He instantly puts his work aside, his full attention focused on it, ready to solve any problem. With a disarming smile, Lillian makes a request that only he can fulfill, skillfully playing on his feelings. Her simple request to accompany her to tea sends a flash of unexpected hope through Kyle. A wave of regret washes over Lillian as she fears she has miscalculated and acted too rashly. His immediate agreement to go along proves that her fears were unfounded, filling her with a quiet relief. Taking advantage of the moment, Kyle gets up from the table, suggesting that they not wait for the upcoming party. He impulsively invites her out for tea, a clumsy but sincere attempt to close the distance between them. As the maid serves them tea, the air is filled with the fragile beginnings of something new. Another letter arrives for Lillian, this time from Miss Lorgan, adding another layer of social obligations. The stream of tea-time letters turns into an irresistible wave, threatening to engulf her. Depressed, Lillian calls on her faithful servant Daisy, seeking an ally in this paper storm. Lillian takes control, devising a clever system to sort through the mountain of invitations with Daisy's help. A new maid named Leah is summoned, her arrival a small but welcome reinforcement in their battle with social etiquette. Lillian skillfully sorts the guests, her cold calculation hidden behind the graceful strokes of her pen. She invites to tea only those whose names she saw in the novel. Her choice is a strategic move. Behind the scenes of this tea party, Soulard weaves a web of lies, using his puppets to spread rumors. Lillian knows that this event will happen, but her role in this drama is not the main criminal, but the Grey Cardinal. She creates a winning party by placing her allies, Celestian and Marion, next to her. Gathering all the suspicious nobles at one table is the easiest way to break your enemies. With a sense of accomplishment, Lillian finishes the job, her smile full of confidence in her victory. Kyle enters the room, his appearance surrounded by flowers, a carefully considered gesture, full of symbolism. His black suit is more than just an outfit. It's a statement, a sign that he's ready for battle. He wants to show his greatness, and this suit is his way of declaring his strength and power. Their hands are intertwined, and in this simple gesture lies a promise of support and unity in the face of the enemy. His question about whether she will hold his hand next time is a timid hope for the future. Her beaming smile, and simple of course, were the answer he had been waiting for. Marion can't believe her luck. She's sitting next to the Empress, in the center of events. For her, this is not just a tea party, but the fulfillment of a dream that she never dared to think about. A few days ago, she had been looking forward to this day, her excitement almost palpable. Her anxiety grows when she realizes that the invitation may not arrive in time. Panic grips her as she realizes that her dream could be shattered. She reproaches herself for her impulsiveness, because her desperate desire could have ruined everything. Her only question is how to make friends with the Empress. And in this lies all her hope and fear. Marian anxiously awaits a letter from the Empress, her hope fading with every passing minute. The appearance of the maid with a letter is a ray of light in her dark kingdom of doubts. The seal with the image of a heart and a sword is not just a sign, but a symbol of imperial power. She thanks the servant with such sincerity, as if he had brought her not a letter, but salvation. The smell of fresh ink and elegant handwriting indicate that the letter was written by the Empress herself. Her eyes widen in surprise when she sees her name on the tea party invitation. An invitation is not just a formality, but a sign that she has been noticed, that she is important. She clutches the letter to her chest, her heart beating with joy and anticipation of the meeting. At the central table, she sees unfamiliar nobles, and a shadow of doubt darkens her joy. She doesn't understand the principle by which they were distributed, and this makes her wary. Celestian watches the scene with an icy grin, her gaze full of contempt. Heiress Katrina, the last of her kind, sits at the table with the confidence of a queen. She points out a mistake in the seating arrangement with a sneer, her words a venomous jab. Celestian understands that the absence of the leading ladies of high society is not an accident, but a cunning move. The secret becomes clear, and everyone understands that they have not been gathered here for small talk. Evil whispers and glances behind your back are the beginning of a storm that is about to break out. Rumors of a bad relationship between the Emperor and Empress turn out to be just a cover for something bigger. Celestian watches their confusion with a devilish laugh, enjoying his power. Eris is furious at her mockery, but her anger only confirms Celestian's rightness. For Celestian, this is all just a fun game, and she is ready to enjoy every moment of it. Her words are a venomous mockery. She talks about laughter, but her look is full of contempt. Aris is furious at her insolence, but she is powerless against Marquise Elan, who knows her weaknesses. Lillian intervenes, her question catching Marian off guard, causing her to fall silent. Eris, hiding behind her fan, repeats the question, her voice sounding cold and commanding. Marian, plucking up her courage, says that they are all wrong about the Empress. She saw Mr. Klein talking to the Empress, and it changed her mind. The mention of the Klein family leaves everyone puzzled, but Marian continues her speech. She tells how the Emperor was angry with Mr. Klein, but Lillian calmed him down. The gratitude in Marian's eyes is not just words, but recognition of Lillian's strength and kindness. The appearance of the Emperor and Empress together is a silent answer to all the gossip and intrigue. Kyle offers to punish those who mocked her, but she sees this as only a manifestation of his jealousy. Lillian believes that mercy is the imperial family's best weapon, and Kyle doesn't argue with that. His gentle kiss on her hand and his promise to see her at night is their little secret, full of hope. She looks forward to the night. Her smile is an anticipation of something more than just a meeting. The silence in her chambers seems deafening, but she knows Kyle said it on purpose in a public place. She starts the tea party. Her words about not having to tell the whole truth are a challenge. Marian's admiration for the dessert isn't just praise, but a sign that she's on her side. In the original, she took the path of villainy, but now her fate is in her own hands. Lillian asks about the chocolate with a smile. Her question is a test of sincerity. Her compliment to the Marquise that she, too, is a good cook is a subtle hint that she is not alone. The noble's hypocritical apologies for the slander ring hollow, but Lillian remains icy calm. Her cold gaze is a silent sentence. She does not forgive as easily as they think. Marquise Elan dismisses their pathetic excuses with contempt, her words like a sharp blade. Her outburst is not just emotion, but a carefully calculated move to put them in their place. Lillian is alarmed to realize that her plan has gotten out of control, and now she doesn't have to leave. She sat Celestian down with the suspects to help her, but things didn't go according to plan. Marquise Elan handled everything herself, her strength and cunning exceeding all of Lillian's expectations. Lillian feels lonely at the pinnacle of power. Her victory seems strange and empty to her. Marian tries to defuse the situation, but her words about the quarrel only underscore the tension. Rumors about the new king and his beauty are not just gossip, but a harbinger of new intrigues. Lillian says with a smile that the Duke has not yet decided to marry, but a shadow of worry flickers in her eyes. The question of who is the most handsome in the Empire is not just small talk, but a test of loyalty. Aris speaks of the Emperor with contempt, her words full of venom and hidden resentment. Lillian is furious at her words, her face contorted with anger, because she will not allow her husband to be insulted. To Eris, the Emperor is nothing but a bloodthirsty tyrant, and she sees nothing but darkness in him. Her words take Lillian's breath away, and she feels her throat dry up with horror. Sular's subordinates fall into two categories: those he buys and those who seek revenge. The second are those who lost everything due to the Emperor's fault and are now ready to do anything to take revenge. Eris belongs to the second category. Her hatred for the Emperor is fueled by the pain of loss. Her furious cry is not just a defense, but a desperate attempt to hide her vulnerability. Marquise Elan is furious at the insult to the imperial family, her voice ringing with anger. Lillian, smiling, suggests forgetting about the troubles and getting ready again. Her calmness is disarming. The image of the bloodthirsty emperor appears in Eris's memory, and her hatred for him does not fade. Lillian bitterly realizes that she has forgotten about those who resent Kyle for his past actions. The maid brings her a warm blanket, her care a small island of warmth in a cold world of intrigue. Her words about bringing something warmer sound like a promise of protection and comfort. Lillian learns that Lady Katrina has lost her brother, and a shadow of sympathy flickers in her eyes. He was killed by order of the Emperor for disobeying orders. His death is another wound on Kyle's conscience. Lady Katrina thinks the Emperor was simply following the rules, but there is bitterness and resentment in her voice. Daisy's silence is a silent reproach. She cannot forgive the Emperor for his cruelty. Lillian didn't think the Emperor was a tyrant. She thought it was just part of the novel, but the reality turned out to be more terrible. She decides to change this. Her gaze is full of determination. She is ready to challenge fate. Kyle enters her room, his question about whether she was asleep sounding like a tentative hope. He wants to say something. His voice trembles with excitement. He is ready to open his soul to her. He asks her to think before taking someone's life. His words a plea for mercy. His fear that she will kill those women is not just anxiety, but the horror of the thought that she will become like him. He swears that his sword will never touch her. His words an unbreakable vow. His firm no-no is his promise to protect her, even at the cost of his own life. She speaks about the lives of others. Her hand on his hand is a request for him to change. She does not ask to forgive everyone, but she wants as few people as possible to die. Her words are a hymn to life. The thought of Kyle as a cruel, blood-soaked tyrant pains Lillian. Kyle makes a vow in his heart to be more restrained for Lillian's sake. Now, every time before he takes someone's life, Kyle will think of Lillian. Lillian's happy smile and quiet thank you become Kyle's greatest reward. Lying in bed, Kyle calls Lillian strange, but there is tenderness in the young man's voice. To Lillian, Kyle himself seems even stranger, but the Emperor doesn't mind at all. The embrace among the white roses makes Kyle wish that this moment could last forever. Kyle forgives the maid and offers to call the Emperor if he wants to stay the night. Kyle's warm smile and promise to make everything right drives all worries away. Lillian blushes, her heart fluttering at Kyle's words, and the embrace closes again. Panic grips Lillian, and she covers her face, realizing the danger of Kyle's charm. The year seemed so short, but now Lillian is overcome with the fear of falling in love with the Emperor. Lillian's memory takes her back to the day when the offer of a one-year contract seemed like such a sure thing. Once upon a time, Kyle was just a character in a novel for Lillian, a soulless figure on the pages of a book. But in this world, Kyle turned out to be a living person, warm, with a beating heart, left for the sake of Selah. Lillian wonders how a man whose very essence she likes so much could fail to touch the girl's heart. Kyle's request for separate rooms is a desperate attempt to draw a line between the spouses. Confused, Lillian tries to figure out if she has done something wrong. Kyle's confirmation that last night's events are the cause hurts Lillian. The pain in Kyle's eyes reflects the main question: is the Emperor really that disgusting to Lillian? Lillian tries to explain that their closeness is too great, but the words get stuck in her throat. Kyle reminds them that their marriage is official, and intimacy is normal for an emperor and empress. A cold anger flashes in Kyle's eyes when Lillian suggests keeping their distance for the sake of a smooth divorce. Lillian's words about Sale and the impossibility of being with Kyle sound like a death sentence for the Emperor. Lillian is confused and cannot understand why Kyle does not accept her request. Kyle explains that their harmonious relationship strengthens faith in the imperial family and the stability of the empire. Lillian backtracks, pretending she didn't mention the separate rooms, for the sake of everyone's sake. Lillian understands that the ending of the story is already known, and now the girl needs to take care of her own heart. With icy calm, Lillian announces her desire to kill one person. Kyle tells of the smuggling of a magic stone by an Eastern nobleman, and the Emperor's voice is filled with anger. A magic stone, capable of storing magical power, becomes a bone of contention and a reason for the death penalty. Many wanted to get their hands on these stones, but they were very few in number, and every transaction required an entry in the imperial ledger. The death penalty is imposed for breaking this law, and Lillian's finger points to the fatal line. Kyle proudly declares that he didn't kill anyone, but only sentenced them to life imprisonment. Lillian ironically suggests checking his heart, since mercy is not what was expected from the Emperor. Lillian's offer to become his doctor sounds like a joke, but Kyle sees it as an opportunity. Kyle holds Lillian close. Their embrace a mixture of passion, despair, and hope. Lillian checks his heartbeat, and in that moment, all the walls between them collapse. Kyle asks Lillian to check his heart every time she fulfills her promise. Fortunately, the smuggling that day was small, and this saved the aristocrat from certain death. Kyle logically explained to Lillian that their alliance was important for the stability of the empire. Lillian's embrace was an unexpected comfort, giving Kyle a rare moment of peace. Kyle ruthlessly confiscated the aristocrat's property and title, condemning his wife and child to poverty. The courtier's hypocritical praise of Kyle's mercy only fills him with contempt. Kyle can hardly stand their nonsense, but his thoughts are occupied with something else. Kyle understands that Lillian wants to distance herself so that she can calmly end their relationship in a year. Even if they fail to mend their relationship within a year, Kyle will try until the very end. Kyle is looking for a way to close the distance with Lillian. He needs to send a letter to Apella. The advisors are perplexed. They cannot think of a way to help the Emperor get closer to his wife. The military advisor takes the words to close the distance literally, suggesting an attack. Kyle barely contains his anger as he asks again how they can close the distance. The general suggests retreat as a priority, since their castle is strong and the escape route must be clear. Kyle is confused. It seems to him that the general is talking about something else. Not understanding his true intentions, the general suggests leaving those who remember the way in the castle and shortening the distance by attacking. His crazy idea about the ladder and the wall makes Kyle furious. He can't believe what he's hearing. Kyle's icy question about whose neck he was talking about silences the general. Kyle is furious that his advisors dared to call the Empress an enemy. He barely contains his anger, reminding them that they were discussing an appeal, not a war. He is confused, not understanding what is going on in the Emperor's head and why everything went wrong. Lillian is worried about the future. Her question about whether everything will be okay with me is a cry for help. Kyle and Lillian sit back to back, their thoughts a mystery that each is trying to unravel. Eris enters Sular's room, her unannounced visit a daring challenge that he accepts. They sit in tense silence, their conversation a duel where every word is a weapon. Eris asks why that woman sided with Her Majesty, her voice full of venom. Sular remembers the Marquise Elan. Their communication stopped after her marriage, leaving scars. Eris's thoughts are full of contempt. She does not understand why the Empress supports this woman. Sular says with a lazy smile that they seem to be friends, but there is a cold calculation in his eyes. Eris is furious at his words. She remembers how Marquise Elan had many followers. Sular says with indifference that he doesn't care about the Marquise Elan. His goal is the Empress. He asks if Aris wants to give up. His words are a test of strength that she will not pass. Eris defiantly replies that she will never give up. Her determination is her main weapon. Sular, with a devilish smile, says that he will make the Empress an outcast among the aristocrats. Eris asks him to help her. Her request is a cry for help that he cannot ignore. She asks to be rid of this woman. Her words are a death sentence for the Marquise Elan. Sular agrees, because the Marquise Elan is in his way, and her elimination is part of his plan. A dark fire burns in his eyes. He understands that this woman is also bothering him. The Empress defeated the Emperor by asking him to kill less. Her mercy is her strength. It all happened after Lady Katrina insulted Lillian, and no one would have been surprised if the Emperor had drawn his sword. She surprised him again. Her calmness and wisdom were something he didn't expect. Lillian says with a smile that she simply asked the Emperor to stop killing people. Her words are a hymn to life. Celestian realizes with horror that the Emperor is listening to other people's words, and this changes everything. Lillian's naivety, unaware of her influence on the Emperor, only irritates Celestian. Lillian offers her a cookie, not noticing how her simple kindness infuriates Celestian. The guy's words about being strong become the last straw for Celestian. Celestian has a cunning plan to use the Emperor's love for the Empress for her own purposes. In the past, Celestian was a villain, but now her anger is directed towards protecting Lillian. Lillian's concern for her The simple worry about the bright sun makes Celestian melt. Lillian asks to have a picnic in nature. Her innocent wish becomes a reason for training. Celestian suggests they practice, her words sounding like a challenge that Lillian accepts. For Celestian, gossip is just dust. But for Lillian, the Empress, it can become a threat. Celestian vows to protect Lillian, her beautiful face, from all the intrigues and dirt of high society. She will protect Lillian just as she protected her with her sword. Their friendship is their greatest strength. High society is a battlefield, and Celestian is ready to use all her connections to protect the Empress. She remembers that she needs to do something on the way home, her thoughts already occupied with a new plan. The suggestion to start training sounds like a declaration of war, and fire burns in both their eyes. You can't let go of the sword anymore, because the enemies are just waiting to see their opponent defenseless. Even though Lillian is a rookie, enemies will take advantage of any weakness she has to strike. It is impossible to hide your skills, and if the enemy turns out to be stronger, you need to run or attack suddenly. Celestian studied swordsmanship diligently, and her skill improved with each passing day. Lillian is surprised to realize that Celestian has been training even when they weren't together. Her strength the result of hard work. An exhausted Celestian suggests a rest, her sword falling to the ground with a dull thud. Lillian looks at her friend with admiration, not imagining how she could swing a sword for so long. Kyle's appearance disrupts their privacy, his request for a break sounding like a challenge. The three of them sit under a tree, and in this quiet scene, there is a fragile truce between rivals. Lillian offers Kyle some water, but her gesture only elicits a disdainful smirk from Celestian. Kyle drinks from her flask with pleasure, not noticing how his actions hurt Celestian. Celestian's devilish smile is a mask that hides the pain and jealousy that is tearing her apart from within. She offers Lillian her water, and in this simple gesture lies all her devotion and care. Kyle drinks water greedily, not noticing how his selfishness becomes the cause of a new quarrel. He is confused that he drank all the water, but his confusion looks like mockery. Celestian ironically invites him to go back and drink there, her words full of poison. Lillian says with a smile that she doesn't like cruel people. Her words are a subtle hint at Kyle. She admits that she has recently started learning fencing, and her words surprise Celestian. Kyle is furious at her words. He can't believe that Lillian loves Celestian. Lillian says with a smile that she is not cruel, but rather an innocent lamb. Kyle is confused. He doesn't understand how she can talk about her shortcomings so easily. Celestian explains that cruelty and swordsmanship are two different things. Lillian wonders if Her Majesty likes people who can't handle a sword. She says with a smile that she has heard about his fencing training since childhood. His embarrassed laugh is an admission that he was not a diligent student, but his skills are noteworthy. Celestian's sudden laughter seems out of place to Lillian and only causes confusion. The order to take care of this woman sounds like a dying wish, full of pain and regret. Soulard orders not to kill the Marquise Elan, but only to wound her so that she appears in public. Marquise Elan was easy prey, as she usually sat at home, not expecting an attack. Martha proudly offers her pudding to the Marquise Elan, her face shining with anticipation. The assassin has difficulty containing his emotions, having been trained to be ruthless and unfeeling. Marquise Elan looks at the pudding with suspicion, her intuition telling her that something is wrong. The fear in Martha's eyes gives her away. She is afraid that her insidious plan will be exposed. Rumors of Marquise Elan's cruelty prove true, and the assassin realizes he underestimated his victim. Chen orders the magical stone with freezing magic to be brought. His voice does not tolerate objections. Marquise Elan says with a smile that it would be a shame if the pudding were to spoil. Her words are a challenge. The assassin is horrified. He was trained to be ruthless, but he cannot believe what is happening. He asks if he will be able to meet Her Majesty, his voice trembling with excitement. Martha doubts that the Empress will meet someone like him. Her words are full of contempt. Marquise Elan easily says that she was able to meet her, and this gives him hope. She shows him her sword, saying that everyone has flaws, and that's no reason to give up. Marta is shocked that the Marquise Elan is learning fencing. She finds it unfeminine. Marquise Elan has been trained in this art since childhood, and now she teaches it, fulfilling her dream. She believes that everyone can change if they want to. Her words are a hymn to hope. The assassin is horrified that she recognized him. His mask has fallen, and now he is defenseless. Marquise Elan stands over her fallen enemy, her sword gleaming in the rays of the setting sun. The words of the Marquise Elan that such work does not frighten her sound like a challenge to the entire world. Marchioness Elin tells Sir Walton about the captured spy, her voice calm, but fire burning in her eyes. Her compliment to Sir Walton on his eloquence is a subtle mockery that he does not immediately understand. Lillian is shocked by how many young girls have come to learn fencing. She can't believe all these girls want to learn how to wield a sword. Her world is turned upside down. Marquise Elan says with a smile that it's okay if there are many of them. Her laughter is infectious. Lillian is perplexed. She does not understand how the Marquise Elan was able to gather so many girls. Her embarrassment gives her away. She doesn't know what to say. And this only amuses the Marquise Elan. The rumor that Her Majesty is teaching the Marquise to wield a sword is spreading throughout the palace. Lillian is thrilled that she will be able to defeat the villain, her eyes glowing with anticipation. The assassin thought it was just a rustling in the bushes, but it turned out to be a man who looked like magic. Marquise Elan says with a smile that this is what strength is, to find the courage to resist. Marion asks with trepidation to touch Lillian's hand. Her admiration knows no bounds. She apologizes for her rudeness, but Lillian only smiles, her kindness disarming. The young ladies Celestian brought were good, but they lacked basic training. They stay to talk, and in this quiet scene lies the beginning of a new, strong friendship. Celestian admits that she could leave this to the knights, because it is a woman's role to be protected. Lillian asks why she took the sword. Because it could be dangerous. Her concern is genuine. Marquise Elan clenches her fist, her words about not giving up on her dreams sounding like a vow. Lillian became Celestian's will, her dream of a new life free from prejudice. Lillian feels the weight of responsibility, because Celestian has decided to change for her. She doubts she can handle these girls without overloading them with her expectations. Celestian explains that these are mostly girls from disadvantaged families who have been deprived of a chance. They have difficulty hiring knights, and even if they want to learn to wield a sword, it is difficult to find a teacher. Their situation limits them, because without money, there is little they can do in this cruel world. But their desire is stronger than the responsibility that Lillian felt. Their eyes are burning with fire. Lillian says with a smile that there will be no second chance. Her words are a challenge that they accept. Celestian says with a sly smile that everyone is ready for this. Her confidence is infectious. Kyle readily offers Lillian the gym, and his support is her mainstay. He says that the entire Imperial Palace is at her disposal. His words are full of love and tenderness. He asks if there is anything else he can do. His desire to help her is boundless. His offer to bring cookies to the gym is a sweet, clumsy attempt at caring. Lillian agrees to his simple favor with a smile, her heart melting from his tenderness. His confusion and bewilderment at her agreement was the cutest thing she had ever seen. His timid request to sleep holding hands is a cry from the soul, longing for her warmth and closeness. They fall asleep holding hands, and in this quiet scene, there is a promise of a new, happy life. A week later, 46 rookies stand in the training room, their eyes full of hope. Lillian warns that it will be difficult, but her words only strengthen their resolve. She says that everything that comes easily also disappears just as easily. Her words are a hymn to perseverance. Everyone was breathing heavily, but somehow they managed to get through the grueling workout. Lillian is surprised that none of the girls gave up. Their resilience is astounding. Letters from aristocrats asking to join the training are an unexpected turn of events. Rumors of Celestian's victory over the spy and fencing lessons spread throughout the palace. Lillian realizes that Sular's frequent visits are not just a coincidence, but part of his game. Sular speaks of interesting rumors with a false smile, his words full of poison. He gives Lillian a box of rare medicinal herbs, his generosity a trap. Lillian is terrified that she must accept this gift, because it is the price for silence. Despite her disgust, Lillian accepts the gift, her handshake a forced compromise. Sular says with a grin that the knight's job is to protect the precious inhabitants. Lillian ironically suggests that he ask all the knights for help. Her words are a challenge. Sular, laughing, reminds him that he is also from an imperial family, and his fighting skills should not be underestimated. There is a cold glimmer in his eyes. He knows that these young girls have never held anything heavier than a fan in their hands. They never sweated, were hungry, or felt pain. Their life was one continuous pleasure. Sular doubts they can change, but Lillian believes in the power of human will. Her confidence that everything is too real is a response to his cynicism and disbelief. Sular says that change requires sacrifice, and this frightens Lillian. His question about what she will have to sacrifice sounds like a threat, but she is not afraid. Lillian says with a smile that she will have to sacrifice herself. Her words are a daring challenge. Kyle stands in the shadows, his heart breaking with jealousy and fear. He does not envy the power. He does not love the Emperor. Lillian stands in the middle of a whirlwind of letters, her decision to leave not a weakness, but a strategic move. She hopes not to change, to remain true to herself and her plan to escape from the imperial palace. Sular's words about the empress being afraid of change sound like a mockery, but there is some truth in them. They drink tea in tense silence until the teapot is empty, and with it, her hopes. Rumors that the mother of the empire has taken up the sword spread throughout the palace, causing confusion. Eris speaks with disdain about how so many ladies want to become knights, her words full of venom. She thinks the empire is going crazy because the empress has taken up the sword, and there is fear in her voice. The memory of her brother's death is an unhealing wound, and she doesn't care about anything that happens around her. The Marchioness of Aprica offers her support, her words a ray of hope in the dark realm of intrigue. Eris interrupts their conversation. Her appearance is not an accident, but a carefully planned move. She thinks that the Marchioness of Aprica is also unhappy with the Marchioness of Elan, and this gives her hope for an alliance. Eris speaks with hatred about the Empress, instilling a love of the sword in young girls. She closes the book, her words about simply reading her mind sounding like a threat. She apologizes for being rude, but her words about them having different opinions are a declaration of war. The Marchioness of Aprica invites her to sit down. Her hospitality is a trap into which Eris has fallen. Kyle is furious that the Empress knows about the rumors, his anger stemming from the fear of losing her. The problem was that the nobles who criticized Lillian had formed a group, and that was dangerous. Kyle is afraid that Lillian won't be able to handle it, and his fear is his greatest weakness. The maid bursts in screaming. Her words about noble ladies surrounding Her Majesty are an alarm signal. Lillian smiles and suggests that they rest. Her calmness is her main weapon in this battle. The fall of the Marquise of Aprica was not an accident, but a carefully planned provocation. Her words about not recognizing Lillian are a subtle mockery of her simple origins. The question about the sword in Lillian's hands is not just curiosity, but an accusation of a breach of etiquette. Lillian realizes that the Marchioness of Aprica has come here to put her insidious plan into action. The words about Lillian wearing commoner's clothes are a blow to her honor and dignity. The Marquise Elan says with disdain that they only know how to throw words around vulgarly. Her words about it being so petty, even though they are older, are a challenge they cannot ignore. The Marchioness of Aprica, with false concern, says that she is simply expressing her concern for the imperial family. Celestian's comment about cheap macarons is a subtle metaphor that puts them in their place. Celestian's fighting power today was simply superb. Her victory a triumph of justice. Marquise Aprica tries to justify herself, but her words about them coming to ask a question sound unconvincing. Celestian, with icy calm, says that it would be good if they left them. Lillian says with a smile that everything is fine. Her calmness is her main weapon. She offers to listen to what they want to talk about, her smile a mask hiding her anger. The question of why the Empress torments young ladies is another attempt to humiliate her. The Marchioness of Aprica mockingly says that fooling young girls is the same thing. Celestian says with irony that she has abilities that she never even suspected. The Marchioness of Aprica angrily says that none of the nobles will be able to refuse Her Majesty. Lillian asks with a smile if the Marquise will take the sword against her will, her words a challenge. Her question about whether a sword is the most dangerous thing in the world makes everyone fall silent. The Marquise Aprica's words about poor nobles preparing their own food are a venomous mockery of Lillian. Lillian says with an icy smile that it is impossible to forbid the use of a kitchen knife. Her words are a threat. Marquise Aprica is furious at her words, but Lillian reminds her that the sword protects not only her, but the entire empire. Lillian says with a grin that if you learn to hold a sword correctly, the risk of getting hurt will be less. Lillian's words about her parents being outcasts are a challenge that the Marchioness of Aprica cannot ignore. Lillian says with a devilish smile that everyone in the Machilean family knows how to use swords, both men and women. Marion watches their argument in horror, her heart sinking with fear for Lillian. Lillian's focused gaze is frightening, filled with cold fury and a readiness to fight. Lillian angrily asks why she is being accused of doing this selflessly. She says that this is her personal opinion, and she could have expressed it in a different way. The Marchioness Aprica and her retinue prepared an entire play to humiliate Lillian, but their plan failed. They wear the clothes of commoners and suffer more than they do. Their hypocrisy arouses only contempt. The time Lillian spent teaching the young ladies was an investment in their future, not a waste of time. Lillian's rage flares up again, her question about selflessness an accusation of hypocrisy. The Marchioness of Aprica is horrified by her words. She realizes that she made a mistake in underestimating the Empress. Lillian tells her to get up with icy calm, her words an order that cannot be disobeyed. She warns that if they behave so frivolously again, she will punish them. Her words that this would be considered a crime against the imperial family were the last straw. Lillian wanted to stop them, but the maid's words were true, and she could not remain silent. The wise maid trusts her mistress, knowing that the empress is competent enough to handle it. Lillian skillfully overcomes noble ladies. Her sense of superiority is as natural as breathing. She suppresses people without shedding blood. Her power is in words, not in the sword. Kyle watches her, wondering if she needs help, but he knows Lillian can handle it on her own. Lillian asks with a cheerful laugh if she didn't do a great job. Her confidence is infectious. Kyle says with admiration that it was amazing and he should learn this from her. He promised to kill less, and now, looking at her, he understands that there are other ways to win. His embrace is not just tenderness, but recognition of her strength and wisdom. He rushes towards her in panic as she stumbles, his fear of losing her stronger than anything. Lillian says with a smile that everything is fine. Her calmness is disarming. She explains that she simply forgot about the stone. Her words sound frivolous, but there is cold calculation in her eyes. Kyle is horrified that she could have gotten hurt. He can't believe she would be so careless. He is ready to punish them, but Lillian stops him, her words full of wisdom and mercy. She says they don't have to do anything. Her smile is a promise of peace and quiet. He doesn't understand why she doesn't want revenge. His mind can't comprehend her kindness. Kyle can't figure out if she's lost something or if she just wasn't in pain. Lillian is confident that if a person does something like this once, he or she is likely to do the same in the future. He is perplexed by her words. He cannot understand whether she is a fool or trying to be a saint. Lillian says with a smile that she simply doesn't care about such things. Her calmness is her strength. Kyle believes that this is an inevitable consequence, and a light punishment is enough. He asks if she is afraid. His question is not just curiosity, but concern for her. Kyle warns that people may judge Lillian, but the girl doesn't care. Lillian had been afraid before, but now fear had given way to cold calculation. Kyle talks about his childhood in the Witchwood, and Lillian listens with bated breath. This story was in the original, but no one knew what really happened there. What Kyle told us, a story that no one knew before, changes everything. Returning home turned into a nightmare for Kyle. It wasn't his mother that awaited him, but a sentence. Kyle's room was supposed to be empty, but those who would render the verdict were waiting there. Friends, teachers, and even his mother awaited his return, but not with joy, but with condemnation. Kyle was really looking forward to his mother greeting him, but her cold gaze broke his heart. Her words about him running away from home sound like an accusation of betrayal. This has never happened before in the imperial family, and what if people find out about it? Kyle made a mistake. He set up Her Majesty. He is Her Majesty's mistake. Kyle bitterly admits that everyone was right. He made a mistake that cost him everything. Lillian sympathizes with how scared he must have been, and her words are a balm for his wounds. Kyle describes how his body turned to stone, and his mother didn't even ask what happened. Lillian says with a smile that he did well, and she is sorry that he had to go through that. Kyle is embarrassed by her praise. He is not used to being praised rather than reproached. His question about whether she wants to test how tough he is a desperate attempt to hide his vulnerability. Lillian says with a smile that it's a bit of a burden, her words a gentle jab. Kyle hoped his coolness didn't need to be tested, but now he's willing to do anything to prove it. Kyle, the man no one has ever named, is asleep, but Lillian sees him as just a character. The original was written for Sayla, and it was easy for Lillian to understand her motives. Lillian knew that if she stayed with the Emperor, she would suffer as a reader and decided to keep her distance. The thought that it wasn't her fault doesn't bring Lillian any comfort, because she's still trapped. Lillian is looking for her own path, her own ending, which will not be like the one in the book. She's trying to understand how she sees Kyle, not how the novel describes him. How to look at Kyle through Lillian's eyes, and not from Sayla's point of view, is the main question. The memory of Kyle proposing to Sayla is a painful sting for Lillian. Kyle tries to be kind to her, but Lillian sees it as just part of his game. She searches for him in panic, afraid that he has left again without saying a word. The maids are in tears because he hasn't returned for so long, and their concern is genuine. His cry is not just a call, but a desperate plea for her to be near. He apologizes for the long walk, but the contract he offered was more for her. In the end, it turned out to be mutual, and this is their only hope for salvation. He was afraid that she had run away, because this was her chance to avoid death in the finale. She says with a smile that she will not run away. Her words are a promise that she cannot break. She won't run away and make him worry anymore. Their agreement is her only protection. She doesn't like this situation. She wants to get a divorce that same day. But how long can she pretend? She is overwhelmed with documents that need to be checked. Her thoughts are occupied not with him, but with business. He was worried that he couldn't sleep at night, but her calm and detachment hurt him even more. Kyle wakes up in a cold bed. Lillian has disappeared, leaving behind only emptiness. The cold of her side of the bed pierces Kyle, and he feels cold too. Panic grips Kyle at the thought that Lillian might have run away because something unpleasant happened the day before. Thank goodness Lillian was in the garden, and Kyle breathes a sigh of relief, his fear receding. But after thinking some more, Kyle realizes that not everything is as good as it seemed at first glance. The reason why Lillian didn't absorb for the night was probably because of the incident with those women yesterday. Rage boils inside Kyle at the thought of little things tormenting his wife. Kyle didn't let it go. He decided to punish the offenders, but that wasn't enough. The servant is confused by Kyle's question. He doesn't understand why the Emperor is so angry. Kyle asks for advice on what to do. His desperation is a cry for help. The advisor suggests a method that helped his friend, but he is not sure if it will work with the Empress. Proposing a second time is a crazy idea, but Kyle is willing to do anything to get Lillian back. Kyle is still devastated by the first proposal, and the thought of a second one fills him with dread. He could not forget how dryly Lillian had reacted then. Her indifference hurt him. Kyle is desperate. He doesn't know what to do, because Lillian might immediately demand a divorce. He decides to listen to Marquis Elan, his last hope in this hopeless situation. Marquis Elan arrives at the Emperor's call. His wife watches him go with concern. She thought he had calmed down, but his determination says otherwise. He is ready to fight. She asks him to be strong. Her words are not just support, but an order that he cannot disobey. Marquis Elan has arrived at Your Majesty's call. His appearance is a sign that the game has begun. Kyle wants to know how to cheer up the Empress. His question is full of despair. Marquis Elan understands that the problem is that Lillian is often sad, and this is his chance. Kyle says Lillian never complained, but her morning walk alone was a cry for help. Marquis Elan asks if Kyle has noticed before that His Majesty looks ill. His question is a trap. At night, Lillian looks as if she needs comforting, her loneliness palpable. Marquis Elan says with a smile that he noticed the Empress's bad mood in the bedroom. Kyle bitterly admits that Lillian never once told him, "I love you," or expressed any affection. Marquis Elan understands that personal experience will not help here, because Kyle was unstoppable. He says shyly that he cannot talk about his experience. His words are a game. Marquis Elan offers Kyle a book that might be useful, his smile full of cunning. Kyle is baffled that there is a book that describes how to comfort his wife. Marquis Elan says with a smile that this book helped him too. His words are a lie. Kyle is glad that Lillian loves to read, and Marquis Elan promises to prepare everything for them to watch it together. Their handshake is not just gratitude, but the beginning of a new, dangerous alliance. Marquis Elan leaves, promising to hurry with the preparations, his smile a mask. The gift from Marquis Elan is not just a book, but the key to the Empress's heart. Kyle is confused that Celestine's husband gave him this book, but he believes it will help. Lillian unwraps the gift with interest, her curiosity stronger than her suspicions. A red book titled 101 Ways to Spend a Hot Night is not what she expected. Kyle is furious at being deceived, his cry a cry of despair and humiliation. Lillian, touching Kyle's hand, tries to understand the true intentions hidden behind this book. Kyle panics and tries to justify himself. The young man's embarrassment reaches its limit. Lillian's icy question about whether the young man wants to have fun with a girl, as described in the book, makes Kyle freeze. Lillian asks with a grin if she was mistaken about the Emperor's intentions, realizing that this manhwa has a low rating. Lillian's look is filled with horror as she realizes that this is what Kyle would actually want. Lillian sees that this world is not going as it was in the original, but the girl's future is still in danger. The fear of a future where Lillian will have a child with Kyle and the Emperor will fall in love with Sayla drives the girl crazy. The thought that this really will be the end makes Lillian's heart clench with pain. Kyle tries to hide his embarrassment behind a mask of indifference, but Lillian sees right through the Emperor. Kyle's mysterious behavior worries the advisor, who feels there is something more behind it. Kyle inquires with icy calm about plans for the Marquise of Africa, making it clear that the Emperor's patience is wearing thin. Kyle is losing patience, not understanding how the advisor cannot grasp the hidden meaning of the question. The advisor suggests removing the annoying thing from sight. The man's words are full of venom. Kyle agrees with this idea, The emperor's decision is a death sentence for the Marquise of Aprica. 10 days later, Lillian hosts a tea party in the garden. The girls calm the calm before the storm. The absence of the Marquise of Aprica and her entourage at the tea party was not an accident, but part of Lillian's plan. Rumors that the Marchioness of Aprica has urgently left for her fief are causing everyone to be perplexed. Lillian pretends that she is hearing about the Marquise's departure for the first time, but triumph flashes in the girl's eyes. Everyone thinks that the aristocrats are leaving the capital at the same time, and this seems suspicious. The guests whisper that the Marchioness of Aprica could not bear the shame and ran away, the words full of malice. The heroine, with a fan near her face, reflects on the sharp mind needed for a skillful lie. The blue-haired girl senses that there is something fishy about what is happening. A sudden revelation strikes her as she remembers the letters from the conspirators. Lines of false apologies that were meant to deceive her come to mind. Lillian realizes that the letters were not direct evidence, but merely a ruse. With a sly smile, the girl hints to her maid of honor about the upcoming troubles in the feud. The heroine falls silent mysteriously, knowing that an invisible ally has already had a hand in everything. Meanwhile, the faithful assistant reports on the execution of a secret order. The young man learns that Lillian, unfortunately, figured everything out herself. The girl's thoughts turn to the upcoming hunting competition, which will become a battlefield. This annual event is not just entertainment, but a demonstration of the Empire's military might. Socialite ladies are already in full swing discussing the participants, unaware of the hidden intrigues. One of them worries about the Baron's old injury, while the heroine maintains an icy calm. Suddenly, the name of a new member, Sister Leilan, is announced, and this news takes everyone by surprise. When asked about her participation, the girl only laughs, hiding her true intentions. In fact, winning the hunt is her only chance to avoid the difficulties of a divorce. The powerful Celestian trains hard, preparing to become the ultimate rival. The focus is on the tradition of ribbons symbolizing honor and loyalty. The ladies are speculating whose ribbon the mysterious Marquise Maquilian will accept. Lillian freezes in alarm upon hearing that the Empress might give her ribbon to His Majesty. Lillian hides her true feelings with a smile, thinking about her husband's reaction. Suddenly, she feels uneasy, because too many people have visited her in the last few days. The knights tearfully beg her to give them the ribbon as a sign of blessing. These warriors, raised by the Emperor, see her as their second mistress. The girl is surprised by their request, because they could have received the ribbon from any other lady. One of the knights fervently swears that he will throw away all the ribbons from the other ladies. His comrades freeze in horror at such a careless confession. The heroine, with a headache, realizes that she will have to make 42 tapes. With a sly smile, she finds a way out of this situation. The knights, in desperation, are ready to agree to even 5 ribbons instead of 42. The girl understands that what is important to them is not the film, but her personal participation. Lillian panics, not knowing where she will find time for so much needlework. In the end, she agrees to make only 5, and the knights rejoice with happiness. The young man in the garden is perplexed as to what his knights wanted from the Empress. Daisy's maid notices her mistress's concern and delicately inquires about the reason. Lillian is overcome with curiosity and decides to find out what is behind the knights' strange behavior. Daisy suggests that the whole thing is due to the ridiculous rumors circulating around the palace. The entire empire is discussing not only the departure of the Marquise of Aprica, but something more. The rumor that Lillian silenced noblewomen with her sword shocks her. Celestian comes to her on the eve of the competition with an unexpected request. Celestian's fiery eyes reflect a determination matched only by her ambition. Lillian sees herself reflected in this girl, because it was she who inspired her to take up the sword. She tenderly promises that the ribbon, a symbol of her faith, will be ready by the time the competition begins. The ribbon from the wrist becomes a temporary talisman and a sign of their unbreakable connection. Celestian leaves inspired, her heart full of hope for the coming victory. In the evening, an agitated Bastion bursts into her chambers, demanding his promised ribbon. Lillian greets him with cold calm, her question full of unspoken reproach. The guy is surprised by her insight, because he really did make one important promise. His flippant admission that he swore to himself only makes her smile. Behind his cheerful mask, Bastion hides his true reluctance to tie himself down in marriage. The shadow of the past touches him as he recalls the early loss of his mother and the responsibility he shouldered. The heroine understands that behind the image of a carefree rake lies deep loneliness. With childish spontaneity, he begs for the ribbon, promising her luxurious furs for victory. The guy's sudden concern takes her by surprise, causing a storm of conflicting feelings. The appearance of the emperor disturbs their privacy, his gaze cold and piercing. The husband's short answer sounds ominous, and barely contained rage splashes in his eyes. Bastian, sensing danger, hurries to retreat, leaving Lillian alone with her husband's anger. The tension in the room mounts, and the calm order to bring tea sounds like a clap of thunder. The girl tries to hide the true reason for the conversation behind a mask of cold indifference. The emperor listens to her with an inscrutable face, but some kind of plan is already maturing in his head. The emperor's jealousy flares up at the innocent gesture, forcing Lillian to justify herself. He tries to reach out to her, but she doesn't see anything strange in things that have been familiar to her since childhood. There is a fire raging in his eyes, because he cannot understand why his brother is kissing his wife. Her brazen response leaves him stumped, hinting at his own cold attitude. His confusion seems so strange to her that she cannot find a reasonable explanation for it. The unexpected request for the tape, uttered with childish hope, discourages the girl. The reminder of their marriage sounds so embarrassed from his lips, as if he himself does not believe it. She sees his indecision and pushes him to be frank, ready to listen to everything. His awkward offer to kiss her as a thank you takes Lillian by surprise. She decides to end this awkward moment, but his look tells her that the conversation is not over. Her flirtatious permission sounds like a challenge, making his heart beat faster. He can no longer restrain himself. Her game has awakened the true predator in him. An inch from her lips, he gives her one last chance to retreat, but she chooses the risk. Her heart pounds with the realization of how dangerous he could truly be. The tension subsides, leaving behind only confusion and unspoken desire. He offers her a choice, but his timid touch speaks of more than just a kiss. Meanwhile, in the shadow of the palace, justice is carried out on those who dared to insult the empress. A sinister plan to denigrate Lillian backfires on its creator, condemning him to shame. A loyal servant recalls the dark side of the emperor, which he carefully hides from everyone. Behind the ruler's icy mask lies a man whose true feelings remain a mystery. The general looks in bewilderment at his emperor, who is shining with happiness like a polished samovar. When asked about his cheek, the hero answers with feigned nonchalance, trying to hide his glee. He recalls with rapture the mark of a kiss left on his cheek by the woman he loved. The guy sheepishly admits that the kiss was mutual, and he still can't get over it. His narcissism reaches its peak, because he no longer wants to be just a spectator in someone else's love story. The stone-faced general realizes that he no longer has the strength to watch this circus. The emperor's sudden question about married life leaves the loyal subject completely baffled. The ruler's cold tone brings the general back to reality, reminding him of his true, frightening nature. The subordinate, in despair, begs to fix his ruined life, seeing this as the only way out. The general leaves in complete confusion, his thoughts confused by the strange behavior of his master. Left alone, the emperor tenderly rereads the letter, anticipating the coming victory and the cherished kiss. A spirit of competition reigns in the forest, as the knights discuss their first successes in the qualifying rounds of the competition. One of the warriors proudly declares that he will not sell his trophy, because for him it is a matter of honor. The young knight, with a modest smile, attributes his victory to a mere whim of fortune. However, his proud expression clearly reveals the true feelings of a winner. Two female knights regretfully discuss the empress's absence from the competition. One of them does not hide her disappointment, because she so dreamed of seeing her skill in battle. Rumors about the participation of the Marquise Elan, who recently took up the sword, excite the imagination of everyone present. Her example inspires young warriors, who dream of one day achieving the same level of skill. Lillian watches the peaceful festival with a smile, realizing that her past discontent was just a mistake. The holiday bustle can't drown out her anxiety, as the novel's original plot goes to hell. Looking around at the carefree crowd, she remembers that a year ago the atmosphere was very different. A memory comes to mind of a crimson sky, and a palace shrouded in an ominous aura of fear and death. In those days, no one dared to catch the emperor's eye, because his wrath was merciless. People lived in constant fear, because any carelessness could cost them their heads. In the shadows of the palace lurks the one who blames all the changes on one single girl. He understands that the window of opportunity for revenge is rapidly closing and that he needs to act. His accomplice is burning with impatience, not understanding why he has not yet struck his blow. The news of the upcoming competition becomes a sign for them, an ideal chance for reprisal. He gives a ruthless order, ready to do anything to get his past life back. Hunting competitions would be the perfect cover, as it's so easy to stage an accident in the woods. In the dense thicket, deadly traps have already been set, waiting for their unsuspecting victim. His comrade does not understand his delay because he risks missing his only chance. It turns out that he had a secret reason to protect the sovereign because they were connected by a common pain. The assistant fears that the owner's inaction is connected with the approaching anniversary of his beloved's death. However, he remains adamant because in order to carry out revenge, he needs a clear head. He summons a mysterious hooded stranger, handing him a mysterious pendant with a red stone. This pendant turns out to be a witch's mark, the key to the dark forest and its deadly inhabitants. Rumors surface of Brother Kalius, who carried out a massacre in the forest after taking the god's flute from the Red Witch. Now, the surviving witches are thirsty for revenge. Their eyes glowing in the darkness have already found their target. The target has been chosen, Bastion's sister, because she is his weakest point. In his burning eyes, one can read a mad hope that her death will return everything to normal. The long-awaited festival begins, and the herald reads out a welcoming speech with pathos. His protracted chatter tests the patience of everyone present, causing a wave of discontent. Lillian has a hard time holding back a yawn, because he has already said the word finally 37 times. A relieved murmur goes through the crowd as the competition is finally declared open. The herald sheds a tear from emotion at his own speech, causing only bewilderment among those around him. Young ladies tremble as they see off their knights, who vow to defend their honor on the battlefield. The heroine watches this touching scene with affection, her heart melting from such sincerity. The young knight, despite his bruises, proudly declares that he does not throw words to the wind. She is surprised by his fighting spirit, because she has prepared a special golden ribbon for him. The guy can't hold back tears of gratitude, because he didn't expect such an honor even in his wildest dreams. Lillian's gaze turns cold and determined as she challenges him to the next competition. She leaves, and the knight realizes with horror that he has just dug his own grave with his behavior. Celestian appears, her confident demeanor suggesting that she came here only for victory. Lillian notes with sympathy how uncomfortable her bulky armor must be. Celestian's embarrassed admission that her husband helped her put on her armor takes her by surprise. The neatly tied knots on the armor speak of her husband's love and care better than any words. The girls exchange jokes to hide their nerves, but the fear of losing hangs in the air. Celestian is determined because she can't let down the one who believed in her and became her mentor. Lillian is confused because Celestian already has the ribbon, but it asks for a very special permission. The thought that the stern warrior himself made the ribbon for his beloved brings a warm smile to the heroine. The girl puts her before a difficult choice, but Celestian readily accepts the double responsibility. They make a playful agreement in which Lillian's share should still be a little larger. Celestian kneels, swearing that all honors won today will belong to her alone. Bastion's sudden appearance, with his loud declarations of sisterly love, brings a note of chaos to the idol. He demands his promised film with childish delight and impatience, paying no attention to those around him. His loud statement makes other ladies look at them with resentment, because they also hoped for something. For Bastion, this is a special moment, as it is the first time he has received a ribbon made especially for him. He leaves with a smug smile, determined to keep his promise to her. Lillian remains perplexed, trying to remember what other promise he keeps talking about. The Emperor appears at the most unexpected moment, and his calm request for the ribbon sounds like an order. He looks at her with such tenderness that the girl has no doubt about his feelings. The Emperor's unexpected gesture of kneeling plunges everyone into a state of shock. It is an honor for her, but in his eyes she sees something more than just following palace etiquette. His kiss, intended for a ritual, feels like the most real and sincere confession. They play their roles, but behind the masks of the Emperor and Empress, there are simply a man and a woman. His warm and sincere smile makes her heart beat faster, breaking the icy wall between them. All participants go hunting, and now all that remains is to wait for the results with bated breath. Lillian enthusiastically encourages her friend, anticipating a romantic letter with all the details. Despite the celebration, Lillian is left with an uneasy feeling of distrust in the Emperor's intentions. She confidently declares that she is not afraid of him, but a shadow of doubt can be seen in her eyes. The friends discuss the power of love with emotion, but the heroine sees it as just a beautiful fairy tale. There is pain in his eyes as he desperately searches for a way to change his dark reputation. His enemies take advantage of his bad reputation because it becomes a shield and an excuse for them. She makes a firm decision to change his reputation at any cost, feeling her responsibility. His friend enthusiastically notes his romantic act, not seeing any catch in it. A bitter realization dawns on her. All this romance is just part of the book plot that was forced upon her. The friend tries to unravel the mystery of their relationship, unaware how deep the rabbit hole goes. Lillian speaks tenderly of his changes, because she sees him not as a tyrant, but as a human being. Her sincere words of gratitude take her friend by surprise, revealing a new side of the Empress. She offers to join their interesting conversation with a flirtatious smile, intriguing her even more. Sular's sudden appearance destroys her peace, because he is the root of all her troubles. She greets him with icy politeness, not expecting him to dare to appear here. His false excuse about not knowing how to handle a sword only makes her smirk contemptuously. She instantly recognizes the lie in his words, because behind his smile lies a dark past. He decides to think it over, but his look suggests that he is not going to back down so easily. His brazen behavior leaves everyone shocked. He is ready to do anything to convey his message to her. He whispers mysterious words in her ear that make her freeze with horror and tension. His words about the fear of change make her wary, because she understands that this is only the beginning of their game. Their verbal duel is razor sharp, each trying to find the other's weak spot. She calmly parries his attack, hinting that there is an attractive force in change that he cannot understand. Her direct question sounds like a challenge, an attempt to break through the wall of his self-confidence. His arrogance is a shield, a stubborn refusal to accept a world that no longer revolves around him. A wall of misunderstanding grows between them. Their life philosophies collide in an irreconcilable battle. He is a hostage to his own script, a character locked into a role he considers his destiny. He is tormented by a paradox. He believes in change for others, but completely denies its possibility for himself. She sees his tragedy, his self-proclaimed God complex, that leads him to self-destruction. A sudden revelation strikes her, because behind his desperate resistance lies an even more desperate thirst for change. The friend's concern only emphasizes the oppressive aura that Sular creates with his mere presence. His appearance poisons the atmosphere of the holiday. He is like poison, penetrating into the very heart of the fun. His friend cannot understand his motives. His impudence and disregard for the rules only leave her perplexed. Lillian seethes with rage, because his insolence is not just bad form, but a direct challenge to her. A sinister observer lurks in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to begin his deadly game. His plan comes into action, and a mysterious green witch appears from the depths of the forest. Her angry question sounds like a clap of thunder. She does not tolerate disrespectful treatment from mortals. His attempt to command is shattered by her icy contempt. She does not submit to fragile human beings. A crystal flares in her hand, a symbol of her magic, and a reminder of who is truly in charge here. He has to humble his pride, because in the face of true power, he is just a pathetic person. Her contemptuous look says a lot. She sees right through him, cowardly and weak. From the depths of the underworld, the witch summons a hellish beast, ready to sow chaos and destruction. Her command sounds like a death sentence, and the monster rushes forward, driven by bloodlust. The monster's grinning mouth promises a painful death to anyone who stands in its way. Panic grips the crowd as the two-headed monster rushes straight towards them, bringing terror with it. In the growing chaos, Lillian realizes that this is not just a monster, but a harbinger of her own demise. Even battle-hardened knights freeze in horror, for they have never encountered such a nightmare. All her efforts to prevent the bad ending go to waste, and she is once again on the brink of despair. She is not ready to give up so easily. Her hand reaches for the sword, the only chance for salvation. With sword in hand, she challenges fate, ready to fight hell itself to survive. With a graceful leap, she rushes towards the monster, her blade glittering in the dying rays of the sun. The witch and her client watch in amazement, not expecting such a rebuff. In the beast's body, she notices a magic stone, the key to its power and a vulnerable spot. Her keen gaze notices that the stone is just a copy, but that doesn't make it any less dangerous. She understands that somewhere nearby, there must be a witch hiding who controls this monster. The traces on the ground confirm her guess. The witch tried to escape, but left evidence behind. The Emperor appears, his worried voice betraying his fear of losing her in this chaos. She tries to hide the wound, but the blood on her hand speaks for itself, causing panic among those around her. The headless monster lies at her feet, a silent testament to her incredible strength and courage. He looks at her in horror, realizing how close she came to death this time. Bastian, who had come running with the loot on his shoulder, looked for her in panic, afraid to see the worst. She tries to hide her pain behind a carefree smile, but her appearance plunges her brother into real horror. The The competition is cancelled under the guise of her injury, but the real reason is the threat the witch still poses. The captured witch denies her guilt, claiming that her only target was the emperor himself. Rumors surface that her comrade was among the witches Bastion killed, which explains the motive for revenge. The secret of his trip to the forest was revealed. The priests were behind it all, and they came to visit again. Lillian ironically suggests peeling potatoes to avoid meeting the uninvited guests from the temple. Her sister enters her chambers, her face expressing concern, but in her hands she holds a healing gift. This rare medicinal gift is a sign of care and support that touches Lillian deeply. Celestian appears at the door, her visit a pleasant surprise in a series of disturbing events. She happily invites her to join, because lately she has been missing friendly communication. Celestian came to personally check on her well-being. Rumors of her injury were bothering her. As a token of her gratitude and support, she gives her a gift wrapped in a fox skin. Lillian unwraps the package in surprise, expecting to see more medicine or herbs. Inside is an elegant reticule made from the skin of a fox, her first trophy on the hunt. She considers such a gift too wasteful, because this skin is a symbol of her first victory. But for Celestian, this is not a waste, but gratitude to the one who inspired her to this feat. She takes out from her purse the real gift that was hidden inside this symbolic gesture. This is an elegant bracelet with a healing stone that can heal wounds and bring peace. The sister confirms that this magical stone is rumored to have incredible healing powers. Lillian gratefully accepts the gift, feeling Celestian's kindness fill her heart with warmth and peace. Her colorful and easy life is a thing of the past. Now she has become a support for others. Behind her confident answer lies a storm of emotions that he notices with alarm. He kneels to tenderly examine her wound, as if it were a sacred relic. His heart aches with guilt, because he couldn't protect her at the right moment. He mistakes her embarrassed reproach for a sign of pain, not seeing the nascent feelings. He is tormented by resentment, because her unwillingness to show weakness seems to him to be a blatant lack of trust. Healing the wound brings only temporary relief. The tension between them does not subside. A gift from a friend becomes a silent reproach, reminding him of his own distance. In a fit of jealousy, he suggests an absurd idea, just to leave his mark on the gift. She rejects his offer with a smile, appreciating the sincerity of the gift rather than its cost. He sees a challenge in her gaze, and his resolve to fight for her trust becomes unwavering. His bold gesture is not just a request, but a desperate attempt to break down the wall between them. He longs to create an unforgettable moment for them that will erase all past grievances. He is confident that his own gift can complement this fragile moment of budding intimacy. She recalls that their annual contract was merely an insurance policy against mistrust, not a hope. The gap between them, which should have been repulsive, only served to inflame his heart even more. He swears allegiance to her, begging her to trust not him, but her own feelings. His promise not to betray becomes more valuable to her than any vows of eternal love. Their kiss seals his vow, becoming a symbol of new, fragile hope for the future. His words sowed confusion in her soul, because believing in his sincerity meant becoming vulnerable again. Her heart skips a beat at the thought that it's time to confess her feelings, but fear paralyzes her. The promise made a year ago to leave now seems like an unbearable burden and a huge mistake. The memory of the kiss stirs her blood, giving birth to bold and dangerous thoughts in her head. His sudden closeness and the alarm in his voice take her by surprise, leaving her speechless. She recoils from him in confusion, and he cannot understand the reason for her strange reaction. His appearance here, far from political intrigue, causes her genuine surprise. A box with a gift appears in his hands, which speaks of his intentions louder than any words. The elegant bracelet sparkles in the rays of the sun, and her surprise knows no bounds, because so little time has passed. He sheepishly makes excuses, trying to hide the true value of the gift, bought with personal savings. His request to wear the bracelet puts her in front of a difficult choice, because she is afraid not of the expenses, but of her own feelings. She understands how dangerous this gesture is, but the temptation to give in to temptation is too great. His radiant appearance and sweet persistence disarm her, depriving her of the will to resist. She happily agrees, hiding her trembling heart behind practical thoughts of divorce. The moment freezes as his fingers touch her wrist, creating an unbearable tension. Suddenly, she realizes that two bracelets on one hand look completely ridiculous and tasteless. He sees her confusion and offers to take off another bracelet, unaware that this is also a gift. The general's appearance with another gift disrupts their fragile idyll, causing him irritation. She is completely confused, not understanding why everyone around her suddenly decided to give her bracelets. The general's words about how the new bracelet suits her sound like a mockery and a challenge. His confused look and recognition of his rival's taste add a touch of comical jealousy to the scene. His invitation for a walk is not just a gesture, but a silent request for trust. She accepts his offer, taking the first step into the frightening unknown. In a dark office, Sular listens to the report, fatigue mixed with cold calculation. The failure of the operation to capture the witch becomes a bitter reminder of her power and his miscalculation. News of the Empress's incredible power spreads throughout the palace, disrupting all his plans. The growing closeness between the Emperor, Lillian, and Duke Makalayan creates a new, dangerous threat for him. His subordinate admits to his own actions, motivated by the Duke's devotion to the Empress. The unexpected confession of his subordinate infuriates Soulard, and his authority is called into question. His rage flares up with renewed vigor as she ruins his plans, and he is accused of attempted murder. A failure on a hunt becomes a fatal mistake for him, which could cost him everything. His spies in the palace have been looking for her weak spot for a long time, but she seems invulnerable. He decides to wait, realizing that patience is the most dangerous weapon in his arsenal. The mysterious words he threw at Lillian haunt his comrade, sowing seeds of doubt. He remembers that strange question about the fear of change, which was the key to her soul. Sular waves it off, hiding his true, insidious interest behind a mask of curiosity. There is a cold flame burning in his eyes, because he knows that any change requires sacrifice. For him, any change is just a funny story, an insignificant incident in his game. He understands that for him, to change means to break himself, to betray his beliefs for the sake of survival. The image of Lillian, whose sword was always on the side of the weak and oppressed, comes to mind. Her true essence is not weakness, but an incredible strength that can change this entire rotten world. Sular's treacherous question about separating the Emperor and Lillian hangs in the air, full of hidden meaning. Lillian's thoughts are occupied only by the sweet memory of the kiss, giving rise to a desire to repeat it. Bastian bursts into the room, his loud cry interrupting Lillian's girlish dreams. Bastian's concerned question about her well-being makes Lillian flush with embarrassment. Bastian notices the red blush on Lillian's face, mistaking embarrassment for a sign of pain. The young man emotionally recounts how worried he was when he heard the news about the monster's appearance. Bastian's gaze becomes serious, because the young man has disturbing news for Lillian. Bastian reports that Bolton, Sular's faithful dog, is now keeping a close eye on Lillian. Lillian and Bastian find this clumsy surveillance a source of genuine laughter. The girl is outraged by the impudence of the priests, who are now investigating the case of Lillian's first love. The Emperor, with anxiety in his voice, asks the maid about the Empress's whereabouts. Lillian is furious that the priests dared to tell Kyle about the past. The maid informs Kyle that Lillian is currently in the Imperial Palace. The news that Lillian is spending time with Duke Bastian makes the Emperor seethe with jealousy. Kyle angrily heads to the Empress's palace to sort things out personally. Lillian realizes with horror that the priests told Kyle not only about the swindler, but also about Bastian. Kyle had only heard sweet love stories, but the truth turned out to be much more bitter. Lillian is burning with shame, because now the Emperor knows about her secret dreams of getting married. Kyle's angry voice interrupts her thoughts, the man's words sounding like an insult to love. The sudden appearance of the Emperor leaves the brother and sister frozen in tense anticipation. Kyle coldly speaks the words about first love, filling the room with an icy tension. Bastian tries to smooth over the awkwardness with a compliment, but only causes a wave of irritation in Lillian. Kyle's direct question about Lillian's past is met with icy silence and a defiant look. Lillian's memory takes her back 7 years to the one person named Bill who showed her kindness. The memory of Bill's heartbreaking betrayal makes Lillian feel that old pain again. A dark plan is brewing within Kyle, the first goal of which is to confront Lillian's past. The general awaits the order with humility, sensing the storm gathering over the palace. Kyle gives the order to find a man from Lillian's past, and he tolerates no objections. Kyle's categorical refusal to give a tip leaves the general completely perplexed. The scant information about the target, only that it is Lillian's first love, seems like an impossible task to the general. Kyle's sarcasm regarding the identity of the wanted man only underscores the seriousness of the Emperor's intentions. The general accepts an almost impossible assignment, knowing that refusal will cost too much. Meanwhile, Soulard is already holding in his hands a dossier on Robin Caron, Lillian's first love. Robin's dark past, implicated in state incidents, makes the young man an ideal pawn in Sular's game. Sular's subordinate shamefully reports the mission's failure, failing to deliver Robin. Sular was perplexed, because luring an ordinary mercenary with easy money seemed like a trivial matter. The news that the Imperial soldier has gotten ahead takes Sular by surprise, ruining all his plans. Kyle looks at the captured Robin with cold satisfaction. Now Lillian's past is in the hands of the Emperor. The order to raise his head makes Robin meet the Emperor's gaze, feeling a chilling cold. Kyle's eyes flash with rage, as the Emperor sees this man not as a rival, but only as an insult to Lillian. The order to undress leaves Robin in a state of complete shock. The general's wrath falls upon Robin for the slightest disobedience to the Emperor. Remembering Lillian's words about muscular men makes Kyle test the theory. Kyle's jealousy flares at the thought that Robin might be Lillian's type. Emperor Kyle suppresses his anger to begin interrogating Lillian about her past. Kyle's question about the Empress brings back distant memories for Robin. In the past, Robin was just a talentless young man who got into the palace through connections. Robin's secret ambitions extended far beyond knightly service. The young man craved power. Instead of training hard, Robin looked for an easy path to fame and fortune. Young Lillian, the Duke's youngest daughter, becomes the key to a new life for Robin. Rumors of the Duke's untold wealth only fuel the flames of greed in Robin's soul. Robin finds the injustice of the world beautiful when he has the chance to take advantage of someone else's situation. In that fateful moment, Robin sealed Lillian's fate by buying a rose as a symbol of deception. Lillian's huge dowry and title became Robin's most coveted prize. Sweet dreams of wealth completely consumed Robin when Lillian approached the young man. Two angry maids accuse Bastian of deliberate deception and betrayal. The maid's rage boils over because the vile scoundrel Bastian has cheated on the girl. A friend reveals the bitter truth. Hestia simply didn't want to see Bastian. Uselessness and idle talk about teaching only arouse contempt and anger in the mentor. Bastian's sinister smile hints at a cunning plan in which other people's weaknesses will become weapons. Robin was forced to leave the Machielian mansion in disgrace, bearing the stigma of a deceiver. Robin's desperate attempts to find service with other aristocrats fail completely. Bastian's words tarnished Robin's reputation, condemning the young man to the cursed life of a mercenary. Sometimes Robin thought of Lillian, and the news of the Empress's status shocked the young man. Fear of Emperor Kyle made Robin forget about Lillian, but fate brought the men face to face. Kyle interrupts Robin's story, because the Emperor has more important things to do than listen to this confession. Robin's self-confidence is shattered by the harsh reality that Lillian told the Emperor everything. In her delirium, Robin imagines Lillian tearfully begging Kyle to return her first love. Kyle tenderly suggests that Lillian take a break from her books and enjoy a walk together. Kyle's sweet expression disarms Lillian, making her forget all her worries. The possessed Emperor Kyle is ready to grant Lillian's every wish, and a walk becomes the perfect excuse. An icy horror grips Robin at the thought that his own life could become a bargaining chip for Kyle. The instinct for self-preservation takes over, and Robin, in a panic, decides to run to save himself. Lillian and Robin's gazes clash in a silent duel of fury and contempt. Robin's accusation of betrayal makes Lillian boil with indignation. Robin's brazen lie about the assassination attempt is met with icy contempt from Lillian. Robin's anger boils over as he can't believe Lillian could have set him up like that. Robin's cruel words about how everything was a mistake hurt Lillian's heart. Robin's confession of self-interest tears off the last masks, revealing the true, ugly nature of the young man. Robin's humiliated confession of his true motives puts a bold end to this sordid story. Kyle finally sees the whole picture, and a cold rage boils within the Emperor's soul. Kyle's hand grips the hilt of his sword, for the Emperor has only one answer for these insolent bastards. Kyle's mind races with cruel reprisals, and Lillian sees it in the Emperor's eyes. Lillian's voice stops the raised sword, because the girl does not want Robin to die. The sword clattered to the floor, and Kyle submitted to Lillian's will. Lillian hugs Kyle. The girl's silent plea for mercy melts the ice in the Emperor's heart. Kyle embraces Lillian, and in that moment, for the Emperor, only the girl exists. The general notices a shadow of worry on Kyle's face, seeing that the Empress does not leave the ruler's thoughts. The general is surprised, because punishing the enemy usually brings relief, not new anxiety. Lillian's words about first love come to mind, haunting Kyle. For Kyle, such love is a poison that has poisoned Lillian's soul and left scars. Kyle's gaze hardens at the thought of anyone else hurting Lillian. The general tries to convey to Kyle that suffering does not always have to be solitary. Kyle feels powerless as Lillian's past turns out to be much more complicated than the Emperor thought. The general's wise advice is not to interfere, but for Kyle, that would be tantamount to betrayal. The general suggests that Kyle simply erase Lillian's past, but the Emperor doubts that this is the right path. Kyle realizes that he will continue to ask Lillian about the past until he knows everything. Kyle bitterly admits that he has opened up old wounds in Lillian's life by causing her pain again. Kyle brought Robin because he thought the man had hurt Lillian, and the Emperor wanted justice. Kyle realizes his mistake, realizing that speaking directly to Lillian would have been the best solution. Kyle's unwavering vow to never change becomes both an anchor and a shackle for Lillian. Lillian faces an unbearable choice, as only 6 months remain until Sayla's arrival. Lillian clings desperately to the original plan, but the treacherous act has already sown doubt in her soul. Lillian's timid request, which seems so burdensome, is in fact a cry for help. Lillian's beaming smile hides a plea for a hug, to feel protected, even for a moment. Kyle's gentle embrace becomes a safe haven for Lillian, a refuge from all the storms. Lillian's touch to Kyle's chest is a silent admission of her own vulnerability and pain. It's enough for Kyle to just be near Lillian, because in moments like these, words become superfluous. Kyle's desire to see Lillian happy becomes the girl's greatest treasure and torment. Lillian's resolve to leave Kyle melts like sand through her fingers under the onslaught of her emotions. Kyle and Lillian's kiss among the white flowers becomes an act of complete and unconditional renunciation of plans. Lillian decides to risk everything to finally find out where her own heart will lead her. Lillian's bold proposal to spend the night together is a challenge to fate and a desperate attempt to snatch happiness. Kyle and Lillian's gazes meet in a silent dialogue where passion burns and new hope is born. The firecracker received from the blind maid becomes a symbol of the upcoming autumn ball for Lillian. Kyle's morning question about waking up early is filled with tenderness and a desire to prolong the magical moment. The maid's conversation about the romance of fireworks only fuels the anticipation of the upcoming holiday. A mysterious heart-shaped fireworks display becomes the main intrigue of the upcoming evening. Lillian's playful impatience and Kyle's excitement create an atmosphere of trepidation and anticipation of a miracle. A heart of fire in the night sky seals Kyle and Lillian's kiss, marking the beginning of a new story. Lillian's question about the single firework catches Kyle off guard in a tender moment. Kyle's playful excuse about checking the fireworks only adds to the romance of the moment. The multicolored lights in the night sky become a symbol of fairy tale beauty for the maids. Lillian announces a break with an infectious smile, charging everyone with her irrepressible energy. Hard training exhausts the students, but the cheerful spirit of competition gives the girls strength. The arrogant Sayla looks at the dirty floor with disdain, not wanting to stain her clothes. Careless words escape her friend, and the girl freezes in horror at her own tactlessness. The pink-haired girl suggests that Lillian send the new girl away, not wanting to put up with Sayla's arrogance. Lillian understands that the first impression of Sayla is deceiving, but gives the girl a chance. Sayla bitterly realizes that any mistake will become public knowledge and damage her reputation. Pink Hair's gratitude gives way to a determination to accept anyone who desires to wield the sword. Lillian confirms with a warm smile that this is the whole point of training. The new girl's admiring look confirms Celestian's words about Lillian's incredible kindness. Lillian feels squeezed like a lemon, because the Empress's meticulousness will not allow her to miss a single detail. A cold flame burns in Sayla's eyes, because the girl came here only for victory. Sular's sinister smile promises young students precious magical stones, hiding their true price. Sayla's hand grips the hilt of the sword, for in the girl's heart lives a thirst for revenge for her brother. The magic stone becomes Sayla's last resort to wound the Empress and achieve her goal. Sayla's sudden attack causes Lillian to react instantly, parrying the blow. Sayla's triumphant smile speaks of success, as the blow itself was only part of a cunning plan. Lillian falls into the abyss of despair, her sword the only support in this whirlpool of events. Lillian's caring question takes Sayla by surprise, as the girl expected anything but sympathy. A whirlwind of doubts runs through Sayla's head. Lillian's naivety seems either a brilliant game or genuine kindness. Sayla tries to hide her true state behind a mask of cold indifference, but the trembling gives the girl away. Sayla's gratitude sounds like a challenge, because a hurricane of hatred and a thirst for revenge rages in the girl's soul. Lillian sees Sayla's true intentions, as the girl's goal was not to kill, but to cause harm. Sayla clearly understands the reason why Lady Katrina embarked on the path of evil and destruction. The loss of her family became the point of no return for Lady Katrina, turning the girl into a monster. Lillian understands that the blame for Lady Katrina's tragedy lies with Emperor Kyle, but she cannot bear the burden. Soulard desperately searches for the dropped handkerchief, the only reminder of his dead lover. Soulard and Emmilton discuss Lillian's uselessness, as she would never side with the villains. Emmilton suggests getting rid of Lillian because the girl is strong enough to kill even a demon. Soulard bitterly realizes that Lillian is too precious to be taken away so easily. Soulard came to say goodbye to Lillian, to see his beloved one last time, albeit in someone else's guise. Fulcietia's lost handkerchief becomes a symbol of an absurd and tragic accident for Soulard. Soulard cannot find the handkerchief, and despair takes hold of the man with a new, crushing force. The pain of loss tears at Soulard's soul, for nothing remains of Fulcietia in this world except a handkerchief. The stranger hands Soulard the lost handkerchief, and a spark of hope flashes in the man's eyes. Lillian returns the handkerchief to Soulard with a smile, because the girl thought that the thing belonged to the prince. Soulard's question about how Lillian guessed sounds stupid, because the answer was obvious from the very beginning. Soulard asks in bewilderment how Lillian knew that the handkerchief belonged to the prince. The maid's words about searching for the prince became the key to solving this little mystery for Lillian. Simple curiosity and luck helped Lillian find the scarf and return it to its owner. Lillian's confident smile disarms Soulard, as the girl turned out to be much more perceptive than she seemed. Lillian's informal address by name takes Soulard by surprise, breaking down his usual barriers. Lillian's direct question about hatred stumps Soulard, revealing his true hidden feelings. Lillian leaves, leaving Soulard alone with his thoughts and an unexpected feeling of regret. Soulard remembers that objects from the past give him the strength to live in the present, and Lillian's words touch the man. Lillian wishes Soulard to take care of the scarf, because such things contain priceless memories. Soulard's gaze hardens, Lillian's words about the power of memories touching a nerve. Soulard recalls how everyone tried to convince him to throw away the old scarf, but the man could not part with the past. Lillian was the first to understand the true value of this thing, denying its insignificance. Soulard finds another scarf on the ground, decorated with delicate flowers, and something changes in the man's soul. Soulard's warm smile and request not to lose the handkerchief come as a complete surprise to Lillian. The sudden thought of a new scarf makes Lillian reflect on her own losses and gains. Lillian is panicking and looking for something very important, and the maid watches her mistress with concern. With a fake smile, Lillian tries to hide her loss, but her eyes reveal her true feelings. Lillian's thoughts about the possibility of making a new scarf are just an attempt to deceive herself and hide the pain. Kyle meets Lillian in the bedroom, and the Emperor's question about a walk sounds like a quiet reproach. Kyle's half-naked appearance makes Lillian blush with embarrassment, because there is no escape from the heat. Lillian's caring touch to Kyle's forehead reveals her concern about the Emperor's temperature. Kyle's embarrassed blush speaks volumes about the Emperor's true state. Lillian's innocent question about Kyle's half-naked appearance puts the Emperor in an awkward position. Kyle tries to change the subject to hide his embarrassment at Lillian's blunt question. A sudden inspiration dawns on Lillian, and a daring plan is born in the girl's head. Lillian takes the initiative, reminding Kyle of the importance of the girl's wishes to the Emperor. Lillian's flirtatious question makes Kyle's heart beat faster in anticipation. A curious maid becomes an unwitting witness, and Lillian's reminder of her wife's status sounds like a challenge. Kyle, excited, agrees to lie down, and Lillian's sly smile promises an unforgettable night. An awkward silence falls between Kyle and Lillian as they lie in the same bed. Kyle's concern about Lillian's light clothing is just a clumsy attempt to hide his own nervousness. Kyle realizes the ambiguity of his own words and is consumed with shame, afraid of being misunderstood. Lillian's playful smile and calm suggestion of sleep only increase the tension in the room. The appearance of Selah, a mysterious guest, disturbs the peace of the palace and brings a touch of intrigue. Behind Selah's polite smile lies a burning curiosity and desire to know everything about the Empress. Selah is certain that behind Lillian's mask of virtue lies the same thirst for power as Kyle's. However, Selah's heart is gripped by an inexplicable anxiety, sowing seeds of doubt in her soul. Celestian confidently states that Empress Lillian is a good person. Celestian's words about Lillian's kindness leave Selah completely bewildered. Celestian's sincere praise for Lillian makes Selah doubt her own conclusions. At the grave, Celeste remembers in tears her well-fed retinue, and her friend consoles the girl. The friend tenderly hugs Celeste, because the imperial family and the nobility are now the girl's enemies. Celestian sees a kindred spirit in Celeste, as both girls are willing to fight for their ideals. In Sayla's mind, Kyle is a bloodthirsty killer, and Lillian is a woman who chose a monster. Ren's words about Lillian's humanity make Sayla question her own prejudices. Sayla realizes that she is no better than the Emperor, because the girl is also ready to kill innocents. The general's report of a mistake in the plan only brings cold calm to Kyle. Kyle is confident of success, because in the Emperor's garden, everything must go according to plan. Kyle's indignation knows no bounds, because protecting the enemy's sister is unacceptable for a commander. The general's wise advice about the classical method seems to Kyle to be the only correct solution. The dawn over the palace brings Kyle satisfaction, as many ladies have followed the Emperor. Lillian and Celestian smile as they recall the young lady's excitement before the meeting. Kyle's appearance with an unbuttoned shirt causes a sensation, disturbing the peace of the palace. Lillian's innocent question about the rain makes Kyle embarrassed, because there is nothing water on the Emperor's face. Celestian's laughter betrays the girl's embarrassment, because Kyle's appearance excites the imagination. Lillian doesn't have the courage to admit her thoughts, but Celestian sees everything in her eyes. Celestian decides to side with Kyle, seeing the Emperor as a man rather than a tyrant. Celestian's playful offer to help Kyle become more courageous takes the Emperor by surprise. Kyle's confusion turns to embarrassment when Lillian hands the Emperor a handkerchief. Lillian's caring gesture and warm smile melt the ice in Kyle's heart. Lillian's care for Kyle awakens tender, almost maternal feelings in the girl. Kyle's unexpected remark about his brother makes Lillian look at the Emperor in a completely different light. Lillian's playful hug and cheeky advice make Kyle completely lose his mind. Lillian's gentle kiss on Kyle's cheek becomes a promise of something more and exciting. Kyle's strange behavior leaves the maids perplexed, as the Emperor is not acting like he usually does. Lillian's memory flashes back to the very moment when Kyle was waiting for her in the bedroom, practically naked. The head maid confirms with a smile that Lady Elan's words turned out to be the absolute truth. Celestian's confident smile suggests that the cunning plan worked flawlessly. Kyle's shameless behavior becomes a major topic of discussion between Celestian and the maid. The maid brings useful information from the Minister of War that may shed light on Kyle's behavior. The realization that Kyle was seriously trying to seduce her leaves Lillian in a state of complete shock. The maid confidently states that Emperor Kyle is eager to get Lillian at any cost. Confusion and confusion overwhelm Lillian, because the girl does not know how to react to such a discovery. For the maids, a wet Kyle is an obvious temptation, but Lillian sees it as just a ridiculous performance. Lillian wryly remarks that looking wet is a standard seduction technique, and the maid agrees. The realization that Kyle cheated leaves Lillian consumed with shame and embarrassment. Lillian finally notices the bracelet, and Kyle's happy smile says it all. Lillian realizes that she simply didn't want to notice Kyle's constant attempts to get attention. When Kyle asks Lillian about her awkwardness, she answers calmly, but a storm rages inside her. Kyle's confession of fear of Lillian's hatred comes as a complete surprise to the girl. Kyle's declaration of love falls upon Lillian, causing the girl's heart to stop. Kyle thanks Lillian for her courage, as she was able to awaken dormant feelings in the Emperor. Kyle takes responsibility for the past, because it was the Emperor who signed those fateful documents. Kyle's desperate plea for a chance sounds like a plea, revealing the Emperor's vulnerability. Kyle, on his knees, begs Lillian to stay, promising eternal love and devotion. The sincerity in Kyle's voice pierces Lillian's consciousness, breaking down all protective barriers. Lillian realizes that Kyle's love turned out to be much stronger than she could have imagined. An icy fear grips Lillian, as many details of this world remain unchanged and dangerous. The shadow of Sular still hangs over the Empire. As the villain continues to weave his deadly schemes, Lillian sinks into a depth of doubt, torn between her love for Kyle and her desire to escape. Kyle's nervous anticipation, fiddling with his fingers, reveals the depth of the Emperor's emotions. Lillian asks Kyle to give her time to sort out her own feelings and fears. Kyle accepts Lillian's request with understanding, giving the girl precious time to think. Kyle's timid request to spend time together and hold his hand sounds like hope for the future. Lillian agrees to extend the contract, and this simple agreement becomes Kyle's salvation. When Lillian asks about another person, Kyle answers with a firm no, not even allowing himself to think about it. Kyle's words about his boundless love for Lillian sound like the most sincere and unbreakable vow. Kyle begs Lillian to believe in the sincerity of her feelings, because the girl's doubts hurt the Emperor. Lillian swears allegiance, begging Kyle not to distance himself, as the fear of losing the Emperor is too great. Lillian finally accepts Kyle's sincerity, and a fragile but long-awaited peace reigns in the bedroom. Lillian smiles as she announces a long-awaited break after a grueling workout. Lillian's gaze turns icy when she sees Eris, as the girl's behavior seems too strange. Eris's casual behavior, chatting with other girls, only increases Lillian's suspicions. Some of the students listen to Eris's conversation with surprise, not understanding the essence of what is happening. Lillian watches the conversation about the mysterious cave in the royal forest with bewilderment. Katrina tells a legend about a cave that the emperor himself often visited in the past. Lillian, with a feigned smile, asks to explain the essence of the conversation, hiding her true thoughts. Doubts plague Lillian, as the story of the mysterious cave seems too suspicious. Katrina, in desperation, tries to prove her case by suggesting that they all go into the cave together. Katrina's indignation at distrust seems too feigned and fake to Lillian. Lillian's cold determination to take responsibility for a potential ambush frightens Katrina. Lillian realizes that the cave in the royal forest is a place where one cannot enter without the Empress's permission. One of the students tries to stop Lillian because going into the cave seems too dangerous. Lillian decides to return to the lesson, but the thought of the mysterious cave does not leave the girl. An irresistible curiosity forces Lillian to search for information about the cave in old books. Kyle tenderly asks Lillian about the reason for her thoughtfulness, but receives an evasive answer. Kyle's surprise at the mention of the cave turns to seriousness, because the Emperor knows this secret. Kyle's confession about the existence of the cave and his personal visit to the site surprises Lillian. Kyle's story about his own mother's eccentricities makes Lillian look at the Emperor in a new way. Lillian's genuine interest in the cave awakens in Kyle a desire to immediately go there together. Lillian's anxiety continues unabated, as Kyle's self-confidence cannot drown out his bad feelings. Kyle's calm smile and admission of a recent visit to the cave only heighten Lillian's curiosity. Kyle's confession of unconditional love becomes the biggest revelation for Lillian. Kyle and Lillian's nighttime walk to the mysterious cave is filled with exciting anticipation. The view of the cave exceeds all of Lillian's expectations. The place seems cozy and safe. Inside the cave, Lillian finds a supply chest that holds secrets from the past. Kyle's cryptic confession that there is an Emperor's item inside intrigues Lillian. Kyle's invitation to look at the contents of the box sounds like an offer to share a deep secret. Lillian opens the lock with trepidation, and the surprise on the girl's face turns to shock. Kyle excitedly allows Lillian to open the box, trusting the girl with his most intimate memories. Kyle's childhood letter, filled with dreams of a real married life, touches Lillian deeply. Knowing that Kyle wrote this when he was 7 years old makes Lillian look at the Emperor differently. Kyle gives Lillian the hairpin he bought for his future wife, because now this thing rightfully belongs to the girl. Kyle's eyes flash with jealousy at the thought that, after the divorce, Lillian might go to someone else. Lillian's innocent question about another man only underlines the depth of the girl's misunderstanding. Kyle admits that with Lillian's arrival, everything has changed, and the past no longer matters. Kyle's vow of eternal love and devotion sounds like the most sincere and unbreakable promise. Kyle says with despair in his voice that he can't be with anyone but Lillian. The thought of Sele flashes through Lillian's mind, because according to the plot of the novel, Kyle is supposed to fall in love with someone else. Kyle's confidence in victory suggests that the Emperor will not back down and will fight for his love. Lillian's flirtatious question about the hair clip makes Kyle feel embarrassed by such directness. Kyle's words about the purpose of the hairpin sound like the most tender and sincere confession. Lillian's question about another way out of the cave is a desperate attempt to find a way to escape. A mysterious hooded figure appears in the depths of the cave, holding a magic stone in his hand. A fiery explosion rocks the cave, trapping Lillian and Kyle in a deadly explosion. Kyle screams Lillian's name in horror, afraid of losing the girl in this fiery hell. Lillian wakes up in Kyle's arms, surrounded by rubble and dust, barely alive. Lillian's desperate plea to open his eyes brings Kyle back from the dead. Kyle is relieved to see Lillian alive and well, because the girl is the most precious thing to the Emperor. Kyle's injury sends Lillian into a panic, but the Emperor tries to hide his pain. Lillian looks at Kyle's wound in horror, afraid to even imagine that she could have lost the Emperor. Kyle's smile and words of joy indicate that Lillian's well-being is most important to the Emperor. Lillian's concern for Kyle becomes the Emperor's greatest and most precious gift. Kyle always knew that behind Lillian's icy mask lurked a kind and compassionate soul. Kyle speaks tenderly to Lillian about the girl's kindness and responsiveness, appreciating every action. Lillian bitterly admits her isolation and inability to understand people. The cries of the knights searching for Kyle interrupt their solitude, and Lillian feels a pang of jealousy. Lillian's ironic question about the knight's competence is an attempt to hide her vulnerability. Kyle smiles and attributes everything to his own caution, which ultimately saved the Emperor's life. Lillian's desperate cry from the collapsed cave becomes a guiding star for the knights. Lillian's smile shines even in the rubble when Bastion finally finds a match. Kyle's grave condition causes Lillian to panic and ask for help. Kyle passes out as soon as he gets out of the cave, plunging Lillian into despair. Kyle's reckless act of covering Lillian with his body does not fit into the girl's head. Bastion explains his appearance by saying that he felt a surge of magic in the forest. Lillian's gaze turns icy as she guesses who threw the magic stone. Bastion admits that there is a person whom the young man must save at any cost. Lillian confirms Bastion's guess, telling about the abandoned magic stone. Bastion's brief account of what happened is met with a cynical grin by the knights. The knights accuse Bastion of attempting to kill the royal family, threatening him with the death penalty. Bastion's sinister smile conceals another reason why the young man wanted Lillian dead. Bastion remembers the moment of horror when he felt the magic and realized that Lillian was in danger. Lillian is sure that the same man who is weaving intrigues in the palace is behind everything. The knights doubt the commander's order to clear away rubble in order to save one person. Bastion's cold determination gives everyone the right to leave, but the young man will not retreat from his goal. The knights submit to the commander's stubbornness and begin to clear the rubble in the silence of the night. Soulard's cunning plan was based on the curiosity of young ladies who were lured by a story about the cave. From the very beginning, Soulard's plan was controversial because the ladies might not go into the cave. The first version of Soulard's plan was to lure all the girls into the cave along with the Empress. Soulard's backup plan was to attack Lillian if she entered the cave alone. Magic stones enchanted with movement become the key to Soulard's deadly trap. Kyle's presence in the cave ruins Sayla's plans, but she sees this as a chance for revenge. Lillian tries to justify Eris, not wanting to believe the girl's betrayal. Eris skillfully plays the role of the victim, but Lillian does not succumb to this cheap manipulation. Sayla throws down the magic stone in desperation, hoping that the plan will work without Eris's help. A fiery explosion rocks the cave, and Sayla watches her creation in triumph. Sayla prepares to teleport, but the stone remains treacherously silent, preventing the girl from escaping. The teleportation stone shatters into pieces, leaving Sayla trapped along with the victims. Sayla looks at the broken pieces of stone in horror, not understanding why the magic didn't work. The realization that everything was a lie hits Sayla, depriving her of any last hope. The image of Katrina Eris throwing the stone comes to Sayla's mind, and everything falls into place. Sayla comes to her senses from Lillian's voice, not believing that after all this, the girl is still alive. Lillian's sly smile and words about the Imperial Palace plunge Sayla into a state of shock. Lillian reveals her cards, because the girl saw Sayla throw the magic stone into the cave. Sayla's question about salvation sounds like a challenge, because the girl cannot believe in Lillian's mercy. Lillian's cold reply that it is too early for Sayla to die sounds like a death sentence. Lillian explains her actions by the desire to learn something important that could change everything. The memory of the first day of fencing lessons and the blisters on my palms becomes the key to the mystery. Sayla realizes that the strange interruption of classes was part of Lillian's cunning plan. The realization that Lillian knew about the trap from the very beginning makes Sayla shudder with horror. Eris's admission that the girl only wanted to divert attention from the Empress sounds unconvincing. Sayla, in tears, cannot understand Lillian's motives, because sympathy was the last thing the girl expected. Lillian sees that behind Sayla's hesitation lies not malice, but a deep personal tragedy. Lillian interrupts the difficult conversation, putting off the showdown for later. The box of ointment in Lillian's hands becomes a symbol of forgiveness and hope for healing. Kyle thanks Lillian for everything, and the girl decides to find out how the Emperor will deal with Lady Katrina. Lillian's daring look tells Kyle that she now has a free hand to take decisive action. Lillian's life sentence for Sayla actually becomes a defense for the girl. Sayla cannot believe in Lillian's mercy, because many demanded the death penalty for the girl. Lillian smiles and declares that she does not want Sayla to die until the true culprit is caught. Lillian admits that she could not find evidence of Soulard's guilt, because all the boxes were empty. The realization that her personal maid, Leia, could help sends Sayla into despair. The news of Leah's death plunges Lillian into a state of icy horror and shock. Sayla's mad laughter, mixed with tears, suggests that Sular has outplayed everyone again. Sayla is willing to provide other evidence, but is unsure of its safety. Sayla reveals the secret of the magical stones given to her by the treacherous Prince Sular. Sayla talks about the explosion, which was recorded in the ledger as part of the plan. Lillian realizes that she needs to find the stone that is still filled with magic. Sayla's life imprisonment in the Western Tower becomes the only way out. Lillian promises Sayla that the maid will bring news, maintaining a fragile connection with the outside world. Ren's hatred for the Emperor has not faded, because the boy cannot forget his brother's death. Sayla's faith in Lillian is unwavering, as she will change the Empire for the better. Sayla will pray for Kyle so that the Emperor will value the life given to Lillian. Lillian realizes that responsibility for the past lies not only with Kyle. This cruel world denies Lillian's very existence, and there are still many threats ahead. Images of deceived and abandoned people, victims of intrigue, emerge in Lillian's memory. Lillian can only hope that everything goes according to plan, and that her dreams don't turn out to be empty. The origin of the magical stones becomes the main mystery for Lillian to solve. Bastion realizes that all the evidence has disappeared, leaving few options for investigation. From the remnants of the stone's magic, Lillian and Bastion learn two important and frightening things. A mysterious witch used a magic stone and the personality of a magician to create an artifact. Lillian hopes that the mage who revealed Sular's identity simply wanted to make money and remained in the shadows. The ID is ready, and Lillian has an appointment with the Duke in a week. A sudden letter takes Lillian and Kyle by surprise, disrupting their morning idyll. The news of her sister's upcoming wedding and the desire to discuss the details of the ceremony seem unexpected to Lillian. Lillian recalls with a smile that her marriage to Kyle was also a complete surprise. Kyle's fear of losing Lillian once again makes the Emperor's heart ache. Lillian claims that she used her sister's wedding as a cover, without revealing the true purpose of her visit. Lillian and Bastion meet at the mansion to discuss their future joint actions. The appearance of Miss Judith, an old acquaintance, brings a note of warmth into the tense atmosphere. Lillian begins her investigation with a story about a magical stone that is devoid of any power. The realization that Eris was just a pawn hits Lillian with renewed force. Judith confirms that the stone had a powerful spell on it, but with one oddity. The unusual method of enchanting the stone arouses Lillian's suspicions and new questions. Lillian realizes that the stone does not comply with the standard method of enchanting artifacts. When creating common artifacts, mages slowly imbue the stone with power, creating many items. A colossal amount of power was infused into this magical stone at one time, making the artifact unique. Only a mage with a huge supply of magic, willing to take mortal risks, could create such an artifact. Lillian guesses that the witches living in the Forest of Shadows are now on the side of Prince Sular. Bastion realizes the gravity of the situation, as Sular's deal with the witch could change everything. Lillian decides to return to the palace so as not to arouse the suspicions of the insidious enemy. Lillian asks Bastion to find out everything about the witch, while the girl distracts attention in the palace. Judith and Bastion anxiously see Lillian off, hoping for the success of their risky plan. Bastion and Judith smile as they discuss how much Lillian has changed, becoming more like Macellian. Judith notes with alarm that Lillian has changed too drastically and suddenly. Bastion lovingly says that despite all the changes, inside she is still the same Lillian. Bastion reassures Judith that even the substitution of Milady would not have made the young man believe the lie. The strangeness of the existence of something more than ordinary magic stones haunts Lillian. Lillian's thoughts return to the original, where people were bribed with large sums of money, the source of which remained a secret. The realization that Sular is a prince without a title leads Lillian to suspect the existence of a secret budget. Ren's hatred for the Emperor has not faded, because the boy cannot forget his brother's death. Sayla's faith in Lillian is unwavering, for there will be no more senseless sacrifices in the Empire. Sayla will pray for Kyle, so that the Emperor will appreciate the life that Lillian gave. Lillian realizes that responsibility for the past and the future lies not only with Kyle. This cruel world denies Lillian's very existence, and there are still many threats ahead. Images of deceived and abandoned people, victims of cruel intrigues, emerge in Lillian's memory. Lillian can only hope that everything goes according to plan, and that her dreams don't turn out to be empty. The origin of the magical stones becomes the main mystery for Lillian to solve. Bastion realizes that all the evidence has disappeared, and there are very few options left for investigation. From the remnants of the stone's magic, Lillian and Bastion learn two important and frightening things. A mysterious witch used a magic stone and the personality of a magician to create an artifact. Lillian hopes that the mage who revealed Sular's identity simply wanted to make money and remained in the shadows. The ID is ready, and Lillian has an appointment with the Duke in a week. A sudden letter takes Lillian and Kyle by surprise, disrupting their morning idyll. The news of her sister's upcoming wedding and the desire to discuss the details of the ceremony seem unexpected to Lillian. Lillian recalls with a smile that her marriage to Kyle was also a complete surprise. Kyle's fear of losing Lillian once again makes the Emperor's heart ache. Lillian claims that she used her sister's wedding as a cover, without revealing the true purpose of her visit. Lillian and Bastian meet at the mansion to discuss their future joint actions. The appearance of Miss Judith, an old acquaintance, brings a note of warmth into the tense atmosphere. Kyle warns Bastian of great losses for the family, but the Duke is willing to take the risk. Delay can cost the moment, and Kyle understands the gravity of the situation. Bastian, with unwavering determination, declares that all this is being done for the sake of his younger sister. Bastian, on his knees, offers Kyle to establish trade with Araka, using the Duchess's connections. Kyle realizes that this offer means that Lillian will become an ambassador in a foreign land. Bastian honorably accepts Kyle's offer of help if needed in the future. Kyle is alarmed by the news that the Duke is planning to send a delegation to distant Araka. Kyle is willing to agree to sell the magic stones if the Duke asks for it personally. Diplomatic relations with the Arak Empire have long been severed, and now someone is needed to conclude an agreement. Kyle can't let Lillian go alone after the recent incident in the cave. Lillian proudly declares that she has succeeded, challenging anyone who doubted the girl's abilities. Kyle admiringly calls Lillian the Queen of Swords, but the girl only shrugs it off, embarrassed. Lillian angrily denies any pride in the nickname she earned for her swordsmanship. Kyle is confused because the Emperor seemed to like the nickname. Lillian is in a panic because Kyle's compliment caught the girl off guard, causing a storm of emotions. Kyle can't allow the Empress to leave the Empire, but there's no one else to send. Lillian suggests her older brother as a candidate, as the girl hasn't been involved in any serious matters for too long. Bastian takes on the task with confidence, promising to return to the Empire without any problems after the mission. Lillian is surprised to realize that Kyle still trusts Bastian, despite all their differences. Kyle realizes that the best way to win Lillian's heart is to build relationships with the girl's circle. Lillian is glad that there are no more rivals, because the only man in the girl's heart is her husband. Kyle seeks privacy with Lillian to ensure she is at peace after what she has been through. Kyle's offer to prove the extent of his feelings comes as a pleasant surprise to Lillian. Lillian's flirtatious smile is a challenge, because how can you show something that cannot be seen? Kyle accepts the challenge with confidence, ready to do anything to prove his love. Fencing lessons are postponed, but in reality, all efforts are focused on investigating the incident in the cave. Sular reads the report with relief, because Lillian, fortunately, looks completely healthy. Emmilton does not understand Soulard's interest in the girl's condition, but the prince is eager to know everything. The unpleasant news from Emmilton makes Soulard wary and prepare for the worst. The plummeting price of magic stones ruins Soulard's plans, leaving the prince seething with rage. The reason for the price drop was a large batch of stones from the Duke of Macellion that went on sale. The Macellion family owns the mines, but even for dukes, this would be a huge loss. Sular realizes that this is not just a coincidence, but a direct and daring blow to the prince. Emmilton is at a loss, but Soulard decides to meet the Duke in person first. The news of the Duke's departure abroad comes as a complete and crushing surprise to Soulard. A flame flares in Soulard's eyes as the prince realizes that Empress Lillian has finally taken her first step. In Soulard's imagination, Lillian appears as a ruthless avenger in a garden of blue roses. Layla thanks Lillian for agreeing to look through her sister's furniture store listings with her. Lillian is looking forward to her shopping trip, as she definitely won't be bored. The maids discuss Kyle's favorite design, but decide to look for something more practical. The maids discuss how the price for using the little man is too good to be true. Layla reports to Lillian about the maid's departure, but the girl does not feel relieved by this news. Layla waves the report enthusiastically, because for the girl, this was a fun and exciting adventure. Lillian is pleased to hear the news about the fall in stone prices, as it is destroying Soulard's financial line. A strange rumor circulating in the Imperial Palace makes Lillian wary and prepare for the worst. The rumor that Lillian is throwing out the maids becomes a sign for the girl. Prince Sular has started his game. The mysterious bottle in Layla's hands turns out to be the witch's tears, and Lillian freezes in horror. A crystal-clear liquid that can take life with just one drop seems like a mortal threat. Layla reports that the poison is being distributed illegally and in large quantities, causing panic in the palace. Layla warns Lillian that Prince Sular's actions are impossible to predict and that she must be careful. Layla's cryptic mention of a man wanting to meet adds a touch of intrigue to the conversation. The appearance of Prince Sular interrupts their conversation, and the polite greeting sounds like a veiled threat. Solard's complaints about the stuffiness from the stove puzzle Lillian because it is still warm outside. Sular's disdain for wasting magical stones on trifles reveals the prince's true greedy nature. Lillian's ironic question about the scarf that Sulard treasures so much touches the prince to the quick. Sular's recognition of Duke Michaelian's power sounds like a challenge and a reminder of strength. A flame flares in Sular's eyes as the prince reminds him that there is a limit to everything. Lillian's icy gaze suggests that the girl understands that this cannot go on forever. Sular is happy because, as the prince predicted, the price of handcrafted artifacts will soon fall. Lillian's enigmatic smile suggests that many people are grateful to someone for the coming changes. Sular's veiled invitation for a return visit hangs in the air, full of hidden challenge. Lillian declines the invitation with feigned modesty, trying to unravel the prince's true intentions. The atmosphere instantly becomes tense when Lillian asks point-blank about the dirty rumor that the girl is not so pretty. Sular tries to feign ignorance, but his evasive answer only confirms the prince's involvement. Sulard's words about the rumor not being true sound like a pathetic attempt at justification. Sular's mask of calm is cracking at the seams as the prince realizes in horror that Lillian knows everything. In the shadows, Sular orders a mysterious stranger to act according to plan, setting off a chain of events. Sulard's ruthless order to make the rumor come true condemns Lillian to shame. Kyle's anger falls on the table because the emperor cannot believe the suspicions and slander. Lillian, with a sweet smile, hints that Kyle's younger brother is behind all the rumors. Kyle's eyes flash with rage, the emperor ready to behead anyone who dared to offend Lillian. Kyle tries to calm Lillian, assuring her that the rumors mean nothing to the emperor. The cold determination in Kyle's eyes suggests that the emperor will personally find and deal with the slanderer. Kyle awkwardly tries to change the subject, inviting Lillian to ask any question she wants. Lillian, with a cheerful smile, replies that she already knows about Kyle's love for seafood. Lillian's serious question about how Kyle will deal with the interruption makes the emperor tense. Kyle's icy response to beheading is a reminder of the emperor's ruthless nature. Kyle is furious and screaming about being sent into exile, unable to stand the thought of disrespect. The deadly poison and the note on the table indicate that the insidious plan is nearing completion. Emmilton hands Rhea a bottle of poison, giving an order that will decide the fate of many. A mysterious illness affects not only Rhea, but also all the shadows that have entered the Empress's palace. A small bottle of poison, which fits in the palm of your hand, becomes a symbol of mortal threat. The maid reports to Lillian that all the maids were given poison by suspicious people. Lillian thanks for the good work, because the girls have no room for error in this game. The maid realizes that the insidious enemy is trying to spread false rumors about the Empress. In the letter, Lillian is described as a dishonest, rude, ignorant, and envious woman. Lillian gives instructions with a smile, promising freedom after completing this dangerous task. Behind the smiles and obedience of the maids lies a hard work that few people knew about. The maid is overcome with doubts, because the girl does not want to live as fate dictates. In her dark thoughts, the maid ponders whether it is worth becoming a victim of other people's plans for the sake of harming the Empress. Lillian's sudden appearance in the room takes the maid by surprise, ruining all her secret plans. The maid looks at Lillian in horror, not understanding why the Empress was here. Lillian's icy calm and words about knowing everything shock the maid. Lillian's embrace comes as a complete surprise to the maid, as the girl expected anger, not sympathy. The maid can't believe how Lillian could have known about everything from the very beginning. Lillian reveals her cards, because all the dead maids had suicide notes. Luck smiled on Lillian, because the witch's tears were found before they were consumed. The maid, in tears, cannot understand why Lillian saved the traitors, because the girls were going to do harm. Lillian's cold reply that they could have simply gotten rid of the maids sounds like a death sentence. Lillian bitterly notes that all the maids were simply used in someone else's dirty game. The maids learned to hate before they knew true mercy and love. Having no idea about life, the unfortunate girls only knew how to kill. Lillian's bright smile gives hope, because the girl doesn't want the maids to die. The tear in the maid's eye reflects the full weight of Lillian's responsibility for changing the novel. Lillian's strong determination to save everyone speaks to the fact that no one should die. The maid's ardent vow to give her life at the Empress's command is frightening in its fanaticism. Lillian is shocked by such devotion because the girl's words were interpreted too literally. The head maid uncovers the secret of a secret passage in the Empress's palace, preparing a plan. The girls are in danger, as their enemies will surely send an assassin as soon as they learn the truth. Fear and confusion grip the maid, because the girl doesn't know what to do next. Lillian, with a mysterious smile, demonstrates the disappearing coin trick, hinting at her plan. The coin, which did not disappear, becomes the key to Lillian's cunning rescue plan. Lillian entrusts the maid with the roll of coin in a dangerous game until the main enemy appears. Kyle's concern about Lillian's fear is met with confidence, as it poses no danger to the girl. Lillian's admission of her own fear proves that the girl was, after all, the main target. Kyle hopes that sincerity will save everyone, and the girls will reach the very end. Kyle's desire to see Lillian happy makes the Emperor question the necessity of this path. Kyle's gentle embrace and promise to be there gives Lillian a feeling of security. Lillian calls Kyle sweet with a warm smile, seeing the Emperor not as a tyrant, but as a beloved one. Behind Kyle's confused look lies a simple and comprehensive declaration of love for Lillian. Kyle's direct question about love causes Lillian to coquettishly evade the answer. Kyle and Lillian's passionate kiss among the flowers becomes a silent declaration of feelings. Kyle's gentle touch on Lillian's cheek suggests that feelings are slowly beginning to develop. In Kyle's arms under the moon, Lillian finally admits her love for the Emperor. Kyle picks Lillian up, not allowing the girl to take the initiative. The father's desperate plea to introduce him to his daughter, who was raised in virtue, sounds like a cry from the heart. The news that Rhea is alive reaches Sular just as the strange couple is on strike. Lillian is perplexed because the girl does not remember inviting anyone to an audience. The arrival of guests on behalf of Count Alphonse becomes a long-awaited moment of truth for Lillian. Lillian's playful suggestion that they go fishing is just a clever move in a dangerous game. The angry couple demands an answer because there is no news from their daughter, who has gone to the palace. Lillian's icy calm infuriates her father, who demands an answer about his daughter Rhea's silence. Lillian's gaze becomes cold because the girl understands that these are not her parents, but Sular's spies. The name Horan and their service to Duke Alphonse, together with Sular, comes to mind. The parents continue their performance, talking about the weekly letters that suddenly stopped. The appearance of Duke Alphonse, with the assumption of the girl's death, escalates the situation to the limit. A jubilant thought flashes through Lillian's head, because now the main culprit is trapped. When asked about the noise, Lillian complains with an innocent smile that she can't even read a book. A hypocritical request to ease the parents' grief is met with a question about the whereabouts of the maid. Lillian's confident answer about being sent on an errand does not convince the spies, and they demand the truth. An insidious rumor about missing maids leads Duke Alphonse to suspect Lillian of hiding the truth. Lillian's sly smile challenges Duke Alphonse as she directly asks him about his involvement in the disappearance. Duke Alphonse, horrified, babbles excuses, unable to withstand the Empress's icy gaze. Lillian scornfully reminds Duke Alphonse of the errand, catching the man in a lie. Lillian's radiant smile and the question of the sin of slandering the Empress drive Duke Alphonse into a corner. Duke Alphonse's pathetic excuse that the man was merely repeating people's words sounds unconvincing. Duke Alphonse's anger flares up with renewed vigor because the man does not understand why Lillian is putting pressure on him. A mysterious hooded stranger advises Duke Alphonse to clarify something because the family's honor is at stake. Lillian, with icy calm, invites Duke Alphonse to greet his own daughter. Horror and disbelief distort Duke Alphonse's face at the sight of the maids alive and unharmed. Lillian is pleased to accept the gratitude of the rescued girls for the mission completed. For Soulard, the opportunity to denigrate the Empress was a great chance, but everything did not go according to plan. The meeting between the imaginary parents and the real Rhea becomes a funny and triumphant moment for Lillian. Rhea's words about her parents, who died 10 years ago, deal a crushing blow to the Duke's lies. The Duchess is in a panic and cannot understand how this could have happened, because the fake parents were hired. Soulard is furious when he realizes that this boy, Duke Alphonse, has used the prince for his own purposes. Lillian's playful question about leaving quickly and the hint about fencing skills sound like a warning. Duke Alphonse bitterly admits that he noticed the changes in Lillian too late. The rumor of missing maids and the cover-up of the mission become the last straw for Duke Alphonse. Lillian's icy gaze demands an answer, and the girl clutches the evidence in her hand, ready to expose the conspirator. Kyle informs Lillian that everyone involved in the case has been arrested, and the girl thanks the Emperor with relief. Kyle's gentle touch on Lillian's hand betrays concern, as there is no joy in the girl's eyes. A shadow of disappointment darkens Lillian's face, as the main target, Prince Suler, is still at large. Even under torture, the traitors did not give up the rebel prince, and now Lillian will have to look for new evidence. Kyle notices Lillian's fatigue and tenderly offers his help, catching the girl off guard. Kyle's sudden massage leaves Lillian feeling both embarrassed and pleasantly surprised. Lillian sheepishly admits to herself that Kyle's touch is incredibly pleasant and calming. Lillian relaxes in Kyle's arms, the tension of the last few days finally fading. Lillian's surprise knows no bounds, as she didn't expect such talents from Kyle. Lillian is delighted and asks for more, and Kyle's satisfied smile says it all. Kyle slyly declares that it is not proper for an emperor to do such a thing and demands a gift. Lillian's playful offer of a kiss as a gift sounds like a bold challenge. Lillian's words of love come to mind, and the emperor's heart fills with tenderness. Kyle's whispers and the passionate desire in the emperor's eyes make Lillian long for love's kiss. Kyle admits that Lillian's kiss intoxicated the emperor, and now a simple walk will not be enough. The desire in Kyle's eyes is so obvious that Lillian knows it's pure madness. The tension between Kyle and Lillian is unbearable, and she wonders who will give in first. After confessing her feelings, Lillian became terribly carefree, even though she knows she can't be with Kyle. Lillian's desperate kiss is a cry from the heart, because no matter how strong the love, the girl cannot stay. The appearance of Selah in Lillian's thoughts becomes an ominous omen, because then the Empress will simply be thrown out. The general arrives with a report, and Emperor Kyle is tormented by the question of his own masculine inadequacy. Kyle's embarrassment betrays his shame for yesterday's events, and the Emperor tries to evade the answer. The general's shocked look and the reproach for dereliction of duty make Kyle tense up. There is despair in Kyle's eyes, because what emperor cannot conquer the heart of his own empress? 5 months is all Kyle has left, and the emperor's hand writes the bitter truth on paper. Time is running out, and Kyle has only just begun to reveal his past to Lillian in order to set things right. The wise general suggests that Kyle create the right environment to win Lillian's heart. In the general's imagination, Kyle and Lillian kiss passionately, and passionate confessions escape the emperor's lips. An intimate candlelit dinner, delicious food, and moonlight. Fortune must be on Kyle's side. Skepticism is reflected on Kyle's face, as the emperor doubts the success of such a simple plan. The self-confident general is ready to kiss Kyle if the cunning plan doesn't work. Horror distorts Kyle's face, because the emperor cannot believe the general's insane proposal. The general's unperturbed confidence only emphasizes the comical and absurd nature of the situation. An urgent letter with a personal seal addressed to the empress introduces a new intrigue into the plot. Lillian looks at the urgent letter in surprise, not understanding who it could be from. A mysterious invitation to the evening makes Lillian's heart beat faster in anticipation. The memory of an old dress that resembled a school uniform brings a warm feeling of nostalgia to Lillian. Kyle's mysterious invitation leads Lillian not to the office, but to a completely different place. The headmaid points out to Lillian a mysterious room hidden from prying eyes. The maids push Lillian into the room with a conspiratorial look, hoping for the success of the plan. Lillian looks at the mysterious room in horror, not understanding what is happening. The deliberately left darkness and prepared treats speak of a romantic surprise from Kyle. Lillian's favorite chocolate chip cookies on the table are a memory of a long-ago picnic before the wedding. The sight of homemade cookies makes Lillian think that Kyle made the treat himself. The taste of the cookies awakens long-forgotten feelings in Lillian, and the girl enjoys every bite. Kyle's gentle touch to Lillian's lips makes the girl's heart beat faster. The question of a kiss hangs in the air, and the tension between Lillian and Kyle reaches its breaking point. Lillian is in a panic because Kyle is going to kiss the girl right now, without giving her time to think. Kyle's mesmerizing gaze in the semi-darkness deprives Lillian of the will to resist. Thoughts of the future and Kyle's feelings flash through Lillian's mind in the moment before the kiss. At this important moment, everything else seems so insignificant and empty. A servant's sudden cry of distress interrupts the romantic moment, bringing Kyle and Lillian back to harsh reality. Kyle's eyes flash with rage, and the Emperor, sword in hand, is ready to leave immediately. Lillian is furious because the girl was prevented from kissing the man she loved. Lillian stops the servant because Kyle does not deserve to die, despite the inappropriate visit. Kyle promises to continue once he's sorted things out, and a red spark flashes in the Emperor's eyes. A servant reports the arrival of a messenger from Iwaki, and Kyle prepares for an important meeting. The appearance of brother Bastian and Lily comes as a complete and joyful surprise to Kyle. Lily excitedly shouts that she misses him, because the girl hasn't seen Kyle for almost 2 months. Bastian and Kyle's joyful embrace symbolizes their long-awaited reunion. Liam's sudden appearance catches Caden off guard. Behind Liam's awkward evasion lies anxiety. Behind Kaiden's polite smile lies a secret calculation. Kaiden calmly announces upcoming negotiations with Araka. Elira agrees to a risky plan full of uncertainty. Liam is determined, because the most difficult conversation is yet to come. Liam realizes that his thirst for change will meet with fierce resistance. The shadow of Raynar looms over the future, threatening to ruin all plans. Political intrigue demands sacrifice and the conquest of dark lands. Liam's search for contact with the witch leads him to a dead end. Mysterious recordings reveal the brutal truth about a witch's interrogation. Marcus, in comic despair, laments his unenviable fate. Marcus's hope is dashed by the sight of Liam's dejected state. Marcus descends into a tragicomic self-flagellation. The awkward moment is interrupted by Liam's appearance, demanding answers. Liam and Marcus clumsily try to hide the truth from Liam. Liam freezes in horror at the news of the coming war with the witches. Behind Kaiden's politeness lies cold calculation and manipulation. The arrival of Araki's envoy puts everyone involved at a crossroads. Elira plays her role, hiding her true intentions behind a mask of politeness. Liam is overcome with anxiety as details of the plan against the witches are revealed. Marcus foresees fierce resistance, because people are more terrible than any magic. Marcus, full of feigned determination, promises to save the situation with his experience. Liam's funny promise becomes Marcus's main motivation. Liam, sitting on the throne, announces the beginning of the war for the Western lands. Liam's statement causes a storm of indignation among the nobility, who fear losses. Liam's gaze is full of cold determination, because resistance was expected. The cold calculations of opponents call into question the wisdom of imperial ambitions. Liam feels the weight of responsibility to live up to Lillian's expectations. Military strategy comes to the fore, promising to reveal the true power of the empire. Marcus grabs everyone's attention as he prepares for the final argument. There is despondency in Raynar's camp due to the failure of the attempt to stop the emperor. Raynar's anger turns to Liam, because without her, everything could have been different. The conspirators seek a way to thwart the alliance that threatens their power. In desperation, the conspirator is ready to commit murder to maintain the balance of power. The arrival of the mysterious Iliara marks the beginning of a new stage of intrigue. Liam looks at the young envoy with doubt, not seeing him as a real threat. Behind Prince Zion's back, there are whispers about his precarious position and forced journey. Liam's sudden appearance interrupts Liam's thoughts, causing her to freeze. Liam asks directly about the price of the alliance, and Liam's affirmative answer changes everything. Lillian is overcome with doubt, as powerful enemies stand in the way of her goal. Liam's confidence is meant to be reassuring, but it only serves to heighten the underlying anxiety. Liam's playful question breaks the seriousness of the moment, catching Lillian off guard. The memory of the interrupted moment envelops Lillian and Liam in romantic tension. There's vulnerability behind Liam's bold question, and there's a desire in Lillian's eyes that answers. The mutual desire between Lillian and Liam becomes almost tangible, erasing all boundaries. Liam and Lillian's tender kiss becomes a silent declaration of feelings. Kyle's appearance rudely ruins the intimate moment, leaving them in shock. Lillian desperately tries to hide her awkwardness behind an awkward offer of tea. Kyle's cheerful request for cold water barely conceals the shock he has experienced. Kyle, in comical desperation, tries to cool his ardor with cold water. Kyle's blunt question about heirs makes Lillian choke in surprise. A confused Lillian avoids answering, but Kyle is already drawing his own conclusions. A disturbing dream about a cave resurfaces in Kyle's mind, hinting at a hidden danger. Behind Lillian's determination lies Kyle's fear of losing her under the rubble of the past. The memory of his fruitless search causes Kyle real pain. Kyle asks Lillian directly about her feelings for Liam, knowing that she is in mortal danger. Lillian's embarrassed confession of affection for Liam changes everything. The word cute evokes a storm of comical indignation and jealousy in Kyle. Lillian recalls that Kyle's concern also seemed sweet in its own way. Liam overhears the conversation, burning with shame at the ridiculous nickname. Liam's indignation is mixed with bewilderment, because the comparison with a bunny seems absurd. Marcus's stern gaze brings Liam back down to earth, reminding him of his duty. Eliara clutches her watch as time runs out for her risky deal with the nobles. Behind Eliara's cold gaze lies a desperate determination to survive at any cost. In the shadow of palace intrigue, Prince Zion is seen as just a pawn in someone else's game. Memories of the betrayal in Arak only strengthen Eliara's resolve not to give up. A sudden invitation to the conference room interrupts Eliara's painful thoughts. The realization of a mistake in the meeting schedule gives Eliara a bad feeling. Kyle bitterly admits that his presence has become a bone of contention for the aristocrats. Kyle's show of concern becomes an unexpected support for Eliara during a difficult moment. The image of Duke Maximilian, a loyal ally among enemies, comes to Eliara's mind. Kyle's tender gesture gives Eliara a much-needed sense of security. Eliara gratefully accepts Kyle's help, finding a ray of hope in it. Kyle warns of impending sabotage, as the deal with Araka is unprofitable for many. Kyle's confidence gives Eliara peace of mind in the face of the approaching storm. The appearance of Duke Maximilian creates confusion, disrupting all the conspirators' plans. A mysterious illness of his companion becomes an excuse for Kyle to take matters into his own hands. Kyle makes a show of ensuring the guests' safety, defying his enemies. Kyle turns the conversation to witches, demonstrating his knowledge of military secrets. Eliara is alarmed to realize that the minister's hostility is based on false rumors. Kyle struggles to contain his emotions as he apologizes to Eliara for his outburst. Kyle's dismissive remark infuriates one of the nobles. Kyle's icy gaze becomes a silent threat to the unwary nobleman. Eliara's laughter lightens the mood, making Kyle genuinely curious. Behind Eliara's beaming smile lies the thought of Kyle's unexpected kindness. Kyle wonders if the forced alliance is too friendly. Behind the Empress's polite smile lies her close attention to Prince Sion. Eliara modestly attributes the success of the negotiations to Kyle. Remaining in the shadows, Kyle's internal monologue turns into a comical panic from the overwhelming emotions. Lillian watches Kyle with bewilderment, his face twisted into a strange grimace. A caring gesture takes Eliara away from the unpleasant sight, protecting her from unnecessary worries. Liam's jealousy flares up again when he sees Kyle next to Lillian. A silly ear headband reveals Liam's unexpectedly sweet secret. Lillian is astonished to realize that she knows absolutely nothing about Kyle. An innocent conversation about bunnies becomes a test of Lillian's feelings for Liam. An absurd suspicion about Liam's true intentions is born in Lillian's head. A momentous treaty cements the alliance of empires, opening a new chapter in the war against the witches. The question of his imminent departure makes Eliara think about his true situation. Basilian's words prove true, revealing the secret plan of Eliara's father. Behind Prince Zion's back, there are whispers about his exile and forced mission. Eliara realizes the gravity of her situation without making any excuses. Confusion and despair overwhelm Eliara, who doesn't know what to do. Lillian's sudden insight reveals Prince Zion's true purpose. Lillian makes a bold proposal that could change Eliara's fate. Lillian's incredible offer seems like an impossible salvation to Eliara. The price of freedom is high. Eliara must take on an overwhelming responsibility. Eliara enthusiastically vows not to disappoint. Seizing the only chance, a sudden fire turns hope to ashes, plunging Eliara into chaos. A desperate desire to survive battles with the fear in Eliara's heart. Panic sets in as Eliara realizes she is trapped in a fire. The thought of dying at the hands of a killer makes Eliara fight for every breath. Humiliating memories of the past almost break Eliara's will to live. In the smoke and despair, Eliara's only hope is a locked door. A mysterious silhouette bursts through the flames, bringing salvation with it. Kyle's appearance in the fiery hell comes as a shocking miracle to Eliara. In Kyle's arms, Eliara finds a fragile sense of safety amidst the chaos. Kyle makes a promise to protect, demanding from now on complete trust only in himself. After experiencing horror, Eliara falls into a saving sleep. Lillian bitterly admits that Kyle is right, realizing the scale of the danger. A terrifying arson hunch leads Lillian and Kyle to suspect the same enemy. Panic grips the crowd at the sight of the fire, as the prince remains defenseless inside. A chilling horror grips Lillian at the thought of the mortal danger for the prince. In the shadows, the conspirators curse their master for his reckless order to kill the diplomat. A series of assassination attempts flashes through Lillian's memory, forming a coherent picture of a conspiracy. Kyle's appearance with the prince in his arms in the midst of the flames becomes a symbol of hope. Lillian asks Kyle to find the arsonist to put an end to the series of tragedies. Reynard reports a new link in the chain of conspiracies directed against the Empress. Kyle agrees to begin the investigation without hesitation, driven by a thirst for justice. The maid brings news that confirms Lillian's worst fears. The Iraqi aristocracy's blatant lies attempt to shift the blame for the fire onto Lillian. Insidious rumors accuse Lillian of attempted murder in order to disrupt an important deal. Rage boils in Lillian's eyes. Because the enemy will not stop at arson. The past and present are woven into a web of lies, tarnishing Lillian's reputation. Reynard realizes that behind all the intrigues, there is the same cold mind. A plan to expose the culprits is maturing in Reynard's head, because the Master's authority has already been shaken. Reynard looks at the letter with disdain, unable to believe such bloodlust. After a long day, Liam and Lillian find comfort in each other's arms. Lillian's enigmatic smile suggests that the Forest of Shadows has finally found its ruler. Liam is tormented by doubts about who Lillian's winning smile is intended for. Liam and Lillian's late-night conversation is broken by a question about the future. Liam searches Lillian's eyes for the answer to the question that will determine their shared destiny. Liam's bold request to move forward makes Lillian's heart beat faster. Liam backs away, afraid to push, but there's confusion in his eyes. Lillian's happy smile becomes a confession of feelings that exceed all expectations. Behind Lillian's modest admission of her efforts lies a thirst for approval. In each other's arms, Liam and Lillian find long-awaited peace and closeness. A romantic stroll is interrupted by disturbing rumors that cast a shadow on Lillian. Lillian's concern is not directed at herself, but at Prince Zion, whose fate hangs in the balance. Lillian bitterly realizes that there is no safe way back for Prince Zion. Liam's decision to give Prince Zion asylum becomes an act of mercy and a political move. A shadow of doubt falls on Lillian, causing her to question the purity of her own motives. The ghost of the past in the person of Sular haunts Lillian, reminding her of the unfinished battle. Despite the lack of evidence, Lillian's determination to fight Sular only grows stronger. The conspirators' insidious plan to frame innocent citizens reveals the full depth of their cruelty. Sular strikes at her most vulnerable spots, trying to break Lillian's spirit. The damned Sular drives Lillian into a corner where justice is powerless without the consent of others. Lillian's growing anxiety about Liam becomes a wake-up call. Liam takes Lillian into his arms, carrying her away from heavy thoughts and dark forebodings. Liam's piercing gaze catches Lillian off guard, revealing her deep in thought. Liam's gentle voice destroys the image of a cruel tyrant in Lillian's mind. The invincible power of Calidor becomes the main argument in the conversation for Liam. All credit for the Empire's power, according to Liam, goes to Lillian alone. Liam's gaze is full of confidence, because without Lillian, the rebellion would not have been suppressed. Behind Lady Alana's beaming smile lies more than just a social ball. The noble maidens enthusiastically take up their swords, preparing to defend the royal castle. Thanks to Lady Elena's efforts, peaceful festivals became possible, and the knights found peace. Kyle's poignant words of faith and protection make Lillian's heart flutter. Kyle demands a reward for the peace he has given her, wanting only one thing. In Kyle's arms, Lillian finds comfort and protection from all adversity. News of Prince Sion's awakening spreads throughout the castle, changing the balance of power. Elira deliberately allows rumors to spread, because the prince's life is what matters. Under the pretext of concern, the nobles persistently demand a meeting with the wounded prince. Behind Eliara's cold calm lies the understanding that the prince is too weak to visit. The hypocritical concern of the nobles only covers up their true, selfish motives. Elira agrees to the meeting, preparing to resist the impudent demands. Eliara's confident smile suggests her readiness to personally drive away uninvited guests. Eliara can't hide behind someone else's back forever. Thinking about her future, Lillian's kindness becomes an unexpected support for Eliara in a foreign country. Behind Lillian's apparent calm lies her own reasons for helping Eliara. Behind Lillian's cold demeanor lies a genuine desire to help, and Eliara senses it. Elira realizes Lillian's true intentions and develops trust and respect for her. Eliara's oath of allegiance becomes the key to Lillian's future success. An alliance with Prince Sion becomes the key for Lillian to unlock the secrets of the witches and the weaknesses of her enemies. A revelation about a secret plan to get rid of Araki's ambassadors forces Eliara to act. Lillian's happy smile conceals a deadly and well-thought-out plan. Daisy's polite refusal becomes an insurmountable obstacle for the impudent aristocrats. Behind the noble's apparent indignation lies a visceral fear of the Empress's power. Lillian, with feigned concern, uses the prince's illness as a shield from uninvited guests. A new conspiracy is brewing in the shadows of the palace, as Araki's ambassadors need to remain in the Empire. A terrifying guess about Bastion's involvement in the intrigues pierces Lillian's consciousness. Kyle reveals the truth about the fire, pointing to a palace specially prepared for guests. A suspicious man hanging around the prince's room becomes the main evidence in the case. The sudden appearance of Count Carvin awakens disturbing memories in Lillian. Kyle reminds Lillian of the man who was spreading dirty rumors about Prince Sion. Daisy excitedly tells Lillian about a crowd of aristocrats eager for an audience. The thought of another meeting with the impudent nobles causes righteous anger in the maids of honor. With a sly smile, Lillian prepares an unexpected and unpleasant meeting for Count Carvin. Behind Lillian's apparent favor to the nobles lies a cold and precise calculation. Lillian eagerly anticipates the meeting, which will become a trap for her enemy. The sudden summons to the Empress takes Count Carvin by surprise. Count Carvin prepares for the meeting with feigned importance, unaware of the trap. A cunning plan is brewing in Count Carvin's head, because the reason for the summons is obvious. Count Carvin's confidence is unshakable, because the burned evidence will leave no trace. Count Carvin anticipates victory, planning to make the Empress look guilty in the eyes of the prince. The desire to strengthen his alliance with Araka pushes Count Carvin into a deadly game. The anxious anticipation disrupts Count Carvin's plans, making him nervous. The black soot on his hand becomes an ominous omen for Count Carvin. A terrible guess about a trap pierces Count Carvin's mind. The recognition of the room where the prince lived plunges Count Carvin into icy horror. Lillian's sudden appearance destroys the Count's composure, driving him into a corner. Lillian's innocent question about cries for help sounds like a mockery of the frightened Count. Lillian's icy calm contrasts with the mad gleam in her eyes, paralyzing the Count. Lillian's mysterious hint about the incident with the prince leaves the Count speechless. Count Carvin panics and denies his guilt, unable to understand how everything could have been revealed. The accomplice's confession to using the magic oven becomes a death sentence for the Count. Lillian's sinister smile reveals the truth about Count Carvin's betrayal and escape. The evidence is thrown at his feet, and Count Carvin's desperate cry is drowned out by irrefutable evidence. The threat of public disgrace puts not only the Count, but Araki's entire reputation at risk. The realization of complete failure and the inevitability of punishment distorts Count Carvin's face with horror. The clue in Lillian's hands leaves Count Carvin stumped, forcing him to wonder about her true intentions. Lillian's cold word cleaning sounds like a death sentence for all the conspirators. The contemptuous comparison with annoying flies makes it clear what fate awaits the enemies. Count Carvin realizes that Lillian is offering a deal, the price of which will be the abandoned prince. In an attempt to save himself, Count Carvin unhesitatingly agrees to a humiliating retreat. Elira can't believe her eyes as she watches the departure that seemed impossible. Eliara's question to Lillian is filled with confusion, as returning to the Empire without her feels like a betrayal. Lillian's playful question catches Eliara off guard, causing a comical panic. Lillian's reassuring words give Eliara a fragile hope for a successful outcome. Eliara is tormented by guilt for hiding the truth from the trusting Lillian. The memory of Lillian's kindness only intensifies Eliara's internal conflict. Elira makes a firm decision to renounce her title in preparation for a new life. Thoughts of the future in Calidor give Eliara hope for salvation and a new status. Lillian's cheerful invitation to dinner conceals a subtle political game. The exquisite food and thoughts of the young prince make Eliara shy with delight. Lillian's mysterious proposal to take action immediately leaves Eliara perplexed. Lillian's unexpected offer to teach her swordsmanship breaks Elira out of her reverie. Elira is absolutely thrilled to have the opportunity to learn from the legendary Queen of Swords. Eliara's admiration for her status as the Queen of Swords only amuses Lillian, who knows the truth. The ominous crunch of the cookie and Lillian's laughter destroy the heroic image created by the rumors. Eliara's flattery becomes a reminder for Lillian of the mortal danger of the coming crisis. Lillian's carefree demeanor contrasts sharply with Kyle's panicked expression as he burst in. Lillian's unexpected request makes Kyle remember his heavy vow. Elira goes from shocking news to absolute delight before the god of swords. Elira's embarrassed gratitude is met with Kyle's cold gaze. The warning about Kyle's severity does not frighten, but rather inspires the happy Eliara. Caring for the prince becomes for Lillian just a pretext for a more serious plan. The ghost of her mother appears in Lillian's memory, reminding her of the past. Eliara's memories of her mother's instructions are filled with bright sadness and hope. Her mother's words about patience echo in Eliara's soul, giving her hope for happiness. For Eliara, her mother's gentle smile becomes a symbol of long-awaited happiness. Eliara's sudden tears are caused by the flood of memories of her mother. Lillian and Kyle's concern is interrupted by Eliara's confused excuse. Elira's happy smile becomes proof that happiness has finally caught up with her. Prince Zion's first week of training takes place under the strict supervision of Kyle. Kyle's remark about the changes in Prince Zion's life sounds promising. Prince Zion's new status and strengthened body are only the first steps towards his goal. Prince Zion's peaceful sleep and good appetite please Eliara like his own victory. Eliara's complaint about Kyle's ruthlessness gives way to pride in her own rapid growth. Lillian watches the training as Prince Sion is about to go into his first battle. In the shadow of palace intrigue, Renard prepares Sion for battle as time runs out. Lillian's cold calculation demands that Suler be made guilty in order to deprive him of his power. Elira's happy smile next to Kyle gives a fleeting feeling of peace. Heavy thoughts of Sular's betrayal and the loss of his ally cloud Kyle's thoughts. Bastion's sudden announcement to end everything leaves Lillian in complete shock. Bastion targeted not the Emperor, but Prince Sular, declaring him a traitor. Kyle realizes that Bastion's risky move will change the fate of the Empire forever. Lillian bitterly believes that Kyle's incompetence led to this crisis. Bastion's hatred for Kyle becomes a disturbing and incomprehensible mystery for Lillian. Liam's jealousy and suspicions grow as Kyle is constantly around Lillian. Kyle, tired of being ignored, decides to ask Bastion directly about the reason for his hatred. Bastion's answer is simple. Kyle is terrible, and his only goal is to protect Lillian. Lillian senses that there is more to Bastion's words than just concern. A broken Bastion cannot believe that his secret pain will be revealed. Bastion's difficult confession begins with a story about a frighteningly realistic dream. Bastion's nightmare depicts Lehman's wedding to Kyle and her tragic escape. The revelation of betrayal and murder in a dream plunges Lillian into icy horror. A mysterious kiss in the past reveals Lehman as the savior of someone's nights. Kyle connects Bastion's nightmare to the night his father's cruelty left a scar on his soul. Lillian realizes that her appearance in the castle was the catalyst for Bastion's tragic memories. Lillian gently touches Bastion's old wound, remembering the day of departure. The memory of the day Lillian was sent to the tyrant still hurts Bastion. Lillian's farewell was shrouded in a sense of tragedy and hopelessness. Worry about Lillian robbed Bastion of sleep, turning his nights into endless torment. Bastion's determination to save his sister clashes with her unexpected independence. Lillian urges Bastion to see a new Calidor, transformed and free from tyranny. Laughter and joy on the streets became the best proof of changes for the better. Lillian's happy smile radiates confidence in the kingdom's bright future. Rumors of Kyle's calmness only increase Bastion's suspicions about his true nature. Behind Lady Elena's deceptive smile lies an offer impossible to refuse. Tender thoughts of Lillian fill Bastion's heart with brotherly love and care. Lillian asks Bastion to put aside his worries and stop fighting with Kyle. The question of escaping from the dream makes Lillian shudder at the thought that the nightmare could have become reality. Lillian reminds Bastion of his own words, which now contradict his fears. Bastion admits that he never intended to sacrifice himself for other people's goals. Bastion's smile betrays concern for Lillian's selfless nature. Liam studies the reports with satisfaction, as Prince Zion's training is bearing fruit. Liam's appearance breaks Lillian's reverie, creating a moment of intimacy. Liam's questions about the prince are filled with hidden jealousy and a desire to understand Lillian's feelings. Lillian's cheerful laughter dispels Liam's doubts, because her feelings belong only to him. Liam's confession of his preferences takes Lillian by surprise, but she quickly finds an answer. Liam's sheepish promise to no longer be jealous is met with a knowing smile from Lillian. Despite his promises, Liam cannot help but feel jealous when he sees Lillian's special relationship with the prince. Liam's tender gesture and direct question reveal his vulnerability and depth of feelings. Liam's unexpected proposal for a child becomes a test of feelings and plans for the future. The sudden transition from a prince from a foreign land to an heir leaves Lillian in shock. Lillian's confusion at Liam's bold proposal is mixed with budding joy. The Emperor's status becomes Liam's main argument in favor of the heir. In Liam's arms, Lillian realizes that thoughts about the future are natural for loving hearts. Is Liam serious about having a baby? Or is it just a way to keep Lillian close? Liam is looking for a reason that will make Lillian stay by his side forever. Liam's words about not wanting to let go sound like a vow of eternal love and devotion. Lillian's question about the baby as a reason to stay hurts Liam, calling into question his sincerity. Liam's cheerful laugh dispels any doubts, because he would never abandon his child. Liam hopes for reciprocity, wanting to be needed by Lillian as much as she is needed by him. Liam's tender declaration of love for his future baby touches Lillian deeply. Liam's desperate attempt to reach Lillian's heart is filled with sincerity and pain. Kyle's unexpected tenderness confuses Lillian, causing her to question his motives. In the depths of Lillian's mind, an ominous image arises, whispering about the impossibility of happiness. Icy words from the past remind Lillian of her true destiny, death. An ominous whisper creeps into Lillian's mind, reminding her of her selfish desires. Lillian bitterly realizes that her dreams of romance have overshadowed her true situation. The ghost of Lillian's past haunts, reminding her of the sacrifice intended for Kyle. Rejected by her family, Lillian eked out a miserable existence as a maid. Behind the red rose lies Lillian's tragic fate, full of terrible memories. Liam's gaze is full of bitterness, because Lillian did not intend to bear him a child. Lillian regretfully recalls her intention to divorce next spring. The fear of loss makes Liam wonder if Lillian hates him that much. Lillian's happy smile becomes the answer, because she never hated Liam. Lillian's words about the terrible imperial castle bring tears to Liam's eyes. Lillian, having become empress, renounced her past life, full of suffering. Witches and conspirators tried to destroy Lillian, but she survived, becoming stronger. Fear made Lillian doubt whether she was worthy of Kyle's love in someone else's place. The image of the past, Lillian asks with a sly smile if she can afford to be greedy. Lillian's proud smile becomes an admission that Kyle loves her for who she is. The world, according to Liam, turned into a novel, in which Lillian became its main character. Lillian feels that Kyle understands her, despite all the obstacles and fears. The realization that the fear of the imperial castle no longer matters fills Lillian with joy. Liam, looking at the happy Lillian, understands that she has finally found peace. In Liam's arms, Lillian finds comfort and confirmation that she is in the right place. Liam's tender declaration of love envelops Lillian in warmth and awe. Lillian's playful challenge forces Liam to prove his feelings with more than just words. A passionate kiss becomes a silent answer, erasing all doubts. Lillian playfully prepares to fulfill her promise, leaving Liam confused. Fulfilling a contract turns from a duty into an act of seduction and tenderness. The dream of the future becomes a shared responsibility for Lillian and Liam. Lillian is confused and delighted by what is happening, unable to contain her emotions. The penetrating gaze of the Marquise Elan notices Lillian's strange behavior. Lillian's mind is filled with heated fantasies of 101 ways to spend the night with Liam. Marquise Elan's suspicions grow stronger, as Lillian's blush betrays her secret thoughts. Under the piercing gaze of the Marquise, Lillian desperately tries to hide her fantasies. Marquise Elan leaves Lillian no chance, demanding immediate recognition. The honeymoon speculation fills the air with embarrassment, causing Lillian to flush. Completely consumed with shame, Lillian hides her face in her hands from her perceptive friend. Liam's solicitous question about the moans from his sleep breaks the morning silence with awkwardness. Confused, Lillian tries to hide the real reason for her restless sleep. The Marquise Elan's straightforwardness causes a wave of belated embarrassment in Lillian. The memory of the scars on Liam's back confirms his well-deserved title as an invincible hero. The unexpected appearance of the Marquise Elan interrupts Liam's solitary thoughts. Behind the innocent greeting between Lillian and Liam lies a tension that the Marquise notices. Liam's decision to postpone the meeting leaves Lillian surprised and suspicious. Liam's admission that last night was the reason for the cancellation of the meeting confuses Lillian. Memories of last night haunt Liam, preventing him from concentrating on his work. Lillian's embarrassed confession creates an awkward intimacy between her and Liam. Marquise Elan's playful offer to go on a date becomes a salvation from awkwardness. The solemn day of the conferment of the title to Zion fills the palace with splendor and anticipation. The eyes of the entire court are riveted on the main heroines of the day, gathered for the ceremony. The appearance of Prince Zion at the ceremony marks his triumphant rebirth. By awarding Zion a title of nobility, Liam places a heavy burden of responsibility on him. The new title for Zion is not only an honor, but also an order to go to war with the witches. The general admiration for Zion confirms that Lillian's decision was the right one. The title of Count of Rouen, bestowed by Liam, becomes a symbol of new life for Sion. Eliara's order to throw away old things symbolizes farewell to the past. Eliara's decision to take something with her speaks of preserving valuable memories. The farewell meeting with Zion before his departure becomes an important ritual for Eliara. Kyle's sudden departure takes Eliara by surprise, causing surprise and a little anxiety. Duke Maximilian's beaming smile brings unexpected warmth to the farewell scene. Duke Maximilian's confidence in the Count of Rouen's strength gives Eliara peace of mind. The mysterious box from Duke Maximilian becomes a symbol of sincere gratitude. The luxurious brooch in the gift stuns Eliara, becoming a sign of special favor. Duke Maquilian's kindness becomes a symbol of respect and recognition for Eliara. Duke Maquilian's farewell words are filled with warmth and hope for the future. A handshake seals not only a farewell, but also a budding friendship. A few days after Sion's departure, a deceptive calm reigns in the castle. With the arrival of autumn comes a grand celebration in honor of the emperor's birthday. A lavish banquet in Liam's honor sparks rumors about the empress's influence. Lillian's happy smile next to Liam speaks of a harmony that everyone notices. The strong union of the imperial couple becomes a guarantee of prosperity for the entire empire. Behind Liam's polite question about boredom lies a desire to share this moment with Lillian. Liam's question about Lillian's humble birthdays reveals the contrast between their pasts. The reason for Lillian's modest celebrations was not poverty, but her position in the family. Memories of her brother and sister's care warm Lillian's heart with the warmth of days gone by. Behind Lillian's desire to throw a lavish banquet lies a bitter sense of lack of choice. The dream of a birthday where everyone will congratulate only her becomes an obsession for Lillian. Liam's tender words of gratitude make Lillian forget about her birthday. The anticipation of the night to come fills the air between Liam and Lillian with electricity. Reynard's congratulations interrupt the intimate moment, bringing them back to harsh reality. In the midst of the celebration, Sular, Kyle's younger brother, appears, bringing with him the shadow of the coming rebellion. Sular's appearance makes Lillian and Liam tense, because this guest is dangerous. Behind Liam's polite greeting lies the icy tension of a long-awaited meeting with Sular. Behind Sular's smile lies a cold calculation, for the year of the Empress's reign has passed. Sular's flattery of the Emperor sounds like a veiled threat to the stability of the Empire. Sular's smile makes Lillian uneasy, because a gift from an enemy does not bode well. Liam's polite parting words can't hide the weight of the past that still weighs on him. Behind Sular's apparent humility lies the anticipation of a grand event that will wipe the smile from Liam's face. Sular's venomous question about good news for the imperial family is full of hidden meaning. Liam's playful response about his dream woman only increases the tension between him and Sular. Sular's cold response cuts off any attempts Liam makes to draw him out into openness. Behind the departing couple, Reynard curses the bastard with contempt. The servant doubts the sincerity of Liam's happiness, seeing only a mask in his smile. Reynard cannot understand Sulard's true motives, tormented by doubts and suspicions. Lillian dismisses the rumors, preparing to act on her plan and eliminate Sular. The happiness in Lillian's eyes makes Sular wonder why Kyle was the one with such a warm smile. Lillian, beaming with love, becomes a living reproach and reminder of Sulard's loneliness. Kyle, transformed by love, appears to Sular as a completely different person, devoid of his dark aura. Sular wonders if he himself could change if he won Fulsicha's heart. If Lillian had loved Sular instead of the Emperor, perhaps he too could have found peace. Hope for his own transformation flickers in Sular's thoughts, but quickly fades. Lillian notices Sular's dark gaze, which pierces her to the very bones. Sular's rebellion in the original novel was predictable, but current events have spiraled out of control. Sular is cornered, cut off from sources of magic, and weakened by the war with the witches. Lillian anticipates a crushing defeat for the rebels, because time is on her side. Lillian's polite refusal of a drink conceals a cold and precise calculation. Fatigue and boredom after endless meetings with nobles overcome Lillian. Liam's concern for the bored Lillian brings a touch of intimacy to the formal setting. Lillian's sly smile suggests that she won't miss out on an interesting sight. The happy couples at the ball are a reminder that love can blossom even in troubled times. Young fencing students are becoming a symbol of a new era where women can stand up for themselves. Lillian's presence in the palace changed not only Liam, but the entire empire for the better. Liam, overcoming his embarrassment, decides to talk about the future of their prenuptial agreement. A misunderstanding with alcohol for the Empress almost leads to a serious scandal. The panic of the maid who brought the forbidden drink only increases the tension. The desire of the maids to drink in secret from the Empress speaks of general relaxation. Lillian's cheerful threat to faint leaves the maids frozen in fear. The frightened maids fall on their faces, begging for forgiveness for their unforgivable mistake. Lillian's innocent joke and Liam's concern create a comical scene full of misunderstandings. Kyle's sudden coughing fit startles Lillian, making her forget about her jokes. The awkwardness of the noise and rumors about the pregnancy makes Lillian blush. Sular's icy gaze at the news of Lillian's possible pregnancy is full of fury. Sulard's order to send a letter to Marquis Flane marks the beginning of a new stage in the conspiracy. Sular announces the start of an operation to get rid of the Empress, not hiding his hatred. Liam's reluctance to deny pregnancy rumors only increases his suspicions. Lillian is surprised to notice Celestine's gaze, full of curiosity on her. Rumors of Lillian's pregnancy become the main topic of discussion at the ball. Liam's nervousness before meeting Lillian reveals his deep and tender feelings. The prenuptial agreement becomes a curse for Liam because he is afraid of losing Lillian. The realization that Lillian's contract is only for a year plunges Liam into despair. The crazy idea of having Lillian forever becomes an obsession for Liam. Dark thoughts of imprisoning Lillian war in Liam's soul with the desire to give her freedom. With Lillian by his side, Liam would have nothing to worry about anymore. Liam realizes that his selfish desires conflict with his love for Lillian. The desire to become more greedy speaks of Liam's willingness to fight for his happiness. Lillian's playful question about a kiss becomes a real test for Liam. An embarrassed Liam asks Lillian not to provoke him, afraid of giving in to temptation. Lillian asks defiantly if Liam is afraid of his own desires. Lillian's smile suggests that she had known about his feelings for a long time, but was waiting for her moment. Despite his dislike of the rumors, Liam is willing to be lenient on his birthday. Lillian's embarrassed admission of the severity of last time sends a wave of tenderness through Liam. Liam's promise to be gentler and try harder gives Lillian hope for the future. Lillian falls asleep with a heavy heart because her body and soul still remember the pain. Reynard is horrified to learn of the order to send a spy after the Empress. The rumor of the Empress's pregnancy becomes a catalyst for decisive action by Solar. Desperation pushes the conspirators to extreme measures because the birth of an heir is unacceptable. Killing the Empress, the master of the sword, seems like an impossible task, but it's too late to retreat. A cunning plan involving poisoning in the kitchen becomes the conspirators' only hope. Allowing someone to escape after being poisoned sounds like a joke, as the chances of survival are almost non-existent. A fleeting hope of success flashes through Reynard's mind, but he immediately pushes it away. An absurd concern for Lillian's well-being wars in Reynard's soul with duty. With the arrival of Lillian, everything went awry, plunging Reynard into chaos of conspiracies and murders. Reynard is uneasy at the thought of Lillian, as an open threat would be easier. A sudden attack by a spy interrupts Lillian's anxious thoughts about her safety. Lillian easily repels the attack, wounding the attacker with a regular knife. The spy is horrified and cannot believe that the person in front of him is the Empress herself, and not a defenseless victim. Lillian easily exposes the spy, since he was sent by Prince Solar. The Empress's calm in the face of danger only increases the spy's curiosity. Lillian's unique talent for inducing sweet dreams becomes her deadly weapon. Lillian's ominous question about what will happen after awakening deprives the spy of his will. The death sentence comes from Lillian's lips like a mundane phrase, chilling the blood. Liam demands that everyone involved in the attack be found to prevent future attacks. Marcus, horrified, begs for mercy, realizing that the coming purge will leave him no chance. Liam's icy wrath promises bloody reprisals against those who dared to threaten the Empress. The order to tell only the truth is reinforced by magic, leaving no chance for the conspirators to lie. Liam's direct question about his desire to kill Lillian horrifies the aristocrats. Liam's threat to blow off the heads of anyone involved in the conspiracy sounds like a death sentence. Panic grips the nobles, as even the slightest suspicion threatens inevitable reprisals. Behind the apparent calm lies a cunning plan to expose the conspirators without unnecessary noise. Liam's cold question about the conspirators' concerns sounds like sophisticated torture. Lillian's beaming smile comes as a complete surprise and a mockery to the conspirators. Liam's concern for Lillian, who has not returned to the bedroom, is full of tenderness and care. Liam is ready to share important information with Lillian that will help in the investigation. The maid readily provides a list of suspects for the upcoming interrogation. Lillian smiles and asks to look at the list, preparing for the final blow. Among all the suspects, the name of Marquis Flane stands out as the main link in the conspiracy. Lillian and Duke Macallion conduct their own investigation, gathering evidence against their enemies. Responsibility for recruiting servants in the palace lies with Marquis Flane, making him the prime suspect. The mention of unaccounted names in the dossier leads Lillian to suspect a connection with the original novel. On orders from an unknown assassin, they entered the palace, threatening the lives of the imperial couple. The revelation of Count Alphonse's conspiracy from 10 years ago becomes the key to current events. Before Count Alphonse could carry out his plan, his design was discovered. Despite the uncovering of the conspiracy, there is still not enough evidence to catch all the conspirators. Memories of the tragic fate of the heroine from the novel force Lillian to act decisively. A sudden revelation reveals to Lillian the true reason for the assassination attempt: poisoning. Lillian realizes that Suler sent the bungler on purpose to divert attention from the poison. Panic grips Lillian as Suler tries to steal the spotlight by poisoning her food. Liam's sudden jerk interrupts Lillian's desperate attempt to prevent the poisoning. Lillian's frightened gaze is met with Liam's bewilderment, not understanding her sudden fear. Lillian is tormented by doubts. Will Liam believe her knowledge of the future if she confesses? An inner voice begs Liam to believe, because love must be stronger than doubt. Lillian insists that the killer is just a decoy behind which the real conspiracy is hidden. Words of love become the final argument for Lillian to convince Liam to believe her. Liam's piercing gaze is full of doubt, because Lillian's words sound like madness. The question about the gift of foresight makes Lillian freeze, not knowing how to answer. The chef's confession to working for the Marquise of Flaine becomes irrefutable evidence. Marquise Flaine's submissive silence in the face of the accusations only confirms his guilt. Marquis Flaine's crime against the imperial family is undeniable and demands punishment. The death sentence for a criminal offense becomes a logical outcome for the conspirator. The smell of blood fills the palace, and the order to execute the criminals sounds cold and merciless. The crowd demands the execution of the last conspirator, because the threat to the Empire's security must be destroyed. Suler cannot accept defeat, because Lillian destroyed all his plans. Despite the hatred, Sular continues to worry about Lillian. Unable to understand her feelings, Sular's conflicting feelings for Lillian, the desire to kill and to protect at the same time, drive him crazy. The witch's snide remark about useless emotions only intensifies Sular's internal conflict. The witch encourages Sular to behave naturally so as not to attract unnecessary attention. The simple and profitable deal offered by the witch does not require any sacrifices from the rebels. The witch's tempting offer, all the blessings of the world in exchange for power, intoxicates Suler. Changing the target of the curse becomes an unpleasant but necessary condition of the deal for Sular. The news that Lillian already has 2 curses leaves Suler shocked and perplexed. One curse allows you to put someone to sleep with a kiss. Another is the result of a deal with a witch. The witch confirms with a smile that she is right, because she is never wrong. The witch's laughter at the fairy's blessing sounds like a mockery of people's naivety. The witch's disdain for the human-friendly fairies reveals her true, dark nature. The stupidity of people trying to hide one curse with another only amuses the witch. Suler is horrified to realize that his older brother, Kyle, is also cursed. The price of the deal with the witch is the contractor's memories, and Lillian paid in full. The great desire for which Lillian sacrificed her memories remains a mystery to Sular. Suler cannot understand what everyone's favorite could want by making a deal with a witch. Endless self-doubt becomes a tool of manipulation and control for the witch. The mystery of Lillian's deal with the witch remains unsolved, forcing Sular to seek a new target. The question of the new target for the curse, Kyle or Lillian, hangs in the air. After learning it's Lillian's birthday, Liam finally gets the chance to give her a special gift. Secretly preparing a surprise for Lillian becomes a matter of honor for Reynard. Reynard's heart pounds with excitement in anticipation of Lillian's reaction to the gift. Liam is looking forward to surprising Lillian by preparing a special birthday gift for her. An unexpected discovery, a magic stone, leaves Liam perplexed. The presence of the magic stone in Lillian's room sows seeds of doubt in Liam's soul. An icy whisper of doubt poisons Liam's mind, causing him to doubt Lillian's love. The inner demon urges Liam to stop denying the truth, no matter how bitter it may be. A mocking voice in his head predicts Liam's cruel betrayal from his beloved. Liam desperately clings to his faith in Lillian, denying the possibility of a conspiracy. Lillian's magic of movement becomes the key to solving the mystery. The news that the travel coordinates lead to the Duchy of Macellion shocks Liam. The weight of the revelation leaves Liam buckling under the weight of pain and disappointment. A broken Liam orders him to leave, wanting to be alone with his pain. Liam's gaze is full of bitterness, because now he sees Lillian's every action as an attempt to escape. Memories of Lillian's words about not wanting to be his wife torment Liam. Lillian's promise to become an ordinary noblewoman after the contract ends sounds like a death sentence. The thought that Lillian was deliberately keeping her distance to make the breakup easier kills Liam. Despite his doubts, Liam still wants to believe Lillian, clinging to the remnants of hope. The desire to find out everything personally fights in Liam's soul with the fear of hearing the truth. Liam pushes away the poisonous whispers with determination, not allowing himself to be fooled again. The witch's ominous promise to reveal the truth becomes the last straw for Liam. Liam desperately tries to silence the voice of doubt, but it's too late for regret. The witch mockingly offers to return Liam to the true path, worsening his suffering. The witch's desire to cause Lillian the deepest despair reveals the full extent of her cruelty. The news of the fire in the castle becomes an alarming omen for Lillian. The news that the marriage contract was destroyed in the fire leaves Lillian perplexed. The destruction of the marriage contract becomes a symbol of shattered hopes and plans. The strange behavior of Kyle, whom Lillian knew, makes her anxious and suspicious. Duke McKillion's frequent visits become, in Kyle's eyes, evidence of a conspiracy. Kyle bitterly accuses Lillian of plotting an escape with Duke McKillion. Lillian desperately denies her involvement in the escape plan, but her words are drowned in disbelief. Kyle's direct question about the magical artifact in Lillian's room backs her into a corner. Lillian confesses that the magic stone was given to her by her brother to protect her from Suler. The accusation of mistrust becomes the final blow for Lillian, destroying the remnants of hope. A bitter question arises in Lillian's mind. Did she ever truly trust Kyle? Kyle's refusal to listen, and his decision not to fall for the tricks anymore, sounds like a death sentence. Kyle's threat to keep Lillian from leaving the castle, no matter what, terrifies her. Lillian realizes with horror that this is not the Kyle she knew and loved. The idea that a fire could have started from a single match seems absurd to Lillian. Kyle realizes that the arsonist knew exactly where the documents were and was well versed in the castle. Kyle's cold, accusatory gaze makes Lillian freeze in place. Lillian's denial of her guilt is shattered by Kyle's wall of mistrust. The accusation that Lillian was simply waiting for her contract to expire sounds like a slap in the face. Revelations about feelings, said only for the sake of reassurance, lose all meaning. Lillian's love turned to nothing in front of the wall of mistrust of the deceived Kyle. The pain of betrayal becomes unbearable for Lillian, bringing tears to her eyes. Kyle's counter-question about distrust catches Lillian off guard, revealing her own doubts. Lillian's desperate confession of her distrust becomes the point of no return. Destroying the contract not only breaks the paper, but also the fragile bond between Lillian and Kyle. With her departure from the palace, Lillian hopes to return everything to normal, but the past can no longer be changed. The belief that Kyle's obsession was genuine love crumbles to dust. Lillian is at a loss to determine whether Kyle's feelings were genuine or just a way to relieve his insomnia. Lillian's parting words are full of bitterness and awareness of her own stupidity. Running through empty corridors, Lillian wonders how she could fall in love with someone who doesn't know her. The guilt over Kyle's doubts weighs heavily on Lillian's shoulders. Despite the pain, Lillian had no intention of truly leaving, clinging to the remnants of hope. Tears of despair fall from Lillian's eyes, because Kyle listened so attentively, but did not hear the main thing. Elira confidently states that at this rate, they will be able to finish everything by autumn. The order to build a fort on the last battlefield sounds like a foreshadowing of the decisive battle. The question of fear for her own life takes Eliara by surprise, revealing her vulnerability. The appearance of a mysterious fairy with a gentle greeting takes Eliara by surprise. Eliara looks suspiciously at the witch who has been stalking her since her arrival in the Forest of Shadows. Akafena's joyful exclamation about her only wish only increases the tension. Elira's categorical refusal of Akafena's proposal leaves her genuinely perplexed. Akafena's clumsy attempt to appeal to pity, under the guise of friendship, finds no response. Akafena's cryptic answer about the futility of resistance sounds like an ominous prophecy. The prediction of an impending catastrophe that cannot be prevented fills the air with anxiety. 10 days of separation from Liam leaves Lillian feeling an inexplicable restlessness. Liam's cold statement about the burned prenuptial agreement sounds like a final break. The terrifying realization that Liam is under someone's control pierces Lillian's mind. A voice in Liam's head whispers that his hopes for Lillian to stay are futility. The mocking whisper that Lillian will leave him finally breaks Liam's will. A sudden knock on the door interrupts Liam's heavy thoughts, bringing him back to reality. Lillian's desire to talk becomes Liam's last hope for salvation. Lillian's joke that she will disappear if Liam looks at her sends him into a panic attack. Lillian's parting words, spoken in the heat of the moment, leave behind only bitterness and regret. Lillian can't understand why Kyle took her words spoken in anger so seriously. The realization that it would have been better to turn away from Kyle from the start comes too late. Lillian's hearty laughter at Kyle's embarrassment breaks the tense atmosphere. Kyle's desperate plea not to laugh only heightens Lillian's mirth, turning the scene into a comedy. An ominous whisper promises Liam answers if he dares to let Lillian go. Liam desperately tries to resist, but it's too late for regret. The witch's tempting offer to return to the true path sounds like a death trap. The witch promises to bring Lillian the deepest despair by showing her what she fears so much. The news of yesterday's fire in the castle comes as a complete surprise to Lillian. The news that the marriage contract has burned leaves Lillian perplexed. The destruction of the contract becomes a symbol of broken obligations and new freedom for Lillian. Kyle's unfamiliar and cold gaze makes Lillian feel anxious and uncomfortable. The mention of Duke McKillion's frequent visits only increases Kyle's suspicions. Kyle bitterly accuses Lillian of planning to escape with the Duke. Lillian desperately tries to justify herself, but her words are drowned out by a wall of mistrust. Kyle's direct question about the magical artifact in her room leaves Lillian stumped. Lillian explains that the magic stone was given to her by her brother to protect her from Sular. The accusation of mistrust becomes the last straw for Lillian, destroying her patience. A bitter question arises in Lillian's mind. Did she ever truly trust Kyle? Kyle's decision to no longer listen or fall for the tricks sounds like a death sentence. Kyle's threat to keep Lillian from leaving the castle, no matter what, terrifies her. Lillian realizes with horror that this is not the Kyle she knew and loved. The idea that a fire could have started from a single match seems absurd to Lillian. Kyle realizes that the arsonist knew exactly where the documents were and was well versed in the castle. Lillian smiles and invites Kyle to tell her about the stone he found in her room. Kyle's refusal to talk about the past and his tired appearance make Lillian uneasy. A terrifying realization that the witch's voice was whispering to Kyle about escape pierces Lillian's mind. A strange dream in which Kayla cuts up the false emperor turns out to be prophetic. The realization that Kyle was under the influence of the curse forces Lillian to take action. If the witch is in league with Sular, it means they already know about the lifted curse and are preparing a new attack. A desperate question of trust escapes Lillian's lips, because their future depends on it. Kyle's smile and his words of faith in Lillian's innocence become her salvation. Lillian decides to tell Kyle the whole truth, no matter how incredible it may seem. The distrust in Kyle's eyes makes Lillian shut up, but she knows it takes time. Kyle reveals the truth that Sular is not only plotting treason, but is also linked to a curse. The witch artifacts found in Kyle's office become irrefutable evidence. The magical stones scattered throughout the palace were brought by Sular for a dark ritual. The obviousness of Lillian's evidence and arguments leaves Kyle no choice but to believe. The decision to test Sular becomes Kyle's first step toward rebuilding trust. The news that Kyle found out everything leaves Bastian in shock and awe. Lillian confidently reports that Kyle believed her words about Sular's betrayal. Kyle's appearance interrupts the tense conversation, filling the air with tense anticipation. Kyle's desire to personally test and judge Sular as emperor speaks volumes about his determination. Kyle reveals his plan. The prince, who made a pact with the witch, will become bait to capture her. Bastian's cold calculations collide with Liam's distrust, who knows his true feelings. Liam gives Bastian a chance to make up for lost time by extending a hand of friendship. The witch easily promises to preserve beloved memories, but her words are full of lies. The order to leave the road into the forest open for the sister sounds like an ominous omen. Preparations for the decisive battle are almost complete, and tension is in the air. This time, the witch does not intend to lose to Akafena, because too much is at stake. A powerful spell takes the witch back to the time when everything was just beginning. The witch cannot lose to Akafena, because her own future is at stake. Memories of the bloody emperor drowning in rivers of blood still haunt Liam. The taste of the little prince's dirty memories becomes the taste of pure evil for the witch. If it weren't for Akafena's deal to restore her memories, the witch wouldn't have had to try so hard. The witch's rage knows no bounds, because the half-breed Akafena dared to interfere with her. Sular and the witch prepare to leave for the Forest of Shadows, making their final preparations. Kyle's appearance comes as a complete surprise to Sular, ruining all his plans. Kyle's mocking question about traveling with a witch throws Sular off balance. Sular sees the failure of his plans not as a defeat, but as a new, more interesting game. The sinister smiles of Sular and the witch indicate that they have found a common language. Lillian realizes with horror that it was she who made the contract with Akafena. The witch grins as she reminds Lillian of the price she paid to turn back time. Sular becomes the final sacrifice in the witch's ritual, which must be completed before they meet. A flash of travel magic leaves Liam and Lillian confused and worried. Lillian realizes that the final battle in the Forest of Shadows is inevitable, and that a rebellion must be declared. Sular's confession of betrayal becomes a turning point in the coming war. Cyan leads an ambush in the forest, while the capture team, led by Bastian, prepares for battle. The news of the defeat of the rebels and the execution of all who stood behind Soulard brings temporary relief. Lillian's fatigue after a long struggle becomes increasingly evident. Liam's concern for a sleepy and appetite-deprived Lillian is full of tenderness and concern. A sudden desire to eat pudding becomes an unexpected and strange whim for Lillian. The cook's apologies for the lack of pudding only increase Lillian's disappointment. The accusation that all the pudding was eaten without her sounds like a childish insult coming from Lillian's lips. Lillian's comical despair over the pudding turns her into a capricious child. The universal tragedy of the lack of pudding causes a storm of emotions in Lillian. Surrounded by a mountain of puddings, a happy Lillian enjoys a moment of pure bliss. Liam's polite refusal of the food prepared especially for Lillian is full of concern. Enjoying the delicate texture of the pudding becomes a small holiday for Lillian. Lillian's fatigue, drowsiness, and changeable mood make Liam suspicious. All the symptoms, drowsiness, irritability, and sensitivity to odors, come together to form a single picture. The terrifying revelation of pregnancy leaves Lillian and Liam in a state of shock. Confirmation of pregnancy from the chief maid of honor comes as a complete surprise to them. The maid of honor's congratulations on the pregnancy take Lillian and Liam by surprise, opening a new chapter in their lives. Lillian's hesitant question about pregnancy is met with a solicitous reminder to be careful. Liam's concern that Lillian is unhappy about the pregnancy makes her slightly irritated. The realization that she is going to be a mother leaves Lillian in a state of shock and awe. The thought of life budding inside her makes Lillian look at her body in a new way. Liam's concern for the child's safety comes as a complete surprise to Lillian. A confused Lillian tries to figure out where Liam is going, as his behavior has become strange. Liam's promise to take care of everything leaves Lillian with mixed feelings. Lillian's playful question about happiness becomes a test of a confused Liam's feelings. Liam's smile, despite the unreality of what is happening, speaks of his boundless happiness. A gentle kiss on the forehead becomes a silent declaration of love and care for Lillian. Liam's promise to be a better husband and father before becoming a merciful emperor touches Lillian deeply. A passionate kiss seals their vows, promising eternal love and devotion. Waking up in a changed bedroom leaves Lillian surprised and slightly confused. The news that all the furniture has been replaced with something with rounded corners becomes a sign of Liam's concern. Lillian's sly smile and request for a pen indicate her intention to take control of the situation. If Kyle had remained a tyrant, the history of the Empire would have taken a very different but stable path. Sular's defeat and his loneliness in the Forest of Shadows become the logical outcome of his betrayal. The mystery of the witch's true motives haunts Lillian, forcing her to search for answers. The memory of the deal with Akafena and her familiar name plunge Lillian into deep thought. A tiring pregnancy and disturbing thoughts about the past force Lillian to fall into a restless sleep. Bastion's caring inquiry about Lillian's well-being is full of tenderness and brotherly love. Lillian's carefree stretching suggests that pregnancy isn't causing her much trouble yet. The thought of his beloved sister carrying a bastard's child disgusts Bastion. The name Irene, suggested for the future child, seems too feminine and unusual to Lillian. Lillian's suspicions that Bastion is planning to get married cause him comical embarrassment. Bastion's awkward reply that he doesn't have a girlfriend yet only increases suspicions. Lillian smiles and turns the conversation to a more important topic: how to defeat the rebellious prince. Anxiety is growing among the witches, as the man they met turns out to be not so simple. Using magical stones to explode water sources threatens the forest with death and decay. The witch is looking for their commander's weak spot to deal the decisive blow. Rumors that Duke Maquilian and a child are on the front lines give the witches a new lead. Spying on the Empress becomes an obsession for Soulard. The proposal to kidnap the Empress using magic sounds like a daring and risky plan. The handkerchief that Soulard never lets go of becomes the key to his secret feelings. The witch's curiosity about Sular's scarf reveals her insidious and far-reaching plans. The witch explains that a personal item associated with the desired person will help her cast a curse. The order to hand over the handkerchief to summon the woman right now sounds like an ultimatum. Sular's absurd question about whether the handkerchief will get dirty leaves the witch perplexed. The witch was shocked by Sular's question, not understanding how one could think about the purity of the handkerchief at such a moment. The threat of failure forces the witch to act, even if she does not want to. Soulard cannot allow the scarf, as terrible as he is, to be desecrated by anyone. Sular's warning about the consequences if the witch takes the handkerchief sounds like a threat. The thought that Lillian's kidnapping will force Count Sion to act haunts Iliara. The regret that Lillian met him before the Emperor speaks of Sular's deep feelings. The witch looks with disdain at Sular, who will have to endure the snot of the most snotty man in the Empire. Sular accepts his fate because regrets are pointless and will not change anything. Bastion and Count Ruan are preparing for a joint operation, while Duke Michelian will deliver supplies. Marcus's concern that the witches might open a portal to the castle is well-founded. Bastian, with cheerful confidence, promises to destroy all witches who dare to do so. Rumors of traitors in the Forest of Shadows worry Bastian far more than the threat from the witches. The fact that witches do not leave the forest even during fires suggests a hidden reason. Kyle greets Bastian with cold politeness, not hiding his true attitude. Bastian asks Kyle to tell him the plan of action in preparation for the upcoming battle. Dividing the army into 4 parts and supplying food from Iraqi are key points of the plan. The problem with the commander-in-chief is still acute, because the pregnant empress cannot be one. Kyle's question about whether he would send his pregnant wife to the front sounds rhetorical. Bastian is relieved to realize that his worries about Lillian's removal were in vain. Marcus pompously announces his readiness to take on the role of commander-in-chief. Marcus's advice to surround the empress with comfort only makes Kyle smirk. Bastian's unexpected admission that he sometimes finds Kyle cute comes across as a revelation. Marcus's distrust of Kyle's advice comes as a complete surprise to him. Kyle realizes that he will have to catch the prince himself because he is a member of his family. Lillian's confidence that Kyle can handle Suler gives him hope. Lillian's words about her lover not being weak touch Kyle deeply. Lillian's promise to accept Kyle no matter what becomes a source of strength for him. Lillian's confidence in her lover's strength leaves Kyle no choice but to win. Kyle repeats Lillian's words with a smile. Because her lover cannot be weak. The desire to be the strongest father possible for their child becomes Kyle's main motivation. Lillian looks at Kyle tenderly, realizing that his goal was not only power. Lillian's words about Kyle being a great father make him feel uneasy. Kyle's playful suggestion that she should be a good husband first and eat the pudding later brings a happy smile to Lillian's face. A sudden kidnapping interrupts Lillian's happy dreams of pudding, plunging her into horror. Suler notes with satisfaction that the witch did everything correctly this time by calling Lillian. Suler needs Lillian to win this war, as her kidnapping would stop the offensive. An ordinary rope, instead of a magical one, suggests that witches are hiding in the forest for another reason. Lillian's confidence that the Emperor will come for her only makes Suler smile. Solard's words that their feelings may differ call into question Lillian's faith. Lillian states with unshakable certainty that she and Kyle feel the same way. The appearance of the witch, who calls the human prince a tyrant, adds an ominous note to the scene. The witch sees Lillian as a broken fragment of the future that must be destroyed. Lillian's question about the broken fragment of the future hangs in the air, full of bewilderment. The witch reveals with a grin that Lillian gave her memories to Akafina. The witch's tempting offer to tell the truth sounds like a death trap. The revelation of what Lillian received in exchange for her memory leaves her in shock. Kyle's thoughts are occupied with the pudding that Lillian loves so much, because it is her little joy. Kyle's goal is for Lillian to eat plenty of high-quality food and be healthy. All of Kyle's thoughts and actions are aimed at the well-being of Lillian and their future baby. Kyle eagerly brings Lillian the pudding, but an empty room awaits him. Panic grips Bastian and Kyle at the sight of the empty room and the disappearance of Lillian. Kyle looks at Bastian suspiciously, demanding an explanation for his presence. A sense of magic and concern for Lillian made Bastian come, sensing trouble. Kyle's question about whether the maid saw the Empress leaving is full of anxiety. The maid's innocent suggestion that the Empress was tired and went to unwind was not reassuring. Bastian's determination to get his precious wife and child back is full of rage and despair. Kyle, with cold fury, vows to kill everyone involved in Lillian's kidnapping. The witch is furious that the damned creature Akifena has interfered with her again. The witch's desire to obtain Lillian's memory meets with unbearable resistance. An unknown force prevents the witch from touching Lillian, protecting her from dark magic. The witch explains with a grin that she simply wants to fix the mess Lillian made. Sular's genuine concern for Lillian's condition only surprises her. Solard's reproach that Lillian has also changed makes her think about her actions. Lillian's mad smile conceals cold calculation and contempt for the weakness of her enemies. Sular's last chance is to take the Empress and force the Allied forces to retreat. Lillian's appearance in enemy captivity comes as a real shock to Eliara. Eliara's rage at the sight of the captive Empress knows no bounds, because these scumbags dared to touch her. Lillian's provocative question about the fear of hurting her becomes a test of strength for her enemies. Lillian easily frees herself from the ropes, demonstrating her true strength. Trying to tie Lillian up with a common rope was the greatest folly her enemies could have committed. Lillian's confession that she deliberately allowed herself to be caught reveals her cunning plan. Eliara is relieved to realize that the Empress was not held hostage and everything is going according to plan. The witch got what she wanted, Lillian's consciousness, and the opportunity to fix the broken fragment of the future. The witch smirks and says she just wants to fix the mess Lillian made. All this was just to buy time and put all the pieces together. The collection of all the pieces means that everything is changed and will fall into place as it was destined to. Eliara explains her presence in the forest by saying that she was caught and beaten by a witch. Lillian remembers with a smile that she was with the Emperor, but woke up here. The idea of the existence of summoning magic comes as an unpleasant revelation to Akafena. Eliara complains with annoyance that the witch's magic allows her to return whenever she wants. Eliara's contemptuous remark that no knight would draw his sword in front of an unarmed lady is laughable. Akafena's delight at being called a baby makes Eliara wonder about her true nature. Lillian's question about whether they had met before hangs in the air, full of confusion. Akafena's cryptic answer that she knows Lillian well only increases the intrigue. Lillian's hunch about secret surveillance turns out to be correct, revealing part of Akafena's plan. Akafena's parting words, calling Lillian a fragment of the future, sound like a prophecy. Eliara's distrust of the chief witch, who speaks nonsense, is well-founded. Lillian's message that she sent a message to Kyle brings him a moment of relief. The news of Lillian's safety comes as a relief from Kyle's excruciating anxiety. Kyle's relief gives way to concern for the child, as his fate is unknown. Eliara's gratitude for caring for Kyle is met with a polite but cold smile. Lillian realizes with horror that her task is to correct all the inconsistencies and return the world to the original plot. The witch who was with Zion also spoke of a fragment of the future, which makes one think. The realization that she no longer knows her future plunges Lillian into despair. The thought that everything could have been so messed up from the start seems unbearable to Lillian. In the original plot, Sister Leilan was supposed to go to Kyle, changing the course of history. The tragic death of two people because of the Duke becomes a turning point in the plot. The end of the Makalion family marks the collapse of an era and the beginning of a new, bloody chapter. Lillian's determination to return the world to its original plot is full of despair and pain. Elora, without wasting any time, is going to send Lillian into the forest, because delay is dangerous. Lillian understands that the witch, in collusion with Suler, is planning something extremely dangerous. Despite the imperfections of the plan, everything necessary for the decisive battle is already in place. The witch's confidence in the success of the ceremony leaves no doubt about her insidious plans. A fragment of memory in the Empress's hair becomes the key to a time warp. The witch finds use for her companion, using him in her dark rituals. The request to check the stone pillar for dust sounds like a mockery. The slightest flaw in the ritual threatens failure, so purity is the key to success. The companion's casual reply that the pole is not particularly dirty infuriates the witch. The witch's rage falls upon her companion because even the smallest speck of dust can ruin everything. This bending of time is enough to connect the desired future with the present. In the future, where the prince becomes the emperor, there will always be a witch behind him. The witch cannot bring back the past erased by Akafena, but she has the power to create a new beginning. The blinding dark time returns to this place again, bringing with it chaos and destruction. A sudden flash of light catches Lillian and Eliara by surprise, as it was already too late. Bastian looks out the window with alarm, not understanding what strange phenomenon has happened. Lillian's anticipation turns to anxiety, because she should have returned by now. The disappearance of the doll given to Lillian becomes an ominous omen for Bastian. Desperation drives Marcus to beg for mercy for his children, but his fate is sealed. Kyle coldly reminds him that he will not spill anyone's blood again, but his time is running out. Kyle's order to leave and promise to think about the rest later gives Marcus a fleeting glimmer of hope. A stranger in Kyle's office makes him suspicious and uneasy. The empty room and the lack of any traces plunge Kyle into the abyss of despair. Celestine's desperate cry about her husband's hatred because of her ignoble origin is full of pain. Celestine bitterly accuses Marquise Elan of being close to the Emperor all the time. Kyle's calm question about the reason for the commotion in the palace interrupts Celestine's hysteria. Marquise Elan's false explanation of disagreements with the Emperor's favorite sounds unconvincing. Thoughts about the Marquis's widow Elan make Kyle puzzled and suspicious. Celestine's desperate attempt to protect Marquise Elan from the Emperor's wrath is pathetic. Kyle's guess that the pet Mrs. Elan is talking about is not Lillian creates confusion. Kyle's rude response to Celestine's intervention puts her in her place, highlighting her insignificance. Kyle's order to stop and leave sounds like a final warning to the pesky Celestine. The accusation that Kyle fell asleep while holding her becomes the last straw for Celestian. Kyle's rage at the mention of last night knows no bounds, because she dares to say such a thing. A reminder that the meeting's time is up interrupts the brewing scandal. The order to summon Duke Machilean for an urgent discussion sounds like a salvation. The servant's question about whether the Duke is dead leaves Kyle shocked and confused. The memory of the servant's lie seems even more terrible to Kyle than the lie itself. Instead of Lillian, her sister Leylan married Kyle, which changes the whole picture of the past. When Leylan escaped, Kyle, in a rage, killed her entire family and even Bastion. The realization that he has done something terrible leaves Kyle in shock. Memories of the past and present blend, causing Kyle to question reality. The question of what happened to Lillian sounds in Kyle's head, full of despair and fear. The realization that she is now a soul without a shell comes as a shocking revelation to Lillian. Even as Lillian, she no longer existed in this reality that had reversed time. Akafina's smile when mentioning their agreement suggests that everything is going according to her plan. Lillian's memories of her past life return, as all times are connected here. An escape through a secret passage the night before, the burning of the duchy, becomes the beginning of a new life for Leylan. Leylan remembers everything, how Sular became emperor, and how the witch stole people's memories. Akafena appears before Leylan at the moment, when she was on the verge of life and death. Leylan's desperate plea to turn back time becomes Akifena's opportunity. To fulfill such a wish, a considerable price must be paid, and Akifena is ready to name it. Erasing all memories associated with Leylan is a task beyond Akifena's magical power. After becoming Lillian, Leylan finally understands why she didn't know she had returned to the past. Akifena is surprised that memories of her past life have filled the void in Lillian's soul. The shocking revelation that this entire story is the plot of a book leaves Lillian speechless. The banal reason why the witch curses the emperor seems ridiculous to Akifena. A love story with a protagonist obsessed with cruelty. Who better than the emperor? Lillian's tender words to her beloved husband Kyle are full of sincerity. Kyle's gaze, which he had not known in his past life, was filled with love and tenderness. Lillian's happy smile tells her that Kyle now calls her by her real name. Kyle's sudden appearance and tender embrace leave Lillian in slight shock. Akifena looks at the happy couple with annoyance, because now Lillian is in the hands of His Majesty. The realization that time has turned back leaves Lillian shocked and confused. Akifena's cheerful laughter at the stupidity that only Lillian could commit sounds like mockery. The witch's rage at the sight of the yellow-green witch speaks of a long-standing and irreconcilable feud. Akifena's confidence that not all was lost puzzles the witch. Powerful chains bind the witch, depriving her of the ability to act and resist. Refusing to kill people is the reason why fairies are blessed by God. Akifena's disdain for eternal residence in the forest speaks of her desire to change her fate. The human victory in this war comes as an unexpected and disturbing discovery for Lillian and Kyle. Akifena easily deals with the witch, because her work is not yet finished. The execution of the traitor and the return of the distorted time become the main task of Akifena. The appearance of the human prince, the one behind it all, marks the beginning of the end. The unexpected appearance of the allied forces, Kyle and Sular, puts Eliara in a dead end. Lillian's icy gaze makes it clear that the invitation to surrender is now irrelevant. Kyle's appearance next to Lillian becomes a sign of Sular's final defeat. The Count of Sion's request to suppress the rebels with His Majesty's army sounds like a challenge. The order to capture all the rebels, including the rebel prince, leaves them no chance of escape. Arrest for treason becomes a bitter and humiliating ending for Prince Sulard. Until the very end, Lillian was unable to talk to Sular, leaving much unsaid. All the traitors, including Sulag, were captured and imprisoned, awaiting trial. As the sun rises, Lillian finally feels that all threats are behind her, and she can breathe freely. The realization that she has distorted her original destiny weighs heavily on Lillian's soul. The appearance of Akifena becomes a reminder for Lillian of the concluded agreement and its consequences. The farewell of Akifena, who came to the forest before Lillian's imminent departure, is full of bright sadness. Akifena's response that she has nowhere else to go speaks to her loneliness and loss of home. Lillian's condition that no blood will be spilled if the witches have no connection to Sular sounds like an ultimatum. Akifena's joy at meeting such a good person as Lillian seems sincere and childish. The question of how Kyle was able to defeat the witch who broke the flow of time haunts Bastion. Lillian explains that Kyle, without magic, was able to find her and return her to this time. The hope that Sayla will find her during this time period becomes Lillian's salvation. Akifina's joke about the power of her love being weaker than Kyle's only irritates Lillian. Lillian becomes the key to everything, as it is her existence that causes confusion in time. Before time turned back, everyone was sure that Lillian was dead. But this did not happen. The bright and strong traces left by Lillian caused temporal distortions. Memories of the beloved emperor should not have created contradictions in time. The news that the Empress is completely safe brings Kyle long-awaited relief. Kyle's happy smile upon hearing the news of his child's health speaks volumes of his boundless love. Despite saying everything is fine, Lillian intends to exercise due diligence. The need to protect Lillian becomes an obsession for Kyle after the events in the Forest of Shadows. The Maid of Honor's advice to leave the Empress alone so that she could rest sounds reasonable. Kyle's promise to bring a pudding with lots of fruit on his return is full of tenderness. The Maid of Honor informs Lillian that the request has been fulfilled, but she is already immersed in her thoughts. After the execution of the traitors, something remained. And now the time has come for the decisive step. The time has finally come for Solar's test, which will decide his future fate. The certainty that Solar has forgotten her gives Celestian courage, because it is she who will decide his fate. Lillian gratefully accepts the help, hoping that Solar will be able to atone for his guilt. Lillian's desperate plea not to be teased is met with Kyle's playful question. The comical scene of feeding grapes lightens the mood, causing Lillian to laugh. Kyle's smile at the sight of Lillian eating sweetly is full of tenderness and adoration. Lillian's pensive expression makes Kyle uneasy, as she looks like she is deciding the fate of the Empire. Kyle tenderly reassures Lillian that she has nothing to worry about. Solar is a traitor who has encroached on the security of the Empire, and he will face severe punishment. There is no reason to feel sorry for Solar, because he will be punished to the full extent of the law. Several years after Solard's trial, time flies by, changing seasons. Letters from friends and family fill Lillian's life with joyful news and events. Everyone seems to be doing well, and Lillian tenderly strokes her rounded belly. The memory of her last conversation with Soulard before his imprisonment haunts Lillian. Solar says that he heard from the yellow-green witch that Lillian turned back time. The realization that Lillian erased time through the ritual only makes Solar more curious. The question of how Lillian was able to stay with the Emperor after everything that happened is full of bewilderment. The words that everything is fine now speak of his humility and acceptance of fate. Solar's question about how Lillian can love the Emperor after all this is full of bewilderment. Lillian explains that emotions are illogical, and there was no calculation in her sympathy for Lady Policita. The mention of the bride's name shocks Solar, as he didn't expect to hear it. Kyle's sudden appearance interrupts the tense conversation, forcing him to sit down. Lillian's playful question about whether Kyle knows what day it is full of innuendo. The reminder of the burned contract becomes a reason for Lillian to take decisive action. The existence of restoration magic gives Lillian hope that everything can be fixed. Lillian's desire to terminate the contract properly sounds like a challenge to fate. The offer to rewrite the contract comes as a surprise and as a thrill to Kyle. Lillian's words about leaving if she doesn't like it sound like a test of Kyle's feelings. Kyle readily agrees to sign a new contract, not wanting to let Lillian go. The new contract promises them to be faithful to each other for the next year. Kyle takes the new contract in his hands with trepidation, preparing for the next stage of their relationship. A promise to remain faithful to each other forever instead of a year becomes a revelation for Kyle. The tear that rolled down Kyle's cheek speaks of his boundless happiness and relief. Lillian promises the rest of her life to Kyle, taking responsibility for his life. A passionate kiss seals their new eternal union, full of love and devotion.